Hello, everybody. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Doing all right.
Do I not have... Oh, there's Twitch. I was like, do
Us
I not have
before
Twitch?
live. Us after live.
Oh no. No. Speaking.
Or is talking...
Why do I have to say words?
I don't want to talk.
Talking is
scared.
hard. So,
It's always
cool.
tough. Wednesday is so tough to actually like fully get awake because Tuesdays are like 19-hour days at my computer, and just like Wednesday, I just feel so dead.
I feel like there's lots of like internal meetings and lots of like moving stone by Wednesday that you're just like, is this why they call it hump day? You know? I mean, you don't work
It's
on a
much
Monday.
more fun in the porn industry than it is normal jobs.
You know what? That's true. Well, actually, that
Maybe.
depends
I don't
on
know.
that depends on the scene, depends on your counterpart, it depends on the quality of preparation you've been able to do in advance. Porn
If
is
you're
not
gonna be
an
picky,
easy.
you're probably in the wrong industry.
Listen. They make it look fun, but like it's work. It's a lot of work.
Was
Wait,
it
just
this
think
show where the term butt fay was coined, or was that a different show?
buffet.
Yeah, like a
Buffet.
buffet where you're eating a whole bunch of. Never mind, that's probably a different show then.
That doesn't sound familiar to me. Nope. But now that you've said it,
Yeah.
I don't
have a
remember which
feeling that
stream
was a
or which
different
video
show.
or which podcast it was a part of, but somewhere it was mentioned. I don't know. I thought it was funny.
now that you said it, I want to meet that dryad. I'm gonna have to
Hey, how's it
describe
going?
the dryad as having a thick shelf of an ass. So yeah. Anyways, cool, fun. Jake.
Yep. Welcome to Lost Initiative, everyone.
Yeah, welcome, Jake. How is your? Well, was there any buffet your week?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
I was very disappointed though because it is my birthday today, and I thought you were going to sing "Happy Birthday" to me, Scott, but you forgot.
Excuse me.
I did tell you last week.
I totally knew it was your birthday, and that's why everybody in Discord is all amassing onto a voice chat channel right now to surprise you by singing
Of
you happy
course.
birthday together, right? Like, I mean,
You're the
Joey
first
and
one on there,
Steve
right?
are already there, like, right?
I remember when Keegan and I were first in the call, and Scott didn't remember you were part of this campaign, Jake. It's been a pretty rough start.
Yeah.
Well, I did join
We're
like halfway through, and yeah, I wasn't even acknowledged. So
We were like, does Jake get like a birthday item? He goes, who's Jake? It was a little awkward.
Well, now that the
Awkward.
cat's out of the bag that Scott sucks, happy birthday, Jake. Hopefully it's been a good one.
oh, thank you.
I don't know what day or year it is in Australia today, but I hope it's great for you there.
No, appreciate it.
I think
Thank you
you're
very
12
much.
Yes, happy
hours
birthday.
Ahead of us?
What is it? It's 10 past 11 in the morning
On the
on
20th?
the 20th, Thursday. Yeah.
Oh, you're in the future.
You're
Yeah.
15. You're 15 hours
Yeah.
ahead of me.
When's your daylight savings?
I don't know, April sometime.
Okay. Which way are you rolling this time around? Is it going earlier or later for you?
Well, the opposite to you. So you went into daylight savings, right? So we're coming out of.
Yeah, that means nothing to me. It's getting earlier or later for you.
It's getting earlier, which is better.
So we'll be going live at like 10 a.m. your time.
11, but once at the moment 11, but yeah, it'll be 10. Yeah,
There's like a good time to go live. Like
it is.
I-
It is.
I went upstairs like 20 minutes ago, and it was like the most exciting thing in the world because there was still sunlight outside. Like it wasn't pitch black. And I was like, I
Right?
love this. It should be like this year round. There's nothing more depressing than going upstairs at like 5, 6 p.m. and just darkness.
I mean,
Feels
wait,
like the
you know what you have to do? Buy a house in Aussie land and move there half the year.
I don't know. Man, that's expensive to buy a second house. I don't even have a car at the moment. I will remind you to buy a second house and to fly halfway across the world every time you want to see it. plus like another country. I don't know. I have no idea what it costs to go to another country. Like, would you have to have second citizenship to own property in another country like that, or would that be country dependent?
I don't think you have to have a citizenship to own properties, but you definitely would have to have. It would be easier to travel back and forth. Otherwise, when you travel to Australia, there's actually a paperwork you have to fill out, and I think like an application you have to fill out each time. So it costs you like a bit of money. I don't know how long it lasts. If it's like a year or a trip or whatever. But I know that because I was doing all my research for when I was hoping to go there.
Yeah, my last time there, I had people that did that for me because it was part of the tour. Now I would have to do it myself, which sounds terrible.
Yep.
I don't like paperwork, dude. It's tax season. I don't need any more paperwork right now. Talk to me in like 3 months about paperwork.
Okay, well, if you want it to be a little bit cheaper than Aussie land, you can go to Kiwi land and just and if you want to make it even cheaper, go to South Kiwi land.
Last time on Lost Initiative.
Okay. Last time on Lost Initiative, did they get mad at me? I feel like last session they didn't get mad at me for any reason.
Probably did.
Which they? There's like chat. There's us. There's everyone. There's
I do
probably
have
your
one
family.
distinct memory from last session, and it was, "Hey Scott, next week's my birthday. Do I get a cool birthday item?" Yeah, Jake, I'll be prepared for your birthday.
I'm prepared.
Oh, okay.
Also, I did just so chat knows, I did try and leverage a bank heist session, but I was voted down on that.
Yeah.
So I did try, guys.
He did. I can verify that he said, "We know what we should do is rob the bank next week."
That did happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
he
Scott was distracted,
voted
eating ice cream in
down.
one hand, and
I don't remember there being a vote. Honestly, I don't think there
I
was
was
a
the
vote.
one that said it. Jake was the one that said it. I am verifying the vote.
Well, it's like you and Wade abstained, and Scott was like, "I can't do that to the viewers," and I was like, "Oh, well." There was one vote and two
I
abstain.
felt like it was a request from a birthday boy to a DM, and I should just abstain and let you two sort it out. That's what I was doing, because I was like, "I'll rob a bank."
Well, I can
will
see
not
that.
rob a
That's
bank.
true.
I'm not going
I
to
think-
vote
pretty
against
much.
Jake's birthday wish.
I think you're
that'd
also
be rude.
missing the context of the request. There was more.
We don't need to
context.
go into that. It's fine.
No, but there was
we just
more
know.
there was more
we just
context
know.
than
I
just
tried.
a
you know?
heist. There was more context there.
Was there?
All we
I
said
think
is
that
we'll
might
rob
be
the
your
bank.
imagination.
You auto kill every enemy we have, and we'll have just an auto win for the rest of our time playing this game. Just free levels and experience, and we do what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And sometimes we'll roll dice because it's fun. But
Maybe one or
But
two
just for
level
fun.
20 items. Wait, this is a level 6 campaign. Yeah, but I was asking for us to be able to wield the level 20 items. That would be really strong. Ooh.
Oh, I just remembered we've got gear that we haven't looked at either.
Like what?
That
Really?
circlet.
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, we do have
Yeah.
that Electrum circlet.
Mm-hmm.
We also have one unidentified potion, I believe.
Can you?
And I still
Mhm.
need to look at all those scrolls or whatever.
And books. We got tons of books. We've got a lot of paperwork to do.
No. Can you identify magic items in without the spell identify? I think you can. I think.
Yeah, identify gives you a bonus.
Yeah, it gives you like a +10 or some shit like that, right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
it's
think
+10.
detect magic is what's required too. So do one of you guys have detect magic?
I have a scroll of it.
Oh. Well, if you have an assortment of magic items and you want to use the scroll so you can attempt to that
Well,
that could
We
be worth it.
don't know we have an assortment of magic items because I haven't used detect magic because I have a single scroll of it.
Oh.
We just have an assortment of items.
Do we have what other items do we have that could potentially be magical? We got potions, some old, really broken, shitty mole weaponry, and that's it, right?
I think it's probably that circlet that might be. Technically, the ring that we have might be magic. We just don't know.
The ring that
Um,
you used forever ago from the location that you found in the cave. Yeah.
Yeah. That one. I think that's it. Looking at the potions. I thought I already figured these out.
We do have the ring. I guess the ring could be magical. Lockpick, an old shoe.
You know what's crazy to me about Pathfinder 1E? The fact that it might be even be the same in like D&D, like 5e or whatever, which is just fucking insane. The fact that like a hat of disguise is not that expensive. Like in the grand scheme of
it's a
Magic,
crazy item.
Yeah, it's like an item that it's not like it's not a deck of many things, but it is a early game breaking item, and like third level adventurers, if they're in a big city, can pool their resources to buy one of them, and then with that one, I mean, just rob everybody to get more money, and then buy like 2 or 3 more, and then the game is just easier. It's just the fact that in a normal game, like a high magic, whatever game, that they're so cheap, blows. It's like, no, that is a hard to find item. Like that would so.
Yeah, I never give those out at level appropriate. They're too strong.
They're too strong, right? Like it's like
they're way too strong.
It's like buying a Glock. It's not that expensive, but like you have to regulate it. It's just too scary to not have regulations around it. You definitely have regulations on a hat of disguise. Otherwise, you're like, whoa, why is the queen murdering random people on the street and having sex with another queen? She's a twin sister? Whoa! Like,
I don't know
how is
that we need to worry. We have an Aldo who can roll like 40s on that, so I'm not too...
Yeah,
I remember
it
Scott,
would give him a
actually,
plus 10.
we had a disguise in the other campaign, as well as I think the Mummer's Rough.
Yep.
So it was just like,
Oh, jeez.
yep.
Yep. The Mummer's Rough Outweighed allows you to mimic the voice of any person that you've heard at least speak for at least a minute or 10 minutes or something. So you can literally like put on the hat of disguise, look like a courtier in less than 3 seconds, then walk into there, listen to what the queen sounds like, then look like and sound like the queen. So when you're running around the city murdering people and having sex with yourself, that it's okay.
Why do I always get the scraps campaign where it's like, no, we got to nerf everything and not have anything? Those are the ones I'm invited to. It's like we're not doing the fun one anymore. We're doing the one where there's no magic items, you don't level up, you don't have money. The money I do give you, I take from you. And by the way, your quest is to go fight plants in the woods.
To be fair, in all of them, your quest is to go fight plants in the woods, first of all. And second of all, in the campaigns where there's high level magic, like that kind of stuff, there's lots of regulation around it. Like if you look at the lore of Faerun, you're going to be hard pressed to find a country that is not watching for that kind of shit. I should say a country where you're not looking to get stabbed around every corner, where they're not looking for that kind of stuff. You know, they are. Again, I'm looking at lore pre 4E 5E where they jumped 100 and some odd years and changed everything. I don't know how it changed after that, but if you're hanging around like Cormyr, or if you're hanging around Thask, whatever. You're hanging that, or I guess you can go to the Vasa. Nobody's looking over your shoulder at the Vasa. Good luck. Anyways, this is all words that mean nothing to you. So let's get back to Aurorum. Last time on Lost Initiative,
I feel like we did that like 10 minutes ago.
the players were not mad at the DM. Woo!
That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't sound right at all.
What did you get mad at me for?
I'm sure there
It
was
just doesn't sound right. That's all it
Was
says.
it because I made you eat? I made you eat people? Is that what it was?
Last week was the abundance of piss RP,
Why would it be mad at that?
if we remember correctly.
That's right. PPRPP. That's right. That wasn't. We were actually mad at Aldo last week. Okay, it wasn't me.
Don't we? All right.
But, like,
Scott invented
I
an NPC who doesn't like to do his job, but it loves his job and is one of the most revered at his job.
I just want to be clear. I legitimately messaged Rena about making. I was like, "You want money for make PP emote?" She legitimately didn't even respond. Like, not even a no thanks. Just straight up ignored the response.
It's weird though, because at that
The
moment
correct
in this
reply
chat,
to that,
a whole
yeah.
bunch of her emotes appeared. Let me see if I can find the right one. Oh, where is it? It's an emote I don't use very often because I'm always on the wrong end of it.
Jake, do you remember where we got the potion
There
that's
it
not
is.
been
Let's
identified
just
yet?
call
I think
it
we got
that.
them all.
Oh yeah, emote.
I am I have no idea actually.
Because we have a cat's grace, we have a mage armor, we have a hide from animals, we have a understand meaning of things viewed, um, and we have a cure light. I think all of us have at least one cure potion.
Yeah, we do.
3 shrink, 1 enlarge, 3 cure light wounds, 3 endure elements. Meld stone is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Potion of understand what you're looking at, and then we have 1 unidentified potion, right?
Yeah, I think we've handed those because there was like a spider climb. I think they've all been distributed.
Yeah, on my potion belt, I have Cure Light, Reduce, and Spider Climb.
Yeah, okay, cool. Because I only named the ones that I still have.
Does the belt hold 2 or 3? I thought it only held 2. Does it hold 3?
I think it holds
The
3,
Swift
but I
belt?
might be wrong.
3. Yeah,
Oh, okay. I've only got 1 light heal and 1 moderate heal in mine at the moment.
yeah. I only have the cure light in mine. I don't have a second one
Yeah,
slotted yet.
it holds 2. That's right. Yep, holds 2.
It's 2. Okay.
Yeah, and for several campaigns, I did it with 3, and then it was just getting actually almost became like would break combat. So I was like, okay, two is good, because then it takes time to drink your potion, a third potion if you need to, and so on and so forth. Cool. So, any other item related things, or are we going to jump into your characters hitting the road, Jack? Or do you want to look at the equipment before you hit the road? Or you can look at the equipment while you're at the crack, Jack.
I think so. Real quickly, I think we might need a time idea of how much time has passed. How much time has passed since we last left Leshev? Because I had a sword being worked on, and it would be awesome to get that.
Months.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been.
Yeah,
We had downtime.
at least
I forgot about the downtime. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was literally
yeah.
like your downtime was. Hold on, let me just think for a second. I originally gave you 8 weeks of downtime, then you extended it by 2
8.
more, so 10 weeks of downtime. And mind you, a month is 4 weeks long, so that's 2.5 months right there. On top of travel to there, and the couple of days that you've spent since then. So you're talking at least 11 weeks. So
Okay.
77 days. That's a long fucking time. What were you having being crafted? Wasn't it a sword?
Yeah, another great sword.
Yeah, a sword. I don't remember. I don't have the math off the top of my head to create you the sword. It's probably done.
I thought it was like 37 days, but that might be the armor.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's the armor.
37 days sounds correct for the armor. The sword, just because the base cost of masterwork versus weapons versus armor would be on. Let's assume double that. You know what I mean? It's safe to assume any weaponry is double what it is that you're looking at it's oftentimes less than double, but that's fine. Let's call it double. So 37, we'll call that 75 days. So you've had enough.
Okay. Did you guys have anything? So I'm thinking between the gem that Gem Smith is working on that might be important to our keep needs, getting the sword. We have the auction and we have Drazstone.
Aldo, don't you have a crossbow getting worked on? Yeah.
I do.
So maybe it is worth going up there first. We were talking a little bit before stream about going up there, and Jake also reminded us about the overgrown keep. I don't remember the name of it.
Twisted Grove.
That's it.
Yeah.
So we could go check all that stuff out. Make sure we get the Drazstone in the spring, then come back and check out Varen, meet the free folk, and go to one or both of the keeps that are up kind of near them. Whenever we don't have a timetable to worry about.
That's probably
First,
good.
we got to go to the crack, which I hate that name still, but I think we got to go to the crack with
Well, you guys can rename it. That's just a
Conti
placeholder
and,
nickname that you gave to it. So
don't you?
I don't know. I think it's known as Jerta's Crack now, and I think it should be put on the map. Jerta's Crack.
It's his birthday. I can't argue.
Is that his birthday gift? Do we officially name it Jerta's Crack as his birthday
That
gift?
would be the cheapest. God, I love my grandpa.
Don't push
man, but you just
that
reminded
one.
me of my grandpa with the frugal, like, oh, I don't have to do something? Oh, that empty milk carton? You like the empty milk carton? Well, you can have that for your gift.
Chat?
You're
Chat,
having
my
fun
grandpa?
today? Oh, that must be the gift.
Yep.
Chat, my grandpa? Look at my beard. Am I grandpa? Or am I, or my, what's the word I like to use? Hold on. Not voluptuous.
I think your
Virile.
grandpa.
Am I grandpa or virile? Your choice. Roll for Grandpa on natty 1.
I would like to move on immediately.
You're still daddy to me?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, hey. Hey. Hey.
Oh, oh,
Hey.
hard to swallow when you're throwing up.
Hey, speaking of actually stuff, Dungeons & Dragons stuff, Nick's prototypes are coming in very, very, very soon. I'm not going to make any promises because it's not my place to do so, but I will say that literally every time he talks about having a prototype in for me to be able to play with, you know, so on and so forth, I keep saying, cool, cool, cool. But don't forget, there are 3 other people that would love to use it live as well. I bring it up every time. And we do talk about how it would be difficult to get all the way to Australia. And I said, well, isn't your manufacturing being done in China? And he was like, yes, but it has to get shipped here first. And I was like, that sounds like a you problem. So hopefully.
Hold on. The idea is it's cheaper for all of us to go to Australia than it is to ship them.
Wait, what?
I'm missing a detail here.
No, shipping to Australia is just cheaper. Sorry, it's very expensive, as I was saying.
Is it actually?
Shipping something to Australia versus, say, Oklahoma is a big cost difference, yes.
Yeah.
We've only got one nuclear submarine that moves mail between the U.S. and Australia.
It's one more than we have.
Yeah.
No, actually, didn't you guys get like a bunch of new? Isn't that a whole thing? Is it like a thing that
No,
happened in history?
It was a thing that you were going to build some. We were going to have some of your surplus, buy some of your surplus or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're just
They're not even
selling
built
nukes
yet.
now.
Yeah. Well, nuclear submarines.
Yeah, we've been doing that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not a nuke
America.
unless they overload it, and then the captain's like going with the ship, you know. So
I love the Oprah Winfrey of nuclear weapons.
you
You
a
get a
nuke.
warhead. You get a warhead.
All right, yeah. So, where the hell did we leave off?
You're literally
I-
walking out of town, so unless you're going back,
I
to
had a
look at
conversation with
equipment-
Gwen where I was
Yep.
like, well, we don't know for sure about the goop. Don't use it, but maybe don't like rule out using it until we know more about it.
Yep.
And then I don't remember what else happened about that. We were waiting another day or two before we left. So I think you guys had some downtime to look at books, and Aldo and
Yeah, I think
Koa
we
had
had-
some downtime to fuck themselves.
One or 2 days, yeah.
Yeah.
Before that, we were actually going to be able to leave.
Okay, so if you're on book duty, is there anything Aldo and Koa needed to do?
No.
We can hit the town if you want.
When we're broke as fuck, can we make money somehow?
We can't
Go
bring
like-
Mikhail with us either.
Kill a cat or something?
Rob the bank.
It's every episode.
That's a chat suggestion. I'm just bringing that back up.
As you know, if we rob the bank, we're going to get no money from it. Look at Scott. Look at him. He'd screw us out of money. He'd be like, the issue is, see, they don't actually just carry money in the bank. It's just,
They'll have that magical ink stuff so that whenever we walk out with the gold, it gets splattered in ink and then like useless. No one will accept the gold pieces.
The dye packs.
You'll go to UCAS, press the vegetation to clean it
packs.
off, but actually it'll be ready for that, so it'll splatter on you as well. And then Yeah,
the ink is
we'll
also
see.
like the people goo.
Oh
Dude.
God, that just sounds
Try to
so
clean
much
off, just,
worse.
tears your skin off.
Like, I was just in the bank teller back there, and you're like, he's furiously doing something in his back turn. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing back there? We're gonna break it."
I just imagine someone
And then
dipping,
you
just
get
need a
the
minute.
gold, and it's covered in people.
Hold
goo.
on.
dipping their quill in the goo ink vial, and like it screams every time the quill hits it.
Why'd you come back here, damn it? Now it's going to take another 20
My
minutes.
dearest.
Or it's quicker. Like, actually, no, all of you watch at once. Hold
Now we got
hands.
that out of our system.
Yeah. It's never out of their system.
Oh God, this is terrible. Okay.
So should
So
I roll
you've
to
got-
decode some books?
You've got books and scrolls to look at.
Yeah, you haven't spent time to do it because we're
Yeah,
literally
you got
next
books
day
and scrolls
leaving.
to look at. Aldo and Koa, we don't really have much to do. Other
Was
than
it the next
exist.
day?
Oh,
I thought
no,
they had
that's-
like 2 days
that's
that
right.
needed to pass first.
There was 1
2
day
days.
of downtime where you could have made I suppose you can make
Oh,
one out of
one
the
day.
No,
Yeah,
it
one
takes
day.
3. It takes 3 days to make the check to see the book.
Oh, then I
Aldo
would've
and
looked at
Koa,
the,
I think.
Yeah.
I think they found out about Beltran, where they went.
Yes.
Yeah, we
right.
know they went to that city. Someone told us they
Yeah.
went to that city.
Leon.
Strahd.
Strahd.
Leon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do we know where that's at on the map now? Like, can we figure
No,
that out?
because you guys haven't like officially visited there. You just know it's the east.
Okay.
Yeah, if we know that it takes 3 days to decode the book, I would look at those the stuff in all those papers in that scroll case. There's like dozens of.
Is that something that you would have wanted to have done? Is open that and look inside there? I assume with Elliot and I assume with what's her name,
Yes.
Ashtara.
Ashanti.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Ashtara is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
evil
Ashanti.
one.
Ashanti. Yeah.
Ashanti, not Ashtara. Thank you. Very,
Yeah.
very.
It'd be
different
really
people.
weird to have Ashtara join the party.
Hey guys, and you're like, hey. She just comes downstairs like in Aldo's shirt, holding a cup of coffee, like just total like frat scene. Like, oh, morning. And you're like,
Not
what
his
the
worst
fuck?
Thursday night.
Yeah, right. Anyways, all right, cool. Where was he? Yeah, you're gonna be doing this with the two of them. Go ahead and make me a linguistics check. This is tall. Go ahead and make me a linguistics check, and you get a +2 to it.
Dude,
Right.
we take those.
Can't
right
really
here.
roll any better than that, you know.
William, did you recently log into Stone Flagon? I assume for details around your character that you played in
No.
it. Holy shit, a 29.
Thanks for noticing, Scott.
Wow. Wow. Sorry, I was this was
Rolled so high, he
literally
called
in the
me
way
William.
of my
Is
sight,
that with
so I
the
can't
plus
see
2?
it. That
Yeah, it's
includes
with
the
the +2.
Yeah. Did you
Does it
want to look
matter?
for the 30 or?
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it matter to hit the 30 or 31 threshold? I don't remember.
It doesn't
can.
always, but it's like when you hit higher tiers, there's just more.
Yeah. There's supposed to be a dozen or more of these.
Yeah, there's a bunch of.
I feel like there's
scroll pieces
probably
that
a
you can
lot
find.
of info here.
We did not have a hype train, I don't believe. Yeah, only
I
2
don't
people
think we
did
did.
anything.
Let me check my items real quick.
Oh, 3.
What? Just because it's tax season, you all don't have a bunch of disposable income? to
Around
throw
a
at us?
dozen.
And by us, I mean Scott, because
My taxes aren't even filled out yet. I handed in the paperwork.
You. You guys okay with me looking at?
If you want to, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
It feels.
There's
like
none. Now we know.
Oh, okay.
And now
I was like, you rolled a 0?
Yep.
Cool. So we do 29 total in your linguistics here. So when you go looking at the documents, and I already kind of alluded to this before the other day, or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, but the documents, what's on them is, it's almost like a treasure trove in and of itself. When you open it up and look inside, Keegan, you're able to see all sorts of cleaving schematics for different types of stone. Now, your extremely high result there allows you to discern the different names of the different types of stones as they exist, and kind of like, there is no direct translation of the old name to the new name because you don't know what all of these words are, right? But you can bring that to Gem Smith and he can help you translate like that. That's like an easy, oh, okay, what's the modern word for this, right? And he'll be able to help you out dictionarily. But either way, so you are looking through this document and you can see that it's a ton of schematics of the best ways or the methods for cleaving the different types of stones. And moreover, an explanation as to like what these different methods are called. Now, it doesn't give you instruction of what is the benefits of. Now, your understanding of what you experienced down below the past few sessions, your experience of like looking through the documents that you see here, you know that if you take stone X and you apply cleaving method Y, Z, A, B, whatever, it's going to have a different overall outcome when it comes to the type of binding that can be done to it. You don't know which is which just because you don't have enough documents around you. This is schematics of types of cleaving or cutting. This isn't explanation of what each one of those do, right? But most importantly is that you are able to understand this, translate it well enough, and you have images there to support it, that you believe you can faithfully recreate this in a modern language, so more than just you can read it, more than just you and your team can read it. You can recreate it in a modern language with like proper instruction there, illustrations, so on and so forth. Either you personally can recreate this, or you can find some scribe or somebody who's really good with doing these kinds of details to do it for. Oh, hi, Elliot.
Yeah.
To do it for you and to have it so these documents are readily on hand. Ups and downs to this, because you guys discussed this during that time, you and the NPCs. The upside is that you can literally hand these schematics to Gemsmith, and he can have them on hand and read them and understand them, so on and so forth, as well as anybody else you choose to share them with to hire. Downside, now this is no longer lost lore. This is something that is anybody who has access to your information, they can steal it, run with it, replicate it, so on and so forth. They don't have to make this insane check like you just did to acquire this information. Upside again, you found lost lore, and you get to bring it out to the public. Downside again, when do you want to? So just kind of details there to work with. But now let's cut back to the gems that you have on hands.
This is a clever transition.
That's
cutting gems.
Cut back to the gems that you have on hand. The ones that you had found when you were in the keep down below. You're looking at what these are and kind of trying to parse through the way that they work. You did not actually take the one that was hovering overhead with you, but you played
Correct.
with it. You personally held it more than anybody else. You were playing with it a bunch, so on. So you can also identify it there, and you can see the different types of cuts and how they align with one another to kind of confidently know which one either A, went with, it was cut for this document, or B, it looks like they were cutting it to this document before it stopped, before they stopped the process, whatever through. So this is a lot of very, very valuable information, but only for people, very valuable information that you can sell to anybody who likes old lore or old knowledge. But it's only really useful in the hands of somebody that has the skill and or the resources to accomplish this. You brought with you some tools. There's some of the resources required to do this. You brought with you some gems. You just lack the skill. And this isn't a skill that you pick up in a couple of weeks of trying. This is something that takes years to master.
Yeah. To actually be proficient enough at it to confidently tackle this kind of thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's one of those fun things where when I worked in jewelry, there's a specific cut called the Leo cut, and to be allowed to do that cut so that when you do that cut, it gets that name onto it. It requires at least 3 years of working for that company and them selecting you to then do the tests required to pass and be allowed to do that cut afterwards. And that's after years and years of building up your expertise to even get to the point where now you're starting your 3-year probational period. It's crazy, but you're handing a diamond to somebody. If they fuck it up, now you're like, cool, you just brought the value of this stone from, let's make up a number here, $25,000 to $5,000. Thanks. Fat fingers, good job. But anyways, so back to the game. So you have this is information that all three of you are geeking out over. You, because you like the historical significance of this and actually experience those stones, and when you're telling that to the other two and showing the stones to them, they're geeking out as well. What's his name? Elliot, because he's compiling, he's also a bit of a history buff historian. He's compiling this information for to spin up his story so he can theoretically sell the story in the future, so on and so forth. And then her, because even though she's more of an alchemist than somebody, a gemsmith, she is, or a jeweler, she is a archaeologist. This is a significant find from the past. So all three of you are just going checking it out.
Sweet. Do the papers make it seem like there is the cutting of it is what gives it these elemental properties, or does it seem like there's two separate processes there? Do you have to cut it a certain way and then there's an infusing process, or do you cut it and it takes on these properties?
Great question. You cut it a certain way as far as you can understand from the documents here, but again, you don't have the whole process available for you. You don't have all those supporting documents in these scrolls. you cut it a certain way and it gets it primed up, right? Like it's like if you cut it that way, that doesn't necessarily then infuse it with firepower, if you will, right?
Yeah.
You're making a Pokeball, not filling it with Pikachus.
Effectively, yeah. It's good enough.
I'm so
reference. But either
Does
way,
it tell us? Go ahead.
But that doesn't. But there may be more to it than just that. You just lack the documentation here, on these scrolls.
Gotcha.
I do want to reward you one more. You fucking crushed this roll. So I do want to say that your next roll, if you do have any other documents specifically related to the cutting of the gems and the significance around them, I'll give you I'll give you an additional +2, not like from using these. If you have the scrolls on hand to reference, a +2 circumstance bonus from that. Other people can of course still assist you.
Yeah.
Wait, were you gonna make another quip, sir?
Yeah. So, do we have information on the different gems used for these crystals, to where like maybe we would know if a certain one would be needed for, either holding a different type of infusion or for things like what we're using them for, wind or opening the doors or anything else like that?
Yeah, great question. So you do know that there are, there's a list of different names there, but the properties of what these can do afterwards, again, that's not the significance of the scrolls. Like if you see the blueprints for a building that you're making, that doesn't tell you what kind of business is going to go inside the building, right? It just tells you how to make the building. That's more of what you're looking at here is blueprints.
Sure.
So you don't know that for a fact. However, you can extrapolate. You do know what kind of gem was inside of the brazier before, and you can compare that to what you see on the scrolls. Like, okay, it seems like this kind of gem used for these cuts probably is associated with that. You know what kind of gem was used for the tunnel with the air pressure before.
Yeah.
And this kind of gem was used for this cut, and this kind of gem is used for these other cuts. So this looks like, but there's overlap too. Like you might have one type of cut that multiple different types of stones can be associated with. So it doesn't tell you exactly what each stone does, but you can start drawing some conclusions from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we still have yet to really know which one we might need to open the locked doors.
Yeah, you were told that the wind one might be able to assist you, but and others may, but you don't know which ones yet now.
There was a lot of I thinks and maybes and possible.
Yeah, speculation.
Yeah. Actually, to the exact point
Scott.
that you made, you made me think of one more thing, and his check was high enough.
Scott. AI and camera fan. Roz has been trying to remind you.
Oh, the fan's been. Fan is actually like a normal.
Right
crap. The fan is actually like a normal process for me because of work. So I use my camera all the time for work. Thank you though. Back to you were. Oh, the gem that was used for the overhead, that was actually kind of a unique gem, because whatever that gem is called, the name to it, that aside, that can be used, and it seems like every document here of different cleaving or cutting methods, seems like that kind of gem can be used for all of them, which is like looking through it, you're like, it doesn't look like any of the other kinds of gems can go for all of these. So that's kind of unique.
Okay, so that one's pretty rare. Neat. I noted it.
Thank you. Anything else?
I think that's it for me. You got anything, Jake?
Nope, for me. We found out about Beltran, what I did on my day off, so yeah.
Oh, so yeah, I guess we would just need to check if Koa did anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if did he help with that?
I think so.
Oh, okay, that might be it then. And also we still don't have Daisy. Daisy is at the crag. Because what's her face took him.
I'm sorry. How do you pronounce that word?
I've been saying crag with a G because I hate the other one. So
I like crack. We good, cool.
I think so. Yeah.
With this, so this is kind of like pretty exciting information. We can talk about like the details around it because you literally do that and then leave the next day. So the details around talking about that with the rest of the party can be done while in transit. So as for that transit, it's about if you remember, you guys made a lot of treks in the past for the back and forth between Hodgwen and the crag, and you're able to find a small shortcut along the way, shaving it from about 28 miles if you take the proper way around to about 24 miles with a small shortcut, making it so like even on foot, you're pretty sure you can do it in a day's travel, right? Take you 8 to 10 hours to get there, even on foot. So on horseback, you can get there faster. The issue is you have it's not just the 3 of you going, you have in total I think 6 of you going, right? So you have the 3 of you, you have Gwen, you have Elliot, and you have Ashanti. And
what about Yara? Have we talked to Yara at all?
I was about to ask.
Yara would totally come along. If you
Would Yara be going?
Ask her to, she would. God damn it! My throat's again. Hiccups today. Damn it. Yara would too.
We would at least let her know we were going.
And she would join if it was invited. Damn it. Wasn't there somebody else as well?
I guess Leon might go.
No,
It's up to
Jaden.
him.
Jaden's already there.
She already went.
Okay.
She already
Cool,
left.
cool,
Yeah,
cool.
that's why Daisy's already there. Yeah.
Would you invite if you wanted to invite Leon? He's somebody that you would actually have to have a small RP with. The others, if you said heading out, they'd be like, "Yeah, I already have my shoes on."
Oh, in character, I don't think my own character, Mikhail. I don't think he knows that. I remember in the conversation it got mentioned that he might go. So
We would have to probably talk in RP as a group to see if we would invite him or not.
That's up to you. Go ahead.
Well, if we're heading out, I think this is pretty much everyone who'd want to go, right? Unless
The cat does not want
you don't think Leon would want to go, would he?
I'm not happy. He's trying to steal my food.
That's a plains kitty right there.
Was it successful?
He usually is, but no, not yet.
All right, you guys want to have a quick RP with each other?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll do that. I'll be right back.
If we're going over there to the cave and such, do we bring Yara along, Leon along, or just Ashanti and Gwen?
I
There's a
think
place
Yara said
for-
she was okay to go. You think Leon would want to go?
It seems he aligns with us on multiple fronts, and if we have any kind of resistance over there, it may be worth introducing him if we fully trust him.
He's had enough opportunity to screw us over by this point.
Which is why I thought I'd bring it up. Aldo, you've had the most reservations. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I don't mind.
Really?
Depends what's going on at the Jerta's crack. And what's our goal there? Thought we were just bringing the other 2 along to have a look at the hobgoblins.
Oh, the alchemy lab.
Thing.
That and then
Yeah.
the weird
Well,
pool. Yeah.
We also have the hidden room with the different murals and references to the plains and such. And while
Yeah,
we're
the
over there,
pool with
it's
the
like we
water.
could talk to everyone else that's there, make introductions, or just see how everyone's doing, see what they need. See if there's some sort of plan in place for getting more people out or whatever it may have you.
I mean, it couldn't hurt, I suppose.
Yeah, probably worth doing.
Right. Well, then I say we ask him. Why not?
Yeah.
right.
A few moments later. Oh wait, Scott doesn't edit these videos. Never mind. You guys get to wait with
Nope.
us.
Yeah, we'll all just sit here.
Yeah.
Chat's been talking about cereal.
I have steak, potatoes, and green beans.
It's a kind of cereal if you really put your mind to it, I guess.
Cereal is apparently a good source of iron, I learned.
Huh.
The more you know.
It's also a good source of getting your ass whipped by your wife.
Huh? What did
That's what
you
I
do with
found
your
out.
cereal?
Huh?
I don't want to know what you did with your cereal.
Right?
I eat it with whole milk. And by it, I mean Cocoa Pebbles. Oh, wife gets mad at me. Lactose intolerant,
Wife?
and I'm eating Cocoa Pebbles
Oh.
at 39 years old. She's like, is that really a healthy choice? And I'm like, are you guys done having your RP?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sorry, I
We're
came
gonna
into
talk to
cereal. So.
Leon.
What's
We're
that?
gonna talk to Leon and
Cool.
invite him along.
Sure. So if you imagine 2 days ago, you, or say yesterday, he told you about XYZ. No, even better yet, it's actually today because you wouldn't tell him, oh, we're leaving. Now you're coming with us. You'd probably tell him the day beforehand, right? So he would have that conversation with Aldo, and you kind of like fill Aldo in and all that information. So Aldo would probably go back and tell you guys, and then you'd be like, do you think we should bring Leon? You know, honestly, let's go ask him. And so the same day that Aldo was sitting there and playing the game and getting his ass handed to him, and kind of getting this information, you guys would go back to speak to Leon.
So are we all going back or just Aldo? I might have misunderstood.
It's up to you.
Oh, I feel like this would be a Koa-led thing
Oh, sure.
with Leon here.
Are you staying at the same hotel as us, right? Or just
Mhm.
nearby?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess I would go knock on his door.
Oh, Koa. I just
How you doing?
got back from a walk. Were you hoping to go for one?
Been trying to push myself recently with increased strength exercises, so if you're wanting to, sure. But otherwise, I only need a brief moment of your time.
I don't think I would be able to test your limits with my walk. Or perhaps you can test mine.
Shame.
And he'll kind of go and get his cloak for travel. And come to join you.
I suppose I'd wait till we were either like in a place that was so loud no one could hear us, or a place where there's just really no guards or anyone around where it's kind of quiet, just to make sure there's no prying ears.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to a place, the cave we talked about, where everything was done to those poor people we'd helped. We're going over there tomorrow, and thought it might be prudent for you to tag along if you're free and available. Feels like a one-sided conversation, kind of awkward, Leon, not gonna lie. I don't know why you agreed to go on the
Damn.
walk if you were just gonna give me the silent shoulder the whole time.
Sorry,
He's
Brittany
really
came.
ignoring you.
Brittany came running into the room. She's looking for the baby monitor.
You're right there.
So, the crack, the one that we discussed, heading there, and I missed probably the last half of that last sentence.
We're going tomorrow. Thought it'd be prudent for you to tag along with everything going on over there.
Tomorrow is short notice, but I don't have prior engagements. What's your how are you getting there?
Do we have enough? Does everyone have horses? Do Ashanti and Gwen have a way of riding?
They do not have horses. Well, actually, Ashanti would have a horse. Sorry, because she traveled a good long distance.
Well, Gwen could
Oh wait,
definitely
no,
fit on Night
she would have come on boat, wouldn't she have? So no, they would not have horses. You have 1, 2, 3 horses amongst currently the 7 of you. So that'd be an 8th.
Leon would have his own horse, right?
Oh yeah. Wait, no, Leon does not. No,
Was he?
He came here on foot from Rid.
He didn't come from Rid. Oh, yeah, he did come from Rid. But yeah, sorry. I'm confusing conversation directions, literal months of passing, in real life. So hold on, let me just think for a second. He would have his own horse. Yes, you are correct. 8 people, 4 horses.
I imagine Nightstorm could carry 2. So then Gwyn could ride Nightstorm. I don't know if the other ones would be strong enough to carry 2 people.
Leon's probably would. He'd have a good horse.
But that doesn't
I
mean
don't know about mine and Mikhail's.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to double up on the horses
Yeah, I
for
don't
holy
have one.
travel.
Yeah.
Well, we can't really. How much was the cart the last time? I know it was shitty, but how much was it?
I mean, we have a cart. I just don't remember
Where?
how many people can.
It's at the thing.
Oh, shit.
No, we brought it back. That's right.
It would be with the guard. It would have been like either at the hospital or with the guards when we first got back to town.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, it's fucking gone.
You can buy a new cart if you wanted to.
I think you overestimate our power.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cost of a cart. The cost of a cart is 3 gold.
Well, I guess we should have spent today doing.
Mikhail,
freaks,
start singing.
It'll take a minute.
But
I don't even
that's
have
fine. People
anywhere
have to
close
walk.
to. I've got nowhere close to a gold even at the moment.
Me neither. I have a feta and I have a silver. Those are like my highest denominations of coin right now.
Guys,
I
it's
have a
1 day's
gold.
walk away. So if people have to walk, you can walk.
Yeah, I guess we're walking.
It's also 10 silver is 1 gold, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I currently have 2 silver.
All up, I have like 3 gold.
I mean, yeah. I feel like we could buy a cart later if we need one, but just like having to walk over to this place is not that big a deal.
No.
Sure. Combination of horseback and on foot. Unfortunately, the cart that we had once, we're pretty sure the guards, under leadership might have, misplaced it.
Well, it is possible to look around and see if we could find one that's no longer being used. Acquire that. Or a brisk walk in the great outdoors. Leaving tomorrow. The ground is still soft. Are you staying on road?
For as much of it as possible, we would be. There does come a point where we, does the road go all the way to the one entrance?
Not 100%, but close enough. Effectively, let's just say. It's like a yes, but with a very long driveway.
The road does pretty much take us there. But, I mean, if we could get a cart, sure, that would be nice. Unfortunately, right now, after the banks misplaced all of our funds, we find ourselves with, probably nary a gold to our names, much less 2 or 3 gold.
Well, if people were willing to travel, it seems as though they weren't expecting a cart.
I'll be offering my horse to someone else. I'll probably walk. I could use the exercise.
Makes sense. Someone injured?
Hopefully not.
Leaves it at that. It says, "It's short notice, but I should be prepared. Is there a place to meet? Oh, we're staying at the same inn. So I can meet you at the south gates. It'll take me some time to... Well, not, gate, but he's like, I can meet you, southern way to leave town. Is there a time that we're looking to leave?
It's going to be a long trip, so probably as early as possible. I imagine everyone would be able to leave. Like, we would have talked with Shanti and Gwen for this, right? So I'm imagining, like, early in the morning would be fine.
Very good.
Bit after first light. One more nice meal in town and such before we leave, likely.
I appreciate the offer. I'm interested in seeing this place. I think experiencing it will give me a bit more insight into what kind of a man Beltran actually is.
A coward and a fiend.
You are probably not far from the mark. I'll see you in the morning.
Have a good night, and thank you for another walk. I hope I didn't test your limits too much.
He gives a light chuckle. No.
Perhaps next time with weaponry, then.
He gives a look. It's like there's a gleam in his eye. It's a look of like not playful, but not aggressive, like an assessment, like as to whether or not it's worth it. But the look in his eye, like for a moment, he's like ha ha ha, and like he's regarding it. But then like you see that there's something in his eye, just like there's a bit more that first initial like jovial response where you're like, oh, that's right, this man is a legitimate killer.
Oh no, Koa knows. Like that was said with that in mind. It's like Goku fighting an opponent where everyone's like, Goku, no! And he's like, ooh, he looks strong.
Oh, when he fought those gods or whatever it was.
Literally every fight he's been in.
Just about, yeah.
That's not true. That's not true. Vegeta kicked his ass. And Frieza.
He still enjoyed it. Dude's a masochist.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
But then he won both of those. So
Yeah, how did he not marry Bulma? He definitely seems like he wants a dom. But...
He does teleport to see her in the shower one time.
Oh, well, I mean...
That's a super.
he's also a lot younger than her.
I mean...
Like 10 years, yeah.
Once you get to a
Like,
point that doesn't matter.
in Dragon Ball, she's they meet when he is a child, so they don't have that kind of relationship.
When you get to a certain age, it doesn't matter so much anymore.
It's different when you meet at different ages too, though. Like, right? Because that perspective's different.
I believe you.
I'm gonna dodge this commentary entirely because
I'm just
in
gonna
modern
not.
culture, there's a lot of weird. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if Goku's 26 and she's 35, get it, Goku. But not if she's married to Vegeta and him to Chi-Chi. Leave it alone, Goku.
That was the case when he teleported to her shower. But to be fair, he didn't try to.
Okay.
And and he's also an idiot, so he's like,
is he an idiot?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
he
had,
was less concerned than she was.
I think he had like 2 kids before he knew what kissing was or something crazy. The optics of it blow my mind, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not great.
He goes, and if
I say that as a DBZ fan.
He's like, wait, and if you don't extract this fluid, I could be injured. It'll affect my fighting. Please, no, Chi-Chi, extract it. Do what you need to do. Oh, okay. So, on the road finally, saying again for the 8th time in an hour.
Yep, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're traveling.
Cool. All right, you're on the road. 4 horses, 8 people. 7.5 people. You have Koa walking alongside Night Fury. No. I know that's the dragon's name.
Brother man.
No, hold on. I know that's the dragon's name. It is a storm at night. Night storm. Okay. So Koa walking alongside Night Storm with Gwen sitting atop the horse. You have Aldo riding Simone, Jacobo.
One of them.
One of those.
Yeah.
You have Kiken, or Mikhail. I assume you're riding the opposing one, the Daisy.
Daisy's the one that's not here.
Oh no, that's right.
It's the one that Jaden has.
That's right. It's what's his name? Elliot has his own horse, which he's riding, and then you have what's his face? Leon riding, of course, his steed, which is, as people have been saying in chat, a large and impressive steed, not dissimilar from Night Storm. Actually, identified by Koa. I don't remember if he did it in many sessions, like a session 0, but now able to be identified by Koa as being a thoroughbred, one of the pure breeds of Iderian steeds, as opposed to the mixed breed kind of horse that Koa has. So those are the 4 that are there. They are all atop their horse. You can see that Leon rides his horse, and he doesn't have like any. If the fact that other people have to walk alongside him riding his horse crosses his mind, it does not show in the least bit. You also do have Jacobo, the mule. In which case, somebody could sit on the mule if you wanted to.
Nah.
Kale?
No. No. No, why would you even ask?
Mikhail, you don't have a horse, and it is your mule.
Ride the mule, eat your bucket of ooze you brought along, and just enjoy the ride, man.
No, I'm not riding a mule.
Okay.
Didn't say no to the ooze, though, for the record, Your Honor.
I didn't ride the ooze either. So.
Oh, you ate it.
Okay.
Mm.
Back to game.
Yeah, say that louder so Gwen feels worse.
Wow. You because Jacobo is carrying like some supplies or whatever. There's nobody's going to ride it. So it's just the 4 of you walking. Any conversations worth being had along the way? I mean, all the 4 NPCs are getting into little bits of conversation, getting to know each other. A good bit. You have Elliot, who's kind of very charming, a bit flamboyant, very vocal. Making his way along, just kind of like making friendly with everybody. He seems to get along pretty well with everybody that's there. You have Ashanti, who is also fairly charming and getting along fairly well with everybody that's there. Even going so far as to having a bunch of conversations with Leon at first, and then kind of like realizing who Leon is. And then quickly shutting down and not really participating in any conversations with anybody, like completely shutting down, not like very pulled away from everybody, so on and so forth. You have Leon, who will speak to whoever it is that's speaking to him, but doesn't go out of his way to make conversation. He's more sitting atop of steed, riding along the path, and being observational. Whether it be watching a group of you out of the corner of his eye, or watching the landscape that you guys are traveling on. This is a place that he doesn't know, so he's kind of taking it in, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally you have Yara. Yara is so excited to be back on the road again. Holy shit, she's been held up in Hodgwen for so long. And being on the road is so exciting for her. She's absolutely loving it. Hating how soft the ground is, like this is terrible. Because even Yara, even when the rain pours, or the snow melts over in the Barren Lands, it ain't like this. This is straight mud. This is awful. Usually when she's over in the Barren Lands and this kind of seasonal stuff hits, she sticks to the harder surfaces, the hard ground. You don't go to the desolate wasteland where the water just turns into sinkholes. You avoid that shit because you can literally just get sucked in and die. And then there's of course Gwen, who's happily riding the horse, making small talk with Koa, and periodically being like, "Are you sure you don't want your horse? I mean, it is your horse." And him be like, No, of course. I mean, we've been so cramped up in the town for so long, I've got to stretch my legs." And making every excuse in the world except for simping to have her on the horse.
That sounds like Koa.
Any other details worth going over, or conversations that you guys want to have before you spend, upwards 10 hours of travel to get there?
Did Ashanti already know about Leon? I thought she did, but maybe she did not.
She did not. That was something that did not come up beforehand because of her anti-Del perspective.
Yeah, I think she found out about was it Lando, the guy that
Lander.
Lander. Thank you. I knew if I said it wrong, somebody would have it right.
Mm-hmm.
I think that came up in the conversation, but not Leon, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
That's kind of rude and awkward of us.
Mm-hmm. I imagine once you guys introduce them, like you saw the meeting, there's like that moment everybody shared glances and you're like, maybe it'll be fine. Like, I don't want to burst that now. Maybe it'll be fine. And later on, you're like, it wasn't fine. All right, so no noteworthy conversations. I'll gladly jump cut to you getting to the
No,
crack.
for me.
I think so. No.
No.
The 10 hours of travel, it's not easy. It's not an easy trip. Like I said, it takes actually, hold on. Yeah, because you're walking. If it was like a smooth sailing, calm day, so on and so forth, if it was good weather, if it was like mid-spring and not this wet shit you're walking on, you probably could have gotten there in 8 hours or less, especially if Koa is pushing the pace. You could have gotten there in 8 hours or less. But it took you a solid 10 hours because you didn't want to press people and you didn't want anybody to get a chance of getting injured, certainly the horses or whatever it is, making your way down there. And it was relaxing. Sure, you made 2 stops along the way as well, just to like grab snacks, let people, use the restroom, whatever they got to do. But then eventually you finally get there. And the good part is by taking your time as you did here and leaving at the time that you did take those breaks, the good news is it's getting late in the day. The sun is low on the horizon because it's still just early spring. The sun's low on the horizon, and there's far less visibility for the 8 of you as you're breaking your way off of the trail to off the path to get onto off of the road to get onto your trail to get to actual Jerta's crack. When you and that means less likely anybody would notice you. Koa, not being a fool, just kind of says, "Go on ahead, I'll join you in a second." Hangs back for a second, dusts off the road just to cover any tracks or whatever it is you guys would have had for crossing over there. He's wise enough to do so and can roll a survival check when he gets a second to do so. And then would jog up to catch up with you guys and join you pretty much as you finish that 1.5 miles or whatever it is off the road to get to the actual location. When you finally arrive there, there's the 2 entrances. There's we'll call it main entrance, if you will. One that opens to like the center. That is more of like a cave mouth. And then there's the side entrance, but actually is more formed entrance that opens up to where there's actual like brick area, etc., etc. You were chuckling about something, and I have no idea what it is.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I was just watching Keegan's response to my joke. Really stupid.
It's a chat. I was trying to just keep low key, but yeah, that one got me.
Tears in my eyes. That's one of those I saw your Dell
It was
comment.
pretty good.
I saw your Dell comment. I was like, ooh.
Oh, I'm reading it. I'm like, that's a weird thing to say. And then I see what you're responding to, and I'm like, oh shit.
It was pretty good. I have to give props. That was pretty fucking funny.
Oh my god, I think I have to snip that one.
I don't know if I'm allowed to make that joke, but I did anyway because it was too funny not to.
I think you did. I think you did just fine.
Thank you.
I was like, I had to read it a couple of times. Like, God damn it, that's. I don't even have a response.
I was sitting here like a bird, just watching, like a hawk watching your camera, like waiting. I was like, there it is. Anyway, sorry, Scott. Back to your description.
That's funny.
It was pretty
All right,
good.
cool.
I forget Wade does this for a living, Every once in a while, he's funny.
Hey, if you fire enough shots, one of them will eventually hit the mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the
That's
guy
why I
who's
have
the
to- volume.
comedians.
Oh.
Huh?
And no noteworthy conversation. I
Mhm.
think you ruined it.
So you're there. The 2 entrances. Which ones are you going?
I imagine the normal one that we can get the horses up to easily. We probably wouldn't make them go through the whole cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one
That's
we have
just
to go
the
through
main door,
bullshit.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The cave one played up is the one that's easier to get the horses into. The other one has stairs, which horses can, if they're trained right, can navigate, but it's harder. Anyways, so yeah, you guys go up there. Maybe you tether the horses outside to start, or go make your way inside. When you
I
do,
would wait, and I think I would talk to Aldo before we go in.
well,
I would let everyone else kind of go in, but I would want to have a moment alone with Aldo.
You want them to go in without you?
Or at least I want to take Aldo and step aside for a moment.
Yeah. Let's say while they're tethering the horses
I
and
could-
starting to loosen the packs and getting things ready, so on and so forth, you guys can step aside while they're getting stuff ready.
Aldo, I couldn't help but notice that Ashanti was quiet the entire traverse over here. Not that anyone was particularly talkative, but She didn't know about Leon.
I don't know. Did you tell her?
No, but you're the one who spent a lot of time with her, so whenever we invited him along, I guess I didn't think about it, but
I've actually not spent any more time with her than maybe you have, Koa. I think it's Mikhail that they've been working together and things.
oh, I thought you all spent some time out and about, dinner or such.
Oh, maybe once weeks ago, but
Fair enough, and I suppose that wouldn't really come up, but it may be worth I think she bonds best to you, so it may be worth speaking to her about it and giving our apologies or
I
whatever.
think she just doesn't like Leon or something.
I think there was a history between them or something. Not them individually, maybe, but maybe there is. I don't know as much about the conflicts and such, but she was. Well, I could tell that whenever he appeared, she was uncomfortable.
That's probably. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see why.
Yes. From what I know of Leon and his exploits and reputation, I imagine where she's from, likely not the best initial
Yeah,
reaction.
did I tell you about that guy Lando?
I do not recall Lando. Who the fuck is Lando?
That's what you.
Lander. Lander was
Lander.
that. Yeah. What was he? Fucking.
No,
He was Tasian, right?
No, it was you from your Vance.
Yavance. Yeah. Thank you.
Lando. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't ring a bell.
He was that noble who he actually bought some property that coincidentally was next to what we were given out in Westwood. He was a noble from Yvance. Did you know? I don't know if I told you or not, but I think Leon is responsible for burning down his estate and killing his family.
Personally or just military
Uh,
affiliation?
I can't remember. No, but he was apparently overseeing it directly. He's apparently a very he can be fair but ruthless or something. Something about not giving you a chance to surrender, and if you don't, just going scorched earth. Yeah.
I can't fully relate to what proper military protocol and strategy is, but that sounds a bit harsh. Me?
Oh, yeah, a little bit, but I wonder if the reason why she's uncomfortable is because word has gotten out and people maybe know him from such things.
I also
Yeah.
don't know what demons were fully plaguing him for going to go and seek the help of hospital, but the point being, I suppose, is we did bring him along, and if we're going to limit him in on this circle, we're going to need our allies to get along. So we may need to smooth things over, or
Yeah, no, I agree with you there.
it was a misstep by us not to address this ahead of time. But I suppose I didn't think about it. I just, as someone who likes to talk and get attention, I just can tell when someone's disengaged, and Ashanti was very clearly elsewhere during the ride over.
Yeah.
It was a long one.
Give me 1 second.
Odd time for a piss, but do what you must.
I have the idea that he's literally been drinking wine for the whole trip. And it's just finally he had to piss when you walked up and started talking to him. And then he just gets to the point where he's just like, all right, this conversation's still going. And like walks off.
I think you keep forgetting that Aldo's been trying to cut back on the alcohol consumption.
He literally tried to get you to go
sometimes.
drinking the night before him.
Maybe he's not now. I don't know.
What was the last thing you said, sorry?
That she was just disengaged on the walk over. We need to smooth things
Yeah.
over. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I can talk with her, I suppose. Like you said, we need everyone to at least stay on topic. So
Well, with her, he'll like raise his eyebrows. He says this like very obviously like wondering, but also assuming that you're being dishonest. With your similar backgrounds as her, it seems like you two relate the best.
Yes.
Which is why I brought it to you.
Hmm.
Because maybe you would feel something similar.
Yeah, I get what you're putting down. All right, Koa. I'll see what I
I'm
can
not
do.
usually one to get involved in such things, but I do enjoy both of them, and I think hopefully what's in the past is done, and we can move on and just work toward a better future. We all come from diverse backgrounds as it is.
I mean, some grudges run deep, but we'll see.
Just
As far as I know, he's not with Peridot anymore, right?
it seems as though he left. He left his estate. He left everything behind to come here.
Why would you? Now, let's be real.
From what I gathered, lonely atop the mountain, as well as again, I don't know exactly all the demons he faced, but clearly his past, at least parts of it, weighed heavily enough on his mind to where he needed aid to fix it. So perhaps some of the scorched earth were things he thought necessary, but morally compromised him in ways he didn't expect. Or I don't know. I can only make assumptions.
Yeah, well, yeah. I guess that's all we can do.
My wife's here.
I'll see what I
Hello,
can do
Molly. I'm paying
about
attention to
her
chat.
anyway.
I'm so much better than I was the other day. Hi, wife. I saw you immediately. May have not been paying attention to my wife in chat like 2 days ago.
How many days ago was it?
Oh, yesterday.
Oh.
Less than one. Okay.
To be fair, I was playing a hardcore version of Minecraft where one death means you reset all your hours of progress. I was a bit focused on the task at hand. However, that is not a good excuse to be a bad husband. And the 10 lashings I received reminded me of that, and I am back on good behavior now.
Wait, I thought you enjoyed those lashings.
Like, no excuse.
Huh? Actually, I think I found an old. Where are you? You.
I was young and I needed the money, Scott.
All right. I'm not judging. Just to be clear. Not here to judge your life. Oh, here. Yeah, I think I did find it. This one? Yeah!
Hold on.
I
Don't
found his
ever
old image.
scroll up for that joke.
Oh, Molly, I'll copy and paste it to you. On copy image. I have Molly and Fox.
I mean,
I
to be
enjoy
fair,
Lot.
in my defense, it was hilarious.
It was. I still think it's funny.
Thank you.
There you go. Molly. I just DM'd it too. Oh. Molly, we're not friends. I just corrected that. Make sure you do your part. All right, cool.
By that, he means block him.
Oh, Jesus.
So,
No, that's what all the other girls do.
yeah. Wonder why.
I was like, hi, Addie, let's friends. And she was like, new phone, who dis? All right. Thanks, Addie. Cool.
To be fair, Molly, I want you to know there was a previous message that was a you know what, never mind, doesn't matter.
It always gets so much worse.
Yeah. I'll just take the L.
All right. Now, when you say
All
take
right,
the
I think
L,
Aldo and I finished
do you
our
mean the
convo.
hard L or?
I don't know how you pronounce it with the soft one. Keegan, can you demonstrate how you say
Oh, because I'm playing the only Dell. No.
Oh my god, that's true.
Oh, I thought Aldo was the Dell. I thought.
Oh my
I
god,
don't know,
that's really funny.
Nice.
Oh my god. Mm.
I just don't know how to pronounce the name of your people, you know?
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. You know, you're from here. It's a different
Yeah.
time. They always said it weird.
I'm a Haziapian, I guess. I migrated south to Idir. I didn't start here.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're one of the
I'm
good ones.
Tazian Delicious. Delicious. I fucked up my own joke. Let's move on. It wasn't even funny, so
Wait,
like
what
I
were
would
we
just rather
trying to-
move on from that one. That's one of those that missed the mark. My gun jammed. My comedian gun.
I mean, I think that means you have to throw out a bunch of other ones until
Oh, I
something
will.
hits. Okay. A hazy peanut. Oof. That's what they heard.
So you
Well, I
finished this
think-
up?
Anyway, I think you guys were RPing.
I think Aldo and I pretty much finished up unless Aldo had anything
Yeah.
else to add. So we can kind of move on.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was
Is anyone
assuming Scott, but
guarding
I
the
noticed all that
entrance
stuff.
by
I had that
chance?
conversation.
Nope. Nobody's guarding the entrance.
Oh my god, we're gonna walk in here and everyone's gonna be massacred.
That'd be awkward.
Well, let's get the walking part over with at least.
There's just some graffiti where it's like Beltran was here, but it's like pissed on and then sprayed over the piss.
There is a piss mafia.
Please let us go in.
Okay. Going in the entrance or the stairs. You may
Yeah,
walk
well.
through the archway, walk through the initial bit of ruin, and down the hallway to the one doorway that's there. As a reminder, there's an alarm built onto that door. When you open it up, it makes a loud noise. Do you just open the door and let the noise happen, or do you let Aldo try to be a little discreet?
What are we doing? We're just going in, aren't we? There's no.
I think we're just going in. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're trying to be sneaky, that's up to you. But
Oh, we'd sneak in. I feel like announcing our presence is probably the safer way to do it.
yeah,
So, when you guys do that, just open up the door and rings the bell, and immediately catches the attention that there are people that are there. And so they lean up from where they are and look over in your direction. And you can see that there's 3 people over there that look over at the group of you. And they do not look familiar to you at all. So as, the first person walking in, probably Koa, right behind that Mikhail, Aldo, and so on. They see a bunch of people coming in. They immediately start to react. And, 2 of them are quickly going over and grabbing their weapons. One of them starts to reach for their weapon and then stops. As they're like looking at you guys coming in, and I'm sure you say something like, "Hey there," or whatever it is.
Mhm.
They stop and they see you and they go, Is that the Valiant Few?
Oh, Cole
That's
will
right.
raise his hand. Like, yep.
No. He goes, "Oh, calm down. It's their place." And then starts like chuckling as he goes to walk to greet you guys as you're coming down the stairs. I assume you all come down the same stairwell and don't split and go opposite ways. But as you're coming down the stairs to join them, and then as you get closer and you get like a couple extra moments to look at their face, you had only seen this person for so long before, very narrow period of time, and it was a long while ago at this point. But this is actually one of the people that joined into the fight before, that joined in and helped out with the fight when it was jumping when what's his name Edric went and got assistance to help take down the slavers that were coming for like the buyers and sellers and so on and so forth, right?
Oh, okay.
So this is one of the people that you had actually encountered before, but again, peripheral. It's not even a named person that you've encountered before. So they come over and they like greet you and shake your hand and tell the other 2 people who you don't know, calm down. It's just that it knows all 3 of your names right off the bat. Has Elliot was not with you originally, so has no idea who Elliot or the rest of the crew are. Doesn't even know who Gwen is. However, one of the other people say, is that Guinevere? Looking over and she kind of like perks up and looks around and says, "Oh, hi. I'm sorry." And you are looking embarrassed, like, "Oh yeah, only so many people come by your shop." And he comes over and announces, and you hear in the conversation that he's having, even though you're probably not talking or necessarily listening in, you hear in the conversation he mentions that he was one of the guards in Hod Gwen, prior to him joining and coming down here and so on and so forth. which, checks out with what you had heard beforehand. And so, like, as you're hearing the crew and, the people that are here, it's like, oh, where's everybody? Oh, they're all, up that way. Now, big important question for you guys. When you first explore this place, you know that this room that you're walking down the 2 stairwell that comes down, that wraps around, goes to the room that has like the big water, we'll call it fountain or pool that the snake attacked you out of. It also had the door off of this with a bunch of supplies and another hallway off of this that went into the large crack, if you will. And then there's a bunch of shit from the other side of there. There's also a secret hidden door out of the northern part of this that went into the area with the fallen pillars and the fountain that you were interested in, that then joined up with the rest. Did you shut those doors behind you and keep them hidden, or did you leave them open?
I imagine we would have shut them, but I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably would have shut him.
Okay. So you kept that like little pathway there hidden. Dash!
Hey.
Sorry, I got excited. So Tash. Tash. Tash.
Molly, you're welcome.
Hmm?
Molly, you're welcome. Apparently she didn't like my spelling of Winnie.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You got the point across. It was a funny joke. Tash, so Abiotic Factor is supposedly coming for consoles, and so I was looking at potentially buying a console, and I was like, oh yeah, I should totally get a PlayStation. That way I can play it more often, and I can play it with my friends. And then I found out many details about PlayStation, including the fact that you have to join like a subscription and whatnot to even be able to play with your friends and all that stuff. And I was like, I'll just leave it in my office, thanks. I was like, PlayStations are insanely expensive, and they have all these additional extra hidden fees and whatnot. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'd rather just buy another computer. So
That is so relevant to our D&D campaign. Thank you.
Tasha's here.
You can talk to people outside of this show.
I am. I'm literally talking to somebody outside of the show right now.
Tesh, I'm so sorry. We all suffer from the Scott friendship.
All right, let's go.
Great. Where were we? We just saw this dude. He was former guard.
And it's because that door's hidden. They just say, "Oh, everybody's kind of like up and around in the rest of the area there. Nobody really hangs around the crack." Joking because the name is so silly. We just keep eye on guarding this spot here, and there's another guard in the other entrance.
Really hope the Piss Mafia doesn't end up in Jerta's crack. I don't like the combinations that would ensue. Adric around?
Yeah.
Which way would he be hanging around? Hoping to speak with him.
He points down the hallway and says, "Somewhere out there."
Awesome. Well, thank you for watching over this place. Any issues?
Shakes his head and says, "No, I mean, we keep a low profile around here. When people go hunting, they, do in small groups, try to cover our tracks afterwards, kill pretty much what's needed. We burn most fires in here, and, sure, we might go out to enjoy the weather now that it's getting a bit warmer, but for the most part, this place is pretty big and spacious, and it doesn't feel too musty, so we keep here."
Good, considering what it was. The previous tenants, I know whenever they tried to cover their tracks, they also hid them with, I think, the paw prints of plains cats and other predators and things to scare people away.
One of them chuckles, the one that noticed you beforehand, and kind of like hits another guy in the chest, and he's like, "Told you."
Yeah. It wasn't a bad job, just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, well, gods weren't on their side.
For good reason. Right, well, I'm sure we'll be around to chat and such in a bit, but let us handle our business first so we can relax after, yes?
Yeah, no, I'd be more than happy to. And one of them says, "And looking forward to hearing your story."
Koa, smiles, but you can tell it's, less... Well, people that know him probably can tell that he's, less comfortable telling the story in the place, because it's, he's remembering all the fucking places he got stabbed and shot at, and, this is fresh in his mind. Every bit of this is, yeah, I got pretty beat the fuck here.
Yep. And that ending.
And that was a rough ending.
Mikhail will say, "Oh, did Did Jaden make it here?
Oh yes. There's a bit of shall we say, altercation when she first got here, but once we realized, she was with you lot, it was fine.
As long as nobody got hurt too
No.
badly.
It just got boisterous.
Sounds about
Definitely her.
Yeah, another one says, yeah, I think she has a bit of the spark in her too.
Koa does not know what that means.
The spark?
You ask him?
Yeah, say it out loud, just the spark.
Yeah. Oh, the spark of Roga, like Koa has. I'm looking forward to hearing the story.
I'm looking at Koa now.
If Koa follows Vroga. Is the spark of Vroga something Wade should know?
You don't know what he's referring to.
Oh. He'll just right, yes, the story, later.
And another one of them said, so he looks to another one, he's like, told you it was true. Like, he kind of says it as you're walking off.
We totally walk off and Koa looks at the other two. What is the spark of Vroga?
I was
Yeah,
about to ask
Aldo was definitely leaning into Yara, who is with us, and is being like, so what is the spark?
She says, it means that you caught the god's presence, attention, when you were fighting. I've seen Koa fight. At one point, I even thought that. Then I've seen Koa fumble about. Shrugs. Maybe it goes as quickly as it comes.
We should focus on the fighting part, where the spark would definitely still be there.
Oh,
She says, like she didn't know that you were talking. Like,
No, because as soon as Mikhail says he doesn't know, and he sees Aldo talking to Yara, he's like, Yara would be the one to ask.
Mm-hmm.
He would totally be eavesdropping.
yeah. And she, huh?
What do you mean fumbling about?
She shrugs and says, maybe not in front of present company. Looking clearly at the back of Gwen.
Koa probably looks as pale as he did when he first walked in here and was reminded about just this place in general. Yes, of course. No need to go over such things. We have business to do.
Yeah, and speaking of, we should set the rest of the party up. Maybe introduce Gwen and Ashanti to the alchemist's room, and then we should probably go ahead and talk with Edric.
Yes,
get them
let's
some
go
time
take
to
a
look
in-
around.
Let's take a look in there first, and see what we can all find.
It's weird turning the corner because you guys are walking down the hallway talking. It's weird turning that corner where you had put out the torch at one point in time, so that's trying to make it harder to see. And coming around the corner and seeing the braziers lit to light up the crack, and even though it's not as well lit in there as it was in the hallway, you were just walking down to the room before that or what have you. Just walking into the place, and it's decently lit up. And just again, the last few times that you were here, and kind of the pressure of the moment, and the fact that you walked in, there were immediately just friendly faces, was just, I don't know, it's a bit off, right? And then somebody sees you guys walking down the hallway and goes, hey, yo, we got company! Calling Beyonds to attention that's there. And you can actually see he's holding he reaches to his side to pull a horn. You see he grasps a horn on his side, but doesn't actually lift it to his lips or anything like that, as he recognizes a few moments later who it is. And he calls out, well, I'll be damned! And, we'll go over to the bridge that's set up, which I'll get to in a second, to introduce the group of you. Same as the before, this is somebody that has fought before, but this is one of the ones that Edric had kind of drummed up from the streets of Hodgwen to come and join afterwards. Now, I don't mean the people that joined you for the fight before that you're like, ugh, we hate all of them but that one guy. I mean, this is somebody that
one guy
that you had met in Hodgwen before, so that you again vaguely recognize them, but they know who you are, and they came here with him afterwards. And so they come over to introduce you. Now, as a reminder for the crack, the way that the room is kind of set up is, unfortunately, unless you're inside the actual built area, if you're inside the natural wall cave area, the crack goes all the way from the south to the north. It completely splits the room. So the only way to get across is to either go all the way north into like where the chambers are, with the wall that had broken down, and around, or to have the bridge that's set up there. Now, the bridge previously was kind of like a rope bridge. It was never super well formed. There was reasons for that. It helped to control people's passing through in case there were people trying to escape, so on and so forth. But it's not beneficial for the crew that's here. So they went ahead and they didn't make it much better, but they tied planks to the bottom of the rope bridge. So it is still a rope bridge that's there, but it's more easily traversed. It feels less frightening because you can have planks to walk across. The ropes themselves were, there's another row that was kind of set up and wove in between to give more to hold on to. So again, you just have more confidence going across the bridge. It doesn't feel like you might just die. So they go over and they'll greet you, whatever it is, so on and so forth. But because they called out that we have, company, a few other faces will start coming out, and more people, as like there's commotion happening. Others hear it and want to go check it out. And then inevitably, kind of like in this central crack area, you see enough people showing up to realize you are not alone. You came with 8. You didn't realize when you were coming here that there would be over 20 already here. All of you together is about 30, 31, 32 people. You're not 100% sure because there might be hunters that are out or whatever it is right now. So there's 30 plus people that are here right now with your arrival. That is a lot more people than you anticipated when you were first coming here, which has a lot of logistics to it that are probably above and beyond your character's immediate realization. None of you haven't been trained how to handle this kind of responsibility. But I would say likely Mikhail, at one point in time, looking over at Leon, already has gears turning, as he is somebody who's made it his life to deal with these kind of logistics. And anyway, so you see these different people kind of like coming out and seeing you guys there and so on and so forth. And this like rejoicing that's happening. Very quickly, it goes from like hellos and realizations and so on and so forth to a type of celebration happens. None of you even know how the celebration started. You don't know if it was something that Aldo had whispered in somebody's ear to get it drummed up, or somebody else used as an excuse to get more beer than what's being rationed out, or what. You don't know. But very quickly, a celebration starts within 15 minutes of your being seen. Probably less than half of that. And then there's drinks coming, and there's like joys. It gets loud, it gets boisterous, like a loud Thanksgiving. Except it's all stone walls. So whether if you mean the echoey crack area, or if you're out inside where the different actual rooms are, wherever you are, there's a good number of people, and it's just you feel the pressure of voices, you feel the volume, and it's actually. It's nice because you don't realize it at first, but as the time rolls on, the next 2, 3, 4 hours, 5 hours roll on, there's such like a kindness here. There's such like a joy, especially after that long travel and so on and so forth, especially in this place, that it takes a bit for you to realize that a lot of the evil that you associate with this place has already started peeling back to kind of just the enjoying of each other's company and knowing that you are kind of arm in arm in solidarity against the fucks that did it originally. And again, it's not something that you notice all at once or very quickly, but eventually you come to this realization, this moment of reflection, each one of you in your own time. But cutting back to not, 4, 5, 6 hours in advance, the first several minutes are people coming over, happy to see you, and very familiar faces. Edric comes over. He's happy to see the group of you, and he's very friendly. Actually comes up and embraces each of you individually, right? Which is nice, because he's not usually the hugger type. And he doesn't seem drunk when he does it. So, either way, he embraces each one of you individually.
Koa will say to Mikhail, there may be an enchantment on this place. Nodding at Edric, like hugging Aldo.
Are you the one asleep, or is it me? Wake me up.
Koa will like slap himself a little bit, shake his head at you.
Jaden will come over, and she's happy to see the group of you joining in. And you can see that she also, even more so than before she left you, has an ease to her, a comfort to her that's here. And then there's a myriad of other faces that you either do or do not know from the various others that have come here over time. Didn't somebody else come very recently? Wasn't there a guard that you guys just encountered in Hodgwen that came here? with what's his name, Edric.
The one. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Yeah. But there's
We had like a brief meeting with him. I think, or Koa might have had the meeting.
Yeah. And so he's here as well. So like, there's a growing number of people. So faces that you do or do not know, and so on and so forth. So again, it's kind of a bit chaotic. Those first, those people are saying hellos or whatever it is. But I imagine after the initial chaos, you'll eventually want to move to the side to have conversation. So the exploration of the, when it comes to, we should probably show the girls the lab. Ashanti is like, yes, that sounds very exciting. Whereas Gwen's like, maybe just we have time. We can be here tomorrow. Kind of like, getting her to calm down. Like clearly this, she's reading the room, and it's one of those things where obviously Ashanti was excited, but once that like one line or whatever was said to her, she's like, oh yeah, duh. And also kind of like we'll switch gears from work mode, if you will, to relaxing with the rest. But again, flashing forward, eventually you'll want to have like a proper conversation with Edric or potentially others as well. Have a bit of an aside. I would.
Do we perform? Does the Valiant Few perform during the party?
That's a great question. Before we can get to what I was about to say,
I figured you were about to transition. I apologize for cutting you off, but yeah, it's like I don't know about the Valiant Few song. That feels a little bit self-indulgent, but like at least the Dan song might be like fitting for
very appropriate.
Yes.
I don't know that we pat ourselves on the back with the Valiant Few in front of people that are just like, "Yep, that's you."
Right. Yep. You're singing the song about yourself. Cool.
But Dan would definitely be a hit here.
I'll say Mikhail would not take. It would not take much of a push to get him to start. So if anyone even mentions it or asks about it, then yeah, he probably would. But otherwise, he's trying to think like, no, we have stuff to do still, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, same, but like also, Ko is an 18-year-old who loves attention and thinks he's like chosen and stuff. And so if people are looking up to him and saying like, "You guys rock," what's that song? He'd be like, "Oh, I couldn't. You couldn't possibly make." All right, fine. Like as he's walking up willingly, like, "Oh, you're forcing my hand."
Forcing my
Koa
hand
starts
for
it off with
Dan.
perform percussion check.
All right, so hold on before you do that. This is such a practiced performance of you guys. You can choose to just take a 10. We just take a 10 as a group, which means those of you that are assisting, give him the bonus. He takes the 10, his modifier, your thing, and you just walk away. Or you can try to put on a show.
I mean,
I will say taking a 10 still gets us a pretty damn good performance.
would it be a +4 or +2 from each of us to help out?
That's +2 each. It'd be the total +3.
So +3 plus you're rolling a 10 with a +3. What's that give you, Mikhail?
That'd be a 22.
So not a 25. But I will say that you can't.
I did roll a nat 20
or
as my
all.
first roll.
And if you rolled a nat 20 now, it's more likely you don't roll a nat 20 again. The probability is now you roll low next. That's how math works. So, with you guys either all roll or can all take the 10. I'm fine with either way.
I'll leave it up to our main performer, Mikhail. What do you want to do?
I'm okay with taking a 10. We don't usually get that opportunity.
Let's take it. So we have a 22.
Confirm 22. You normally have a +9.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Cool.
So
Do you guys want to roll to see what it would have been?
anything.
I'm just kidding.
No, I don't want to waste it.
All right.
So you guys put on the performance specifically for Dan, and then probably again one of those like the end of the song mellows out to however it goes. Like you put on the one performance. You're not doing a whole concert here, but you're playing to the crowd, whatever it is. So you play the full song of Dan, maybe little notes of other known songs from your crew or whatever it is. Just like little bits here and there to play to the audience, and they are frothing at it. The choice of playing Dan was hands down the correct choice. I mean, some of these people have been to Leshev or know Leshev. All of them know the fucking song. Before they even joined your cause, they knew the song. right? And so and it's one of those things too where even Ashanti, who knows your reputation, it's one of those like she never had that moment to associate that song to you guys, even though she knew it intellectually. She never experienced it before, and so even she's like, "Holy shit, that's right!" Like there's that like great moment for a bunch of people that are there, and so it really plays to the crowd in all the ways that you need to. And like I said, if you weren't already popping bottles before, people are definitely having this kind of like joyful party moment, so on and so forth. Nothing crazy, nothing off the rails, but just like really enjoying each other's presence.
How much is everyone in our party enjoying it? Not like the three of us, but I mean like Gwen, Leon, Ashanti, like Edric. How much are they drinking?
Yeah, that's fair. So Leon is not much of a drinker. He will have a few beverages, but he is very assessing the situation. Lots of calculations going on behind his mind for those of you that have experienced him. Like, again, Koa knows him well enough to see this.
Koa is probably matching his level if he's the one drinking the least.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's trying to, like, he's trying to learn from Leon, I think. As well as, like, knowing that they have business to do. I think he's celebrating, enjoying, but also, like, us three kind of inspired the party. So he doesn't want to be the sloppy host, you know?
I would actually say
do that.
So
Aldo's got that covered.
the sloppy. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, Aldo's being responsible too. No.
I remember the old days of being the host that would match drink for drink with other people, but like still somehow holding shit together. Oh man, my liver could not. I'm not even joking. I had one beer yesterday. Granted, it was 9% beer, but I had one beer yesterday, and I fucking felt it. Like rosy cheeks.
I'm at that stage of life. Whereas Aldo's like Will Ferrell in Old School, like alone running down the road naked, like we're going streaking. Aldo, no one's with you. Everyone's doing it. Aldo, we're drinking coffee. Not me.
Irish coffee. Happy St. Patty's. You know, like
Drink for drink with Aldo would be fucking insane. There's no way.
Anyways, so back to actually he's not the one drinking the least. What would surprise you if you're actually watching, the person drinking the least is Edric.
I wondered if it would be him or one of the guards maybe that would be like toning it down the most.
Yeah, Edric is nursing one drink the entire night. Like if he even finishes it, it's probably out of respect for the gods. You know what I mean? Like I will not waste the beer that you have blessed our world with. You know, just one of those. But Edric is actually the one drinking the least. The girls, once they realize it's a safe, comfortable scenario, the two of them, and then they ended up gravitating over towards Jaden, who is just like a powerhouse of a personality in general. So the three of them end up joking and laughing, having drinks, and filtering out to the others, and having fun. Their average NPC is getting sloshed. You know, again, not sloppy, but very drunk, right? And so probably the only one here that is, I'll say sloppy, if you will, is Aldo, but we all know Aldo knows how to hold it together, even when he is sloppy. So,
Mikhail is not drinking much either.
Cool. Maybe, I imagine maybe like a drink more than Koa, but like also keeping it tight sure.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's about right.
And so you're watching this kind of like taking it in for how the NPCs go. Oh, Elliot gets drunk. And he's like, dancing about Yara gets drunk. She has a great
How does
time.
Elliot's dancing go here? I hope he does well.
He does need to redeem himself. We got to get a redemption for
Do we
Elliot.
have a daddy's dice for Elliot's dancing?
All right, here we go.
The man deserves a good dance, you know?
Hey! He got over a 20. So
Hey,
actually,
all right, well,
I think he
hell
got
yeah.
a 22, actually. So his
So he
dancing is
matches
as
our
good as
energy.
your song. Yeah.
Hell
Alright.
yeah, dude.
That's great news. Okay, cool. So Elliot actually does a great job dancing, which is good news.
Koa will be sober, but he will be like encouraging Elliot, like maybe like encouraging one of the girls to dance with him or something again. Like Ashanti, maybe it's like a redemption, like because he's dancing better. So Koa will be trying to push for Elliot to feel a lot better about it.
Yeah, and he'll dance with anyone.
Billy's not there this time to outshine Elliot.
Yeah.
He'll dance with anybody too, because after you do your song and get the party properly started, Other people will like, stomp on the ground or hit tables and do like shanties or whatever it is. And he'll keep dancing to other things as well. Like he'll dance for others, so on and so forth.
Koa will
So he
join
has a
him
good
for
time.
one, just so Elliot can look a lot better than Koa at dancing.
That let's see how that goes well with Gwen. Roll for
I'm
her
sure
dancing.
fine. She'll laugh. Let me see
Watch him roll a nat 20 and get like a 23.
Even if I do, what is it, perform?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't outshine him if he rolled a 22. 4. I'm stumbling around looking
You may as
terrible.
well just. You
This is one of
just
those where
roll a
Elliot's
straight
doing dance
D20.
moves, and I'm like,
At some point, you realize as you like turns like I don't know double finger whatever it is towards Elliot, you realize not only is he no longer next to you, there's several people between you.
Koa's leaning into the bad dancing, like almost like it was intentional because he wanted Elliot to like look awesome, and he's trying to more so just like fit the goofy like be laughed at by the girl rather than try to look skilled at this point. It's like, look, I can cleave a man's head off. I've got muscles for days, but also I'm goofy. Look at this terrible dance.
Nobody's looking. Nobody wants to see it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. They do.
No, I'm just kidding. So no, he yeah, so it goes off well for him and so on. The evening goes on, people having a good time. And eventually people start filtering out and passing out in different areas and so on and so forth. And it gets down to the ones that you want to have the conversation with. So there's the three of you, if you choose to invite Aldo, or he chooses to barge in. There's the three of you. There's Leon, if you choose to invite him. Definitely Edric. That's who you're there to see and speak with. But who else would you invite to like the conversation?
Are we doing we're going to look at the lab tomorrow after the girls have
Correct,
slept?
yeah.
Okay. Would it just be us and Edric, or we have Leon or anyone else join for this conversation? Just
Yeah,
us
Leon
and
makes
Edric.
sense.
Just Edric?
I don't think Leon for the initial.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Okay.
probably it then.
So just us and
him.
Edric at first,
Okay. And is Aldo there?
I imagine.
Aldo will be there, yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if he was going to try to find one of the female guards and see if he can show her his rulership.
Tazy and Aldo is here.
Ah, my apologies. I forgot about that angle. So, okay, my apologies. Ooh, does his accent slip when he's drinking?
Nope.
He's also been drinking.
He's a practice drunk, thanks.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Wade and Jake. All right, cool. So you guys go to meet with him. I don't know if you remember all the chambers, but there's one particular chamber that actually has like a table in it. It has all the beer, whatever it is, so on and so forth. And so that's the chamber it's going to be. And Edric would even tell you that the chamber that has the beer held up inside of it, it's kind of like a middle chamber, so it like goes north to where the
okay.
where the lab is, and it goes south to where other another chamber is where goods were stored beforehand. So in that chamber there, he says like this is the room that he made his because it was just easier to continue storing more casks here than move these ones, and he can oversee the kind of like those kind of supplies here, and he's kind of middling, so he can get to most of the other places pretty quickly. So either way, and that has a table in it, some chairs. So the four of you easily able to sit down, because I don't know if you recall, but this is where actually I don't think you saw anybody gambling before because you guys were loud, not quiet. But there's a table here with 4 chairs. So he sits down at that table where there's a bunch of empty mugs or whatever it is. Clearly there's gonna be a bit of cleanup tomorrow, not today's problem. And he'll sit down with you. Imagine it's like other people kind of gone off, going their separate ways or what have you. The ladies haven't like crashed and gone to bed yet because I'm gonna touch on something in a second. But you can imagine other people are simmering down elsewhere, and you guys are settling into your conversation. And so, as you do, and the doors are shut because the north and south door are shut, you go over to the table and sit down, and he'll be like, "It's good to see you. Good
Much
to
better
see
than-
you."
Much better than hiding in a basement. I'm glad that spirits seem high here.
Yeah, there's much more light here, he says, looking around the stone walls and the 2 lit torch or 2 lit sconces.
Yeah, warmer too.
Still will
There's
take
that.
some adjustment. I've had less time here, I think, than you have, and my memories of the night are still a bit fresh.
No, it's So, how things go in town?
Cole kind of looked at the other two.
Good. How did things go in town with you?
He like looks at him, like assessing for a second, realizes that he's got a glossed look in his eye, and he says, "It was smooth on the way out."
Many more you're hoping
Nods.
to get out of town and bring in?
Shrugs. I ain't gone back in yet to find out if there were more wanting to come out this way.
Cole looked at Aldo. We did make contact with a guard who is a bit sympathetic to our cause, if not a bit rough around the edges.
Orvain. That guy, right? That's who you're talking about?
I don't know his name, but
He was the guard. He was the captain of the guard, but then he got like shafted for Beltran. That's the one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's more than just a guard.
Wait, sympathetic?
Oh yeah, they don't like Beltran. Let me tell you.
No, what's that word
Yeah.
mean?
agrees with us. Doesn't like Beltran.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. I don't. I know the person. I didn't know that they agreed with us. I thought you were saying they were like hunting or something. And it's not a. It's a sympathetic.
Aldo knows a bit better, but from what he told us, it sounded like I don't know if he's on our side to the point of where he'd help us with something major, but at least information and maybe some minor requests he may be willing to assist us on, but I'm not sure if he's willing to put his neck on the line.
Oh yeah, he definitely said he doesn't want to. Something about not. He can't be. Something about. He doesn't like. He doesn't want to kill Beltran or something.
No. He wants him out of the way though.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a self.
But he, I think we more or less suggested that Beltran, maybe needs to be gone permanently, and I think he's one of those what he doesn't know doesn't really matter.
So this is a self-promoting thing. He's in it for his own gain, not in it for the fight.
Well, he was captain of the guard, and now he's not. But I think it might be more than that though, because he just didn't seem to like what Beltran was doing.
Listen, when we first went to Hod Gwen and pushed to have people, and had people helped out, arrested, all that shit. Again, I know him. I talked to him. I had to work with him on this shit. Didn't seem like the kind that would be sympathetic, but he is well, at least what you're saying makes a bit more sense. He's doing it for himself. That can be used. We can benefit. But
yes, the foe of our foe is our friend.
No, true enough, but then that's also somebody who could easily turn. It's an ally you got to keep an eye on.
Yes.
Correct.
I don't know about you, but when I get in a fight, I usually like to keep my eyes forward. Now, I say I don't know about you, but I saw what you did before, and you had the choice between having someone at your backside that could they can keep you safe or turn. You chose to shackle them up or clobber them down. Now, again, I agree with this. You want to work with somebody that you have to wonder about shackling up or clobbering down?
Want to versus need to. We don't have many allies in Hot Gwen.
We
And I
didn't
think it's
have
a
many
bit-
allies when we went against the shit in this hole.
No, but that was a direct conflict. This is a bit more
Delicate.
yes.
Oh.
Less direct
Politicking.
daggers, more that, yes.
Right. I mean, it
Someone
is.
politicking behind my back scares me a bit less than someone wielding a sword.
Yeah, when it comes to Beltran, it's tough to find allies. Might be a stretch, but any kind of leverage that we can use, he's got all of it.
Yeah, I got no
So-
doubt if Beltran was dead and gone or whatnot, he'd be a bit easier to work with. He's just, uh, he's a worm looking to see if there's a hook coming. Is it a hook or a beak? But
I don't think that's the case. I don't, like. I'm sure he's really. Everyone's out for themselves to an extent, right? Except maybe Koa. He's always putting other people ahead of the people that he should be looking after. Aldo's like hitting him in the chest.
You
But,
say Koa, he hits his mug on the table twice and actually takes a swig from it when you say that.
Koa's like, thank you, Aldo.
But then you keep going, and he just makes his swig longer as you finish saying your words, so he doesn't have to make eye contact with you as you do it. But continue, Aldo.
Because mostly what he didn't like the decisions Beltran was making. He didn't like what the guard had turned into. I think as much as he's out for himself, there's also other things there that we can use.
Roll me a sense motive check, Jake. Just Jake.
My God, is this where Edric's a doppelganger and it's not the real Edric?
He's been Beltran the whole time.
Actually. Oh, I was just about to
Oh
say.
God, I hope he is.
Are you happy with the 15?
Yeah.
It almost slips past him because he's pretty drunk. But you say that, and then because you're drunk, you can imagine your attention is kind of like looks at anything around, and your slow blinks and whatnot. He waits until you say that that falls on to silence. There's a few seconds that might pass between each line people say here and there if there's a bit of gravity to it, and that's one of them. And when you do a slow blink or whatever, he'll actually toss a look to the two of you. And it's kind of a slight head nod towards Aldo, just kind of knowing that he's drunk, but just kind of do you agree, kind of a thing. But before you can even respond, you're welcome to, of course. But before you can even respond, Aldo, you did notice it. You did notice him more or less. You say this line, you put this notion forward, and he looks for confirmation from the other two. I don't know if you care to react.
Yeah, Aldo just snaps and he's like, I make some of the best decisions while I'm drunk, thank you. And I will not have you questioning my decision making.
He's called out. He just straight up says, yeah, sorry.
I will also add that I trust Aldo, and Aldo's worked for weeks in Hardgwyn on trying to gather intel and help us with this as well as other things that we're working on, and all of it's panned out and been very useful. And alcohol levels aside, he knows what he's doing, and he does do a great job of it. Even if sometimes he's too out for himself, he'll say, beating you on the chest.
That just
I think he was sober when he got the info too.
You see him turn his face, and he looks at Mikhail and away from Koa, and he's he's rubbing his chest.
He's
All right.
gonna do it again.
If you if you think he's trustworthy enough, he shrugs. What do I know? Well, then let's lean on him. Where we can. So you think he's going to give intel? You think he's going to give support? Or you think he's willing to help?
Has he given us anything yet? What has he given us? I don't remember.
A notion of wanting Beltran gone as well. And certainly you can kind of assume any actions you have going on around the town, he's not exactly reporting.
Gotcha.
Yep. And one EP.
And then
he gave us his EP.
Which gave you guys rerolls. That sucked.
Yeah, the last one was really bad.
Yep.
And Koa will look to Mikhail and Aldo again, we doing this?
Yeah.
Just one thing quickly.
Mhm.
I don't know if you two have noticed, but Edric seems different. For one, I've gone tankard for tankard with this guy before, and he's had the same thing in his hands for like 4 hours. Can we just address the plains cat in the room here?
Edric, your drink must have been pretty terrible by the end of the night. You were nursing yours longer than I was mine. Seems odd for you.
Yeah, well, people that joined up, not bad people. They believe in helping out. They want to see Beltran get it in well, a good number of ways, depending on who you ask and when you ask them. But not all. You know, when you bring one of your friends to meet another friend, and you think they're gonna hit it off, and instead they just hit each other. It's kind of like that, but there's a bunch of them. And then you shove them inside of a hole, even if it's a big one, and throw some snow out the door, and make rations a little scarce from time to time, and blood boils. Trying to make sure I keep the peace. Ain't had to knock no one down yet. At least not, with more than words or occasional whack. But, drinking happens. Sometimes a good mood turns sour. He shrugs. Anyway, things went well. I think they were happy to see you guys. He's like, has like a quarter smile, but it's like a genuine smile. I'm like, oh.
Likewise, Edric.
I think that we all feel that way, and if you trust all of them, then we shall as well. I'm sorry that things have come to this, where you all have to live out here in a cave away from more amenities and such, but I am surprised with how well of a job you've done, not because of you yourself lacking leadership qualities, but more so just because this is a tough situation, a tough hand to be dealt. And to keep the morale as high as it is for everyone having to leave their homes, leave friends, families, and deal with the fear of Beltran coming knocking with his armies and such. You've done an amazing job. And I'm hoping that Beltran can be dealt with sooner rather than later, even. We've gathered some intel on him. We know as long as he's in his comfort zone, he only travels with a small group. He'll kind of look to the others as far as like what we know.
Just so I don't forget, you guys found out where he went, right? It's Estrad.
Yeah, actually, Leon knows more about that. I think he said more or less that Estrad is now Hodgwen. A Hodgwen controlled thing.
Or soon to be, maybe. But he took he took most of, if not all of the soldiers that had been training.
Wait.
Guard numbers are slim. He's not even in Hodgwen right now.
He so kind of ignoring half of what Wade said there, the first half of, for reasons.
Thanks,
he says, wait. You mean they're not even in Hodgwen right now?
The god is, but not him or his army.
No. I mean his
correct.
His army or whatever. They're not even in Hodgwen right now.
Right.
Oh man. If they
It's
were
been,
in time.
a week.
And he's with them?
He's with him.
Listen, you all know that I weren't always this upstanding gentleman, getting paid to guard prestigious locations like banks and whatnot. At one point in time, I had a past.
I won't hear of it. I mean, I will. I'm curious.
You always charged more than the horrible people you hired to help us.
You're welcome.
You got that going for you.
Koa smiles as he says it.
Says, if you're going to hit a mark, a guarded mark, is there a better time than when they're on the road? Sure, they hire their, guarded mark, right? But They can't check everything before they get there. They can't watch every, path off the road. They can't keep an eye on it all. And what support they gonna get? What they is all they is. That's it. Oh, if there were a time to hit them, Beltran specifically, but any of them on the road, it's too many. It's not possible. But if I wouldn't give anything to treat this like an armored carriage, stock full of silver.
How, I mean, I know there's a numbers difference, but if let's say we were going to act on them, how would you go about it?
Numbers difference. Doesn't he have hundreds? 100?
There's like 100 if I remember.
Is it hundreds?
Yeah, about 100.
If I'm counting correctly, there's about 30 people here.
Yeah.
Those ain't good odds.
And I'm assuming the farmers that they're attacking in Ostrid are not exactly wiping them out by the dozens. But for the sake, he'll give Mikhail a look like, are you really considering this? For the sake of, I guess, conversation, yes, go on.
I'm just curious.
No, I don't have enough details, right? But you're talking to Strahd. Strahd's it's on the river too. So if they're traveling to and from, you know where they're going to be, north of the river. If they're traveling to and from Hogwen, they're going to make the travel easy. Keep along the river. You can't get lost if you see the river at all points in time, right? Stick to the road, nice and easy. So you know where they are. Maybe not exactly right then, but you know where they are. Here, there, or somewhere in the middle, right? So you know where there is. It's just a matter of, are they together? Are they broken up? There's a lot of people. Do they all travel in like a merry bands, holding hands, prancing down the road? Or do they break it up? Those with a bit of money or whatever, or his personal guard. Think he wants to smell a soldier wafting downwind from him? Nah. He's going to be somewhat separate from the others. Maybe he's got his own small unit, half dozen. He's pretentious. Maybe 10. And then him. They'd all be on horse, probably. Everybody else probably walking. You could find the horse tracks. Now you know where he is. Seems like an easy thing, but he would have reinforcements. They'd be around, blow of a horn, shown in the night, whatever. I'm just saying, it wouldn't be hard to find where they are. We don't get the numbers. It's just,
Yeah.
Ugh, if they were.
But what if he had to get back really quick, and only the people with horses could get there quick enough?
Yeah.
What if one of the guards from Hogwen had broken off because the city has started rioting? The Valiant Few have rallied the city and they're taking over the council. His parents have already been taken in the keep or whatever it is, wherever they're in their mansion. He's going to want to have to get back there quick. I can sell it. I can. I'm telling you. If anyone can do it, it's me.
If he thinks there's a full-blown riot, wouldn't he get his army and just retreat and come back?
Yeah, I don't know.
They might
that
do
kind
that.
Of thing, something he would do quick, or if he'd want to grab his troops. I can't get.
But
into
if the
mind.
whole city's fortified against him, and they bar the gates of Hogwen, I mean, they could starve him out. But what's going to happen to his?
No.
What's going to happen to his people?
That'd be too high opposition. If
We
he's
don't even
barred
know
from the
how
city,
much
everyone's
favor
against
we
him.
have. Yes, between
He'd
the
go
council,
elsewhere.
between the council and the gods. I mean, they might not side with us enough. We don't have enough intel on that. But I like what.
Oh no, I was making the whole thing up. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with Hogwen, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
no, even as a lie, though, if it's too high of opposition, then someone like Beltran, he's not going to walk into the lion's den. He'll just go somewhere else, send word to people, lie low for a
Maybe.
while.
He is kind of a coward.
Yeah.
We know he cares
That's a
about.
good C word for him.
He cares about
I had a
coin.
different one.
Yeah, me
Because
too. I
about-
just wasn't feeling the emotional moments. Kind of, I do live in America, and people here have that kind of opinion. You use that word, no matter how funny it is.
I'm gonna go back into Aurorum here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I out of body experience. What's in this drink?
We know he cares about coin, and we know he doesn't mind nefarious activities. I think we assume he wouldn't want everyone in the guard, the military, his family knowing about all of them, right? And I
Certainly
think
not.
the three of us have discussed potentially using that to our advantage.
Yeah. That's not a bad. It's not a bad track, though. I mean, Aldo, what you were talking about, just giving him a reason to have to rush back, though, that could inspire him to break off from the army, the main body of it, right? Maybe leave them with orders, come back with. What was the? How many people was the small group he's usually with?
He shrugs.
I'm like asking.
Yep.
No, this was something we learned outside.
That's something we learned. I actually just forgot.
Yep. So he always has that one person, the gem, with him, right?
Yeah,
And then he
the amber or whatever.
he usually has, what is it, 4? That's usually with him. I think it was.
Not counting the.
Not counting the gem. So that means
So he has 5. Wait, is the jewel or whatever? Is that the same one that we have as a contact? Or do we have a name? That's a name we got. Borask.
Borask
Yeah.
is,
Okay.
his assistant.
but
is
you
an
did
amber
not get
jewel.
you did not
I
have him as
I
contact.
labeled it. Yeah. I didn't look at my
Joey,
own damn
technically
label.
that wasn't in the town. Technically that was traveling from that was walking. No, he's not wrong. I was walking around in the town. There were 4 that were there, and then 2 more would join him when he was going from the town's like safer areas to the town's. Oh no! Sorry, when he was in the town's safe areas, he never had to have anybody around him because all the guards were his. It was when he was leaving the heavily guarded area
Yeah, in
going
transit.
to-
So as long
going
as we
to
were in
the-
the nice part of town, he could potentially travel alone or just with his assistant, depending.
Yes, generally speaking, yes. But every guard theoretically is under his belt.
Yeah, right.
I've got another. What about this one, right? If he's still in Estrad, what if we can figure out a reason that he's summoned back? What if we take a ship? Now, old Billy can captain a ship, I'm telling you. And we sail to Estrad. And then we tell him we're here to take him for whatever reason on the ship. Him and his guard will get on the ship. And then we can deal with it there.
He
It's
shrugs and says,
we just need a good enough reason.
"Listen, I don't know about
hold
you,
on.
but I brawled on a boat before, and my feet, they don't serve me quite the same. You don't have quite the, when your feet ain't planted right, and wood just doesn't give you the same kind of oomph that like ground does. Water's soft or whatever.
We don't have to
I
get
don't
him on the
know.
boat either. What if his parents, if we can find something written by them, we could just forge something that is requesting him to return.
Right. Or heck, we get might be able to get Orvain to pen something.
If he's willing, that'd be asking a lot. He'd be putting his neck out there in ways he may still not want to, but
You're right. Maybe he doesn't pen something. Maybe he can get us access to someone else's handwriting now.
yes. We do have some
you're right.
handwriting from some of his former associates.
True. Ashtara.
She emerges with an opportunity or a warning. Needs an urgent
Warning.
meeting.
He shrugs and says, "If this is what I was saying, it'd be good opportunity, but y'all, just because he controls that army now doesn't mean that somebody loyal to him doesn't take over in his absence, or what the fuck his parents gonna do if you done did him in,
It would have to be discovered that we did.
Well, they would know their son died one way or the other, right? He
Or is missing.
He goes missing, or turns up, belly up in the river or something. They're gonna know, and those are people you don't cross too easy. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not, turning yellow here on you. I'm saying if it's gonna be done, you ain't got a bad idea there, Aldo. I guess you do drink smart, but some lie or some shit pull him away, attack them. But even still, if you got a dozen guard with them, 13 strong, that's a lucky number. Do we really want to go toe for toe with 13? Sure, we could bring some of ours, but there's a difference. You three, well, at least two of you know how to fight, right? And then we all know I know my way around a club or whatnot. But how many more we got? How many more can really fight? They's trained. They's soldiers. We just, we just know our way around a bar room.
Well, they can't fight very well if they're asleep, first of all.
We don't have to fight an army. We just have to fight him.
No, but I'm talking about you spin a lie and he come running. Aldo's not wrong. He come running. He gonna bring all them on horses, right? So there's gonna be that's the crew. That's up 13. Maybe
if we ambush them
7.
on the way, but if he gets back and we can lure him out alone from his army,
lure him from his personal guard
of one person, as long as we stay in the ritzier area where his guard's already patrolling. That shouldn't be a problem.
In Hodgwen? Oh,
if that's
shit.
the place he's most disarmed.
I don't know, Koa. I thought you were talking about hitting him on the road between Ostrad and Hodgwen when he's come running back, but if you're talking about in Hodgwen itself where there's eyes everywhere, Koa, that kind of shit in cold blood. Listen, I'm not saying he don't deserve it, but how many people in the streets of Hodgwen want to see that man dead? Yeah, it's a good number, but how many of them are also willing to turn up, any evidence they have to earn a couple slivers? So many of them would just turn. But
what if it's a place that's not out in the open? It's a place that's covered up.
Koa, there's a reason why we're out here in this fucking crack at each other's throats for an entire winter. It's because we whispered and our whispers were too loud. Listen. I'm here with you, man. I'm willing to fight.
Well, you're shooting down a plan before you've ever even heard the rest of the details.
Just in Hodgwen, I don't.
Edric,
a man in his kitchen,
Well, not his. Maybe Ashtar's old one, though.
He will chuckle, but it is kind of a forced chuckle because he's trying to find the light in the scenario, but he shuts up and kind of gestures like sorry for interrupting you and for you to keep going.
Because trust me, I'm with you on thinking that if we can hit him on the road, it's a much better opportunity. But just as other fallbacks, that could be useful. It all depends on what we use as a lure. Do we try to make him think Ashtar is back or is warning him of something and set up a meeting? Would he even go for that at this point?
How many men you got? How many people you got here that can fight?
He shrugs and says, "As far as I can tell, everyone here can pick up a stick." Actually, there was one that came with you, Gwen. I don't know if I'd be handing her a blade.
I wouldn't underestimate her, but with a blade, perhaps.
He shrugs. He says, "I don't know. She seems nice. I don't know if she got it in her. Could be wrong."
If we could hit him on the road.
By the people that we brought, how many people have you got here that can fight?
I think everyone that was here before you showed up.
How many is that again? I can't remember.
There's
about 30.
No, 30 included you. He's like 22, 23. He shrugs.
If we all move out and ambush them on the way.
Oh God.
How many guards?
That many people? Listen,
how many guards in Hodgwen are still sympathetic? I'm sorry, are still on our side?
None.
No, there's at least one. At least two.
There's
the one that sent us to the bar, and then there's the one that we're talking to, but there's got to be more.
It ain't that easy, Koa. The people would whisper, and you'd hear the whispers, and then this sounds kind of grimy, but these people would complain, and you would lend an ear, the sympathize ear, right? And you would lend that to them, and then you'd talk it up, and you'd like fan that fire, right? You'd get like all the praline burning up inside of them, and then you'd be like, hey, you want a sword and a pillow? And they'd be like, fuck yeah. And then they'd come, marching to the honor of Vroga and all that shit. And then they come down here and that flame kind of tampers down. But like, if you're not there trying to fan that fire, I don't know how stoked up it is. And we keep taking those that were the most. So I don't know how many. It could be 2, it could be 20, but it's going to be less than half.
A lot of prospects, but most of them wash out.
He shrugs. He thinks he knows what you're saying. We're prospects. Why not now?
We have multiple avenues. We attack him on the road. We wait, let things continue to develop, and let him build up a larger armed force. Or we find a way to lure him back into Hodgwyn and get him somewhere there.
I think there's another advantage to getting him on the road, especially if we get him to break off early. There's no way he's bringing the entire army, especially if what he's doing in Estrad isn't done. I imagine at that point, though. I mean, true. Edric, do you know how far it is to Estrad from Hodgwyn?
Yeah, he nods. He's like, it ain't too far. If you got a fast horse, you can get there in a day. If you're a slow walker, maybe 2.5, unless you're really afraid of night, not about that far. I walk it in 2 days usually, so I, enjoy the walk.
100 people aren't going to move that fast, but they
we
still
lure
have
him
time.
away. We lure him away and we fight him with what? What are these people armed with compared to what he's going to have? Even if he has a smaller regiment, they're going to be armored with better weaponry.
And it's more than that, too. Like, Aldo suggesting bring the whole crew here, and I get what he's saying. Let's pretend this is the 13 and we bring 30. Sounds like good numbers, right? But if we got rocks and they got, bows, that's going to make things a little bit difficult. If we've got, knapsacks and they've got, plate, that's going to make a difference. But putting that aside, any of y'all ever ambushed somebody before? Like, seriously, just like all shit on the table. Any of y'all actually ambushed somebody like a
bandits in the woods one time?
No. I mean, you be the fucking bandit and you attack somebody on the road. You ever do that shit?
No, of course not.
Well, let me tell you, there's like a sweet spot. There's like a real sweet spot, almost like a dirt girl spot. You know what I'm talking about? And what you do is, if you bring too many people, you're fucking heard. You're seen. You got tracks everywhere, or they get in each other's way. Crossfire. People fucking shoot each other. You bring too few, you don't got the manpower to actually scare them. Not unless you got damn good people with you. You can't just go bring in that many people. You'll be seen. You'll be known. They're on horses. They'll ride off. They'll break hold. If he'll ride through us. Not in a he'll just ride past us.
So what's the strategy? If we attack him on the road, we bring everybody, we make camp somewhere, and then we have a scouting party go further ahead, figure out the number we need, and try to rush back to set up an ambush.
No, I say we pick the people. I don't know how much time we got. You pick the people you trust and you just go. You keep it small. You keep it tight. Maybe
okay,
6.
we bring 10 and they have 30. Then what do we do? We bring 10 and they've got 2.
Don't do it. Sometimes you see a fucking guarded wagon and you go, wow, that's got to have gold in it. Then you realize it's the queen's. And you go, not worth it. And you wait for the next one.
Right. I'm not opposed to trying this strategy, but I also wonder if the thought of getting him alone in Hodgwyn would be easier.
Right. It could be.
If
Either way, we have to isolate him.
If Ashtara's residence is still on the market, as it was whenever we found out, it's empty, and we can find a way to lure him there by himself or just with his assistant. I mean, is there not a higher chance of being able to succeed there?
I think there is. The road hit, it makes sense, but it's messy. It's
Yeah, you doing it in Hod Gwen? You're just littering the place with all sorts of evidence and getting the people in the city to see you as the same criminals as the ones that they're hating right now. I don't know. You're just asking the whole town to play bongos on your booty.
Who's going to see this go down inside of an abandoned residence?
It doesn't
That's
matter.
the point.
Word gets out.
From
Word
who?
always gets. It always happens, Koa. Always. Always. You can.
And you're
you
saying
can
this
think
word wouldn't spread if we ambushed him on the road just outside the city?
that's different. It's not in their neighborhood. It's him riding out as an aggressor and people being the heroes. It's not attacking somebody in Granny's backyard. It's different. I'm telling you. You do you. Your plan might be the safer plan. Beltran's got to go. And if that's the better option, then that's the better option. I swing a stick. I'm just trying. Listen, you got this shit going on around you. You might as well fucking choke him out with your halo. Okay? But if you do it wrong, people ain't going to see you the same way. They're going to see you walking around with a fucking bloody sword.
Then what if
And
we
not
get
that
Beltran?
smart.
We get him on his own. We fight it out if we must.
Fuck it, Koa. Let's do your plan. Let's have
please
him
allow me to
No.
have this out loud if I could, DM. I've been trying to RP for an hour.
not DM. He shuts up because
Good.
he's trying to be respectful.
What if we don't kill him? We get him, we capture him, and we force him to write a letter admitting to his crimes. Make them public and ruin his name. He faces justice.
He shrugs and says,
How's he going to
It
face
cannot be
justice when
overlooked
his
for what he's
family
done.
his family's the people holding him accountable?
And if they don't, they're going to be allowing a slaver to roam free. If we truly get him to admit to what he's done and it is made public, they'll have no choice but either go along with it or out themselves as not deserving of wearing the title of counselor.
How would we prove it? I mean, if
He
we go
himself
in and
will write it.
they would just be able to say he did it under duress, that we bullied him and he was doing anything he needed to do to not get hurt.
Well, then we get him to confess, and then we kill him, and we have the confession.
There's arguments against it, but at least he's gone in that scenario. I think what Idric's getting at is a question of image and perception, how people will look at you. Right? Personally, I don't particularly mind if we gain a bit of infamy for taking out someone like Beltran, especially once we then can expose what he did. Regardless, people will see you differently. If you're okay with that, I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to try to lure him to the place we can, minimal guard, deal with the problem.
What is the reputation you get for killing a slaver inside of an abandoned house versus attacking him on the road like a bandit? In what scenario do we come out of this looking like heroes? Face an army and take him on and hope that the 30 men with rocks can take on his 100 with swords and armor and catapults?
I think to some, or I think in either scenario, there will be plenty of people who see it as a heroic action. There just will be some who won't. I don't know the way that everyone will look at us going and hitting him on the road, other than the fact that right now he's attacking somewhere.
I'm all for taking the high road and doing this the right way, but people are suffering, and if the Knolls attack or anything else goes wrong, people will die because of him. And who knows what other nefarious businesses he's become a part of since or before even the slaver business that is allowed to continue because he's out there roaming.
Yeah.
I do not want to ruin my reputation or ours, but if that's the price of doing the right thing, then so be it. The right thing is more important than what people think of me. But I've got to figure out what that right thing is here. So what is it?
I just want to say, if if we do want to get Beltran, we're gonna have to get him before he gets back, and I'll tell you why. We all know Hodgwen had been suffering some kind of food shortage, right? That's the reason for attacking Estrad.
Yeah.
If Beltran gets back and he's successful, and he starts feeding the city again, they'll forget a lot of the gossip, and he'll be the savior of the city in a way.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck.
We're gonna have to put everything on the back burner. This is gonna be we're gonna have to deal with this. It's gonna be all or nothing, Koa.
If he gets back and it would
They
still
won't
be the
care
right thing to do to
that
get
they
rid of him. But
forcefully took Estrad, killed their people. They're now being fed. They got food.
we'll have killed. At that point, it won't be we took out a problem. We'll have taken out the guy who put food on people's plates and fed their families.
All right, so
Yep.
we lure him back. We ambush him on the road. We're successful. We kill him, perhaps his assistant too, or his second in command, whatever it may be. And then there's an army.
They've all
attacking
got to
Estrad.
go.
The whole
Don't
army?
forget the army. No. Everyone Beltran brings with him has to go.
Yeah, whoever defends him in the moment.
How do we get him to lure back the fewest amount of people as possible?
That's the
We need to come up.
the lure.
We need to come up with if we can get back to Hodgwen and we can get something that one of his parents has signed. The only thing I can think of is Mikhail. You're good at this stuff. Forge a letter, something urgent but not so urgent that he feels like he needs to bring the army. Something that requires his attention, a family matter, something. And we
I
deliver
can pen
it.
but I need your help with the story, the why.
Yeah, sure. And we get him to come back that way. He'll probably take whoever's mounted with him, right? We think that's like 10, we think. There'll be casualties on our side. We'll have to mobilize people, like everybody here, along the road. And we're gonna just have to hope.
Oh, Aldo, you dozed off for that bit. Yeah, moving that many people at once, that's a problem. It's a problem. I don't think it. Listen, it sounds like you're leaning to the road, but let's say you do lure him, Koa. Let's say you do lure him and he gets back and you want to do it in the city. I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know. I don't know how people will behave with the whole story. I don't know. My gut tells me that they'll look at you different and not in a good way. So if that's the way you want to go, if you want to lure him to some fucking house or some hole or some whatever and have him taken care of, just do me a favor. Let me do it. I'll pick a couple of others. I don't know, maybe Aldo will come along. He says trying to make light of the situation. But don't be there. Not you two. Don't be there.
We'll have to use it as a fallback. I think allowing him to make it to the city would be a mistake. We cannot allow him to become the hero.
You can see he looks so fucking relieved at that. You know what I mean? Assuming you actually are going to go through with a plan. Relieved that that's... Because you might just say, we can't even attack at all. We just have to let this opportunity pass. So, but either way, go ahead.
We find a way to lure him back. We bring as many men as we can. And we prepare something. We find a spot on the road.
I have some thoughts, but we brought an accomplished professional military man with us here, and we're not talking to him about this.
He's like, no, I'm telling you I'm not. Listen, I ain't no commander. I ain't even no fucking soldier.
We have the commander with us.
He just is looking at the three of you. Have no idea what you're talking about.
Koa will look to Mikhail to continue.
That guy, Leon.
Oh yeah, he was quiet. Edel?
So
Yep.
am I.
He what? Closes his mouth.
Says, but he's much more known than me. Just for the sake of brevity, I'll kind of go along his list of rank accomplishments, that kind of thing.
Shit.
And say, yeah, he knows what he's doing, and he's down for the cause. I feel like if we're going to be trying to figure out the best tactical way to do this, it would be foolish not to pick his brain.
Let's get him in here then.
I'll see if he's still awake.
He didn't drink much.
Koa will go and see if Leon's awake.
He is not only still awake, he's actually meandering about. The room you end up finding him in, when you're looking about, is the room that kind of disturbed you guys. You first
Torture room
passed
or
through.
Tor's room?
Torture. He's
Not as bad
inside
as
there.
the Tor's room for me.
What was that?
Not as bad as the room we fought Tor in for Koa.
Oh, fair. But as an individual room, disturbing as opposed to where you saw actions taking place. But either way, you see him inside there. He's not touching anything. He's standing there and regarding it. So when you're like, oh, kind of like you walk by and you realize the door's open, you stop and you poke your head and you see him. It's like kind of like, oh, you're in here. And so arms crossed, he'll turn and to you, Koa.
Have you figured out what kind of man Beltran is?
I think I've already known, but this solidifies it. Not my first encounter.
Because I think we might be coming up with something, and we'd like your expertise.
Oh. He takes one more look at the table, and then goes to follow you. And he'll walk alongside you in case you care to. Not at a brisk pace, but he'll walk alongside you in case you care to elaborate on the walk over, which you have about
Koa
2
will
minutes
be.
or so before you get
I'll
there.
RP with him, I guess.
If it goes more than
At
2
what
minutes, I
point-
imagine you guys stop outside the door to finish before you go in. Go ahead, Wade.
How do you figure out where your reputation and the right thing versus the right way of doing things, where they all intersect?
That's a strange question. Do
Beltran
we-
needs to be removed, and we have a plan that may be the right way to do it, but it might be messier and it might have casualties. There's another way of doing it that might look worse, but be more efficient and less bloodshed, but at the stake of ambushing a man alone and, I guess, murdering him.
The question's hard to answer. You're being vague. That's fine. The question's hard to answer because it depends on whose reputation we're talking about. And
Anyone
What-
who's
it's
Trying
not
to do
just
right.
anybody, Koa. Allow me to explain. If you were talking about the reputation of a career soldier, if you're talking about the reputation of somebody who's going to do these kinds of actions for the next years, decades, century, then their reputation matters because their reputation may be the hard choice now, but makes choices easy later. If people hear the name of the person leading the army marching towards their door, you can save thousands of lives just because that name carries weight. But if you're talking about an individual scuffle, you're talking about a person who doesn't intend to make this their life, then the better choice is the one that, well, saves the most people now.
I think we can get Beltran alone in Hot Gwen and eliminate him. But it would come at obviously a cost. It's not by the god's will to kill a man in such a way. It doesn't feel heroic, doesn't feel right. We can ambush him.
Sorry, go ahead.
We can ambush him on the road. We think we might be able to lure him away from Estrad, maybe with a small contingent. We have some men here. And maybe we can take them out that way. Away from Hod Gwyn. Away from bystanders watching and such. But I'd be putting more people at risk, more chance for failure, and we don't know exactly what we'd be going up against. The risks are higher, but I don't know. I don't like the thought of people being put at risk that don't have to be. But I also don't like the thought of doing evil to remove evil. It seems like either way you win and lose. And
As is always the case with war. Let me ask you a question, Koa. Who is your real enemy here? Is it Beltran? Is it the systems that put Beltran into the position that he's in? Or just the people that established those systems? I don't have the answer. You need to decide it.
Your way of seeing things, I wish to learn as much as I can from you about it, because I don't see the big picture as much as I try. We remove Beltran, and then there's another Beltran, or his family overreacts, and they punish the city even harder. We thought removing slavery would be good, and then Beltran got more power and has made things even worse. We remove him, what if that power vacuum becomes even worse, and someone else worse than him steps in? How do we clean it all up? How do we remove the corruption festering in Hot Gwyn and Leshev and everywhere for that matter? There's just so much terribleness. And no matter what good we do and these songs we sing, I just want people to be free and happy.
Thank you for answering my question. Killing Beltran's not going to solve the problem. Beltran is a tool. Right now, he's a tool in your opponent's hands. A piece on the board that they're moving around efficiently to enact their will. What if I told you you could capture that piece and manipulate it on the board that you want to? By attacking Beltran and not killing him, which can have benefits but also can cause complications, what if you instead captured him? Now, you haven't martyred him. You haven't made him a calling card quite just yet. He's probably a pain in the ass to keep about, but now he can become a lure. You can now cause them to act, or react, more hopefully, to the action you've taken. You get to choose the field of battle. And then, as they're taking their actions, as they're coming after you, however they drum up their support, however they come at you, that gives you the opportunity to expose them of who they are and what they're doing. Now, if you expose them and you realize Beltran was in fact the true enemy, you have the opportunity to then present him to them and give them the chance to do the right thing. And you can both walk away the heroes, because that's how it should be. If it turns out they are just as bad, if not worse than him, well, now they're fighting you, exposing who they are in the battlefield that you chose. If it turns out you're the villain, well, it's a conversation between you and the gods.
I'd like to think I'm not. I try to make decisions to not be, but
He puts a hand on
this
your
feels,
shoulder.
it feels so much bigger than than anything I've been a part of before. Taking out bandits and slavers, that was an escalation of my life. But this is... You see what we have here. Can we make such a move? Can we win?
I don't have details, but you came to me with bold claims, and so I'm analyzing based off of what I've seen. Your guys are still standing outside the door?
Yeah, he's literally opening the door now and like gesturing in like, well, then let's get the details.
He takes 2 steps in and stops and says, I do apologize, Koa, but there are 5 of us and only 4 seats.
He'll gesture to the seat for Leon to sit.
Mikhail started to stand up, but
Edric grumbles and says, I'll get another one. And will actually go because he knows where they are. And so he heads off to go get the chair, and you guys can kind of come over, and I don't know if you want to say any words while waiting for Edric to come back in like a minute or so.
Koa doesn't. Koa's deep in thought at this point.
He'll give like an appreciative nod to the 2 of you and say, gentlemen, as he takes his seat. And then we'll look at the cups around the table and grab the one that seems the most empty, and like remove like a cloth and like rub the edge, like the rim of the cup, and say, which barrel were we pouring from? and fill the gap of time to go and fill his own mug of ale with one of the dirty cups he just wiped the rim from. And we'll come back as he comes in with the chair, and you can all kind of like sit there. Cool. Awesome. So now the 5 of you are sitting down, and he will just kind of like, it's not his place to take charge by any stretch. He just will take a sip as everybody's sitting, and then we'll lean back in his seats to have things explained. Now, feel free to RP it out or say, we fill him in.
So I guess Koa would basically tell them what he and Leon had discussed about like capturing him and so on and so forth. And then I imagine after that we would fill Leon in, and then we could probably move forward, unless you guys have anything to add to Leon's thoughts before.
Nope. I was just going to ask, like, can we just say we fill him in, or do you want us to RP it? So
I am perfectly fine with fill him in. 2 of your characters are stone sober. Aldo seems to have his shit with him together. There's 4 of you. You can fill him in. Cool. Okay. So we jump cut to filling him in, and he scratches his chin or takes occasional swig of ale, listening. He might give like, if there's like a weird lull point where one of the 4 of you aren't able to chime in with the details, he might ask a small prodding question or 2, little details, but he doesn't have to ask all the army. He watched them more than any of you have, or whatever, right? So after say 8 minutes or so pass of you filling him in all the details, he'll then say, I understand what you were saying beforehand, Koa. Then let me ask, what is the current consensus? Clearly we don't have a decision made, and clearly there's a bit of concern with whichever direction you go. But where does the consensus currently lie? If it were put to a vote.
As you said, I guess we don't truly have one, but I'd say I'm leaning very heavily on making sure he doesn't make it back to Hodgwen. I think that it doesn't only complicate things, it potentially martyrs the man. I mean, that is a very difficult thing to overcome.
This is what Leon was saying about capturing him alive, too. That way he's not martyred on the road, they can't tell a story. If we can get him alive, get him to confess, or draw people out, if we can find the right way to do it, the right way to lure the corruption out with Hodgwen and strike it all down, whether it be physically or metaphorically, if we can clean up Hodgwen, it would be the biggest accomplishment we've had by far.
Yes. So I guess if there is a consensus, it sounds like we're all agreed. We need to act while he's in transit. We can't wait for him to get back.
He looks to Edric and to Aldo for confirmation of that one. Of course, Edric nods along. Aldo?
Yeah. on transit. It's got to be done then. Can't be allowed to get back.
How long has he been gone now?
At least 2 weeks. And you can imagine
Fine.
the soldiers would probably
Oh, it
march. Like,
was
soldiers
too.
move slower than a normal walking person would, right? So the soldiers would probably get there in 3 to 4 days. And the reason why I say to 4 days is because setting up and breaking down camp takes a lot more with that many people. So
Yeah.
3 to 4 days to get there. And then if you're actually going to attack, you don't just... You, like, set up around there. You prepare for it.
Right, but we have no way of knowing if they see an army and just surrender, if they fight. Like, we don't really have any way of knowing because we don't know anything about Estrad. So this could already
Exactly,
be over
yeah.
with. They could be on their way back. Like, we really don't know.
Exactly that, yep.
What we need is, I guess, yeah, what we're looking at is like trying to get him to either way rush back. So he's either going ahead of his slow ass army or he's leaving them and breaking off to come back.
There's many details to go over if this is the plan that we're going to take. If I do want to point out that one of the choices that was not brought at the table here was the decision of inaction. Now, I think we can all agree that the decision of inaction feels like a weak choice, but I would also pose that inaction would actually be a more powerful choice than allowing him to return to the city and attacking him there. Now, we can get into the details if need be. Let's pose the plan as you've already put it. To attack him on the road, and Koa, thank you for mentioning my plan of capturing him. How would this play out? We gather the appropriate peoples, we attack them on the road, we are tremendously victorious, not but scratches or bruises as injuries. His men, those that do not surrender, are unfortunately felled, and for those that do, are given quarter. He is hopefully left unharmed, or only mildly so, and we capture him. We return him to a place to hold him. Let's say this location, if there isn't a better one that's known amongst you. Reserve that information for now. We do not tell anybody what we did. We do not report it to anybody. In fact, because the most likely people to be aggressors against him are the three of you, perhaps you should return to the city very quickly thereafter. Even have an alibi that said you got there sooner. Allow them to sit on it. Allow them to sweat on it. Allow them to squirm at the end of the hook. Then, when we present information to them, now they're going to be a bit more anxious. They've lost their golden boy. And they don't know how. And they might find out where. And they might guess why. They don't know who. They're going to start scrambling when they're in this chaotic state. As Lady Aravel tells us, always clear your mind. Always keep your focus. Because it's in those moments of chaos when you just lose yourself. That's where you make your errors. Then we can start to filter out the information. The plans we take from there, we can get into those details afterwards. But if I were to pose a plan, we will select a team. They will go. They will take this action, clean up quickly, mildly, but as much as possible to make it look like bandits. You return, unaware of what happens, and he and whoever survives returns here. And that's that.
The only thing we know about who will definitely be with him is obviously probably a few of the soldiers to escort him, but he does have an assistant, someone who's known as what was it, Borask?
Yeah, Borask.
And he's
Gem.
A jewel, yeah.
yes, Amber. Ko's looking to
Oh.
Aldo, who's like Amber Jewel.
I don't know their relationship between the two of them, but generally speaking, the Jewels of Eroth are unaffiliated on a personal level with a faction. They are their own organization that get paid for their expertise.
Which
It's very
is,
possible that if this turns out to be a violent or unsettled situation, that negotiations can be had for them to just leave the situation alone, get onto a horse that's provided for them, or unless they have their own, and they head west. And that's the end of them.
What kind of services do you presume that they're offering or providing?
It's an amber, yes. Ambers are bookkeepers. They're they either will work ledgers or plan work around ledgers. They're thinkers, if you will. They help run
He
businesses.
might have some interesting things on him.
If associated with the slave trade, I'm going to say that picking a fight with jewels might not be the best of choices. While they're here, if they are captured while they are here, procuring information from them is a wise thing to do, but also respecting their not being truly associated with the organization could be more beneficial for you in the long run. You're all
I'm perfectly
young.
fine with not causing more harm than we have to. I only want to hurt those who deserve it here. And by hurt, I mean remove them. And if that's willingly they step down, all the better. Bloodshed doesn't have to be spilled, so be it. But
Let's get to that part. You're guessing upwards a dozen are joining him into this fight. That's the highest number possible. I think it's a fair number. I think it's also a bit blown out, but let's work with that number. Does anybody here have 12 people that are willing to die for them?
Koa will look to Edric almost as like a, do we?
Edric looks around like, why are you looking at me? Like borderline, I'm not even willing to die for you. You know, like,
If Edric gives that look, Koa will look right back to Leon and go, seems unlikely.
Then what's the likelihood that you have 12 people for Beltran? So it's more likely 2 or 3 of them are either close personal guards or just fervent loyalists because the gold or situation, or they just like bloodshed, or whatever the case may be. You have 2 or 3 that you really have to worry about. The rest are either there because they're good at their job or because they're paid well. And you can turn their attentions away by either very quickly identifying the others and delivering devastating blows, and offering them whatever Beltran has in his person. This isn't being done for coin. Nobody here is attacking Beltran to fatten their purses, correct? Say whatever he has on him. Strip him to his undergarments. I don't care. It all belongs
Leave
to
his
you.
boots on.
He pauses for a second, like blinks.
I would also
Aldo.
recommend not using a sock as a gag.
Wait,
Once
why would we
again,
leave him with
turns
his
to you.
boots? Don't
we've
question
had
the sock thing. Why would we leave him with his boots?
It
I
is.
don't know. No one takes people's boots when they strip them.
But it's honestly not bad considering how the weather has been lately. If we're acting soon, maybe we don't want him to get foot rot. Gangrene can be pretty nasty, and
True. I mean, he probably has pretty nice boots too.
We know
shrugs.
Scott has pretty nice boots. They elevate you by about 5 inches.
Motherfucker. I wear sneakers. I wear orthofeet.com sneakers. That's right. Because my
You
beard
make
is
platform sneakers?
gray. No, Ortho feet. Ortho feet. They're old people's shoes. Like literally the advertisements are like a 75-year-old man walking down a beach holding the hands of a 52-year-old woman. Like that is the advertisement for this website. Like it is.
Scott's got those like athletic pants you can like rip off because they're buttoned down the side. It's him in sneakers standing on stilts.
Do I have sneakers around me? No, I don't even have sneakers to pick up and show you. God damn it. We need to be all together, IRL. We need to make it happen so I can show that I'm taller than 2 of you.
Which two? Do you think you're taller than?
Not you, Wade. We all know. We all know.
So the one who's seeing you and is claiming that you're short, you're like, yeah, I'm so tall. Got it.
Listen, you're taller than most people. You're in like the top 2% of humans. Okay?
Thank you.
Maybe even top 1%. I don't know. I don't know how that
I like
that
to
breaks
think
down.
I'm top 1% in a lot of things.
You're who Bernie Sanders warns us about, okay? You know, that's what that's where it is. It's like
They
those
call us
tall
the
people.
talled. Tall and bald.
Yeah,
We're the
tall and
tall.
bald.
It's been about a height this whole time. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Go
Have
back
so
and listen
many
to
shirts
Bernie's
to
speeches.
return.
See, right?
Yeah.
Go back and listen. He's telling you the top 1% of height. He's like, if you're above 6'3", you're a problem. You know, go back. I'm telling you. Listen to him. How tall is Bernie Sanders?
All right, so back to this before we get into the Bernie
Yeah.
heights.
Is Bernie Sanders.
He's already there.
6 foot. Fuck you, Bernie. Even Bernie got an inch on me. God damn it.
And inch. We call those meters, I think.
Yeah. There it is.
Fucking Bernie. Why couldn't Bernie
Yeah, here
be
in the Midwest,
5'10"?
we don't call them inches, dog.
All right, let's move on.
So
Yeah.
we hit him outside. We bring, I mean, how many men do you think we bring to scare him?
Yeah, what's a good number for remaining mostly undetected?
He says, you said they're on horse. More
We
important,
assume.
more importantly, how many horses do you have? How many people do you have with you that can fight on horseback? How many people do you have with you that can fight somebody on horseback while on foot? Those are going to be important details.
Well, perhaps then the trick is to ambush them on a part of the road that becomes difficult.
I
We
don't
need
know.
them to dismount.
I don't know the topography. You guys, look at
Southeastern
Edric.
Adir, I don't
Yeah.
either.
He goes, "What graph? What graphy?"
He's dead.
He's
I hear
talking
what
about the
graph and my heart sinks.
He's talking about the terrain, what kind of ground, trees, that sort of stuff out there.
Oh. Actually, there's this one spot, just because the time of year it is. When the river swells, it tends to, flood there more often than the other spots. And the ground's pretty soft right now because of the melting snow and all that shit. I don't know if it's going to be raining anytime soon, but if there's a spot that's going to be extra soft, that's a good spot. And, horses in the mud. He goes, "You want to fight horses in the mud?" And, what's his name? Leon would say that would in fact slow them down. If a horse is charging through the mud, there's a chance that they break a leg, they fall. They're going to want to either go wide berth or they're going to want to slow down. That's not if it's an ideal location when it comes to distance from Hogwen and Ostrad and other details, that could be a choice.
Fighting in the mud will not be fun for us either, but I would prefer to remove their advantages.
Yeah, mud's going to suck for all of us, but it's going to make it so they can't charge through. It's going to take away the advantage of speed or force of their horses. They'll still have height, but there's ways to cut that down too. When they're coming at you with much slower speed, aim for the horse. A dead horse causes chaos.
Yeah.
You're not in it for the coin. You're not trying to collect the horses to give to your army. As a matter of fact, those dead horses, if they can be brought back as food for the people here, I imagine they're going to need something like that. He looks at Edric. Edric's like, "It is getting tough."
Koa looks a little disturbed at the thought of eating horses because he's close to them, but he won't make a big fuss out of it.
So who have we got that'll go? I mean, there's us three. I assume Edric.
We'll need people who can fight and people who also have any kind of weaponry. We can't afford a horse. A cart.
Jaden, Yara. They'll
Yeah,
come along. That's
I'm
6.
sure they'd go. Heck, Jaden, it might be harder to stop her from going if she knows about the plan at all.
Well, hold on. You've already named 6 people. If you're assuming the upper number of 13, you're 2-1, not in your favor. They're mounted. You're probably not. not in your
They
favor.
outclass us in training, weaponry, armor.
I watched them
Just
train.
us 6.
I watched them train. To be clear,
Not
would
me
I?
necessarily.
What'd you say?
Not me necessarily, but I like gesture to the people outside.
He goes, I don't know what they have to offer, but if you have names that you're pulling forward, then I assume you've already verified their ability to fight. You are probably, several steps ahead of them on your path of proper training. These people are not trained. They wear the uniform. They can march-ish. To somebody that doesn't understand combat, they look trained. To somebody that doesn't understand warfare, they look organized. They're not. Now, again, his group might be elite, or they might just be sycophants. You kind of have to... There's a balance between the two. The elite ones are less likely to fight if things are going sour. The sycophants are more likely to keep fighting, but easier to defeat.
When he says sycophants, Mikhail looks over to Edric and he's like, brown nosers.
Oh, thanks.
The other problem here is, let's assume that we get the jewel to flee and we get some of the others to flee. Unless we are pretty well disguised at the time, I mean, they're going to recognize us in town if we ambush them on the road.
He nods. He says, and it's a good thing then that we have a Valdarian with us.
He does happen to be good at that, yeah.
We want them to surrender, not to flee. It only takes once for somebody to know the difference between the two.
He has a dozen men, they all surrender. Then what? Do we take him and let the others go? Do we take them all?
Have to take them all. We can release them before him. Again, there's benefits to doing it periodic. You're running a campaign here. You're not taking out one man. You're trying to free a town. You don't have the army to show the force. So instead you have to get to the psychological warfare. You can't do that. Edric's looking to you. You have to do that by working with the tools that we have.
Right now we're short on resources.
Messing with their heads.
But we could potentially sell some of the resources we have. He looks to Aldo and Mikhail. Here.
Have a little. It's true.
I don't know if we have time for that now, but it could be useful in the future. You're saying he's on the road now and he's had over... Oh, sorry, he says he's on the road now and he's had over 2 weeks to do his job. We don't know
So I'm not saying we go and sell them right now and try to buy weaponry or anything, but I'm saying if we're going to be holding people in a place that they're going to have to be fed and cared for and then supply those that are watching them, we're going to need resources to support that.
Viable.
It's a lot of pressure to put on people, whether it's here or elsewhere.
We also can all agree that the cages that are in the back of this place, nobody here really wants to see anybody held in them except for Beltran. Now, I'm not involved in this situation, but I've been listening for weeks now, for months now. I understand. It's going to make things complicated. I think we just parse through who's the sycophants and who's the elites, and then we release those that aren't loyal. We let them go almost immediately. There's no reason for them to turn on you. The tides have turned. They've already gotten their pay. Trust a mercenary to be a mercenary.
Yes, I don't disagree with that notion, but then it gets more complicated. This is the simple part, it seems. Having him in custody, and then somehow we have to spread word that he's captured. We have to try to lure out...
All that comes after Koa, though.
But yes,
Realistically.
Do you want to have the bear in the trap and before you know what to do with the bear, or do we figure it out first?
Oh, we figure it out first. I'm posing a plan here to see if there's interest, and there's tentative interest.
There's
I
a
don't want
twist.
to. I don't want to. Stroke. He said, I want to make every stroke with the brush before we know that this is the canvas we're using.
We all think we need to act soon. He's getting too much power and he's doing too much with it. And if he's already attacking Estrad and who knows what else, he and his family, they've got to be stopped, assuming that they're a part of this. Or whoever else is a part of it. It has to stop. Or else the numbers of casualties will just get worse.
Okay. Currently, what we're talking about is obviously the ambush, capturing, we would be releasing those who aren't loyal, and the rest come back likely to here.
If this is the path we're going, allow me to deviate. Here is a good place to hold. Clearly, you have cells, you have walls. There's only 2 points of entrance, strong defensive point. If they attacked you with 3 times your number, you could hold them off. A bit of training, you could hold them off. They could siege you, and then you could do. But if they attacked you, you could hold them off. Alternative option, Koa. Since I've come to Adir, I've grown intrigued by the people. I've learned a good amount about them. What would be interesting is if after we parsed out who the sycophants were and who he is, hopefully in the battle itself, those that have captured him do not return him here. Maybe you take the elites here. You take them north. I don't know where they are, so somebody else would have to take care of this. There's a group of people I think you know well, the free folk. I'm sure they would have an opinion about somebody like Beltran. You let him sit with them for a while. I don't know what kind of favor we would have to do, but the perk of that is now when you're filtering out your information, you're letting his sycophants leave and go and speak to those that are loyal or he's loyal to or what have you. The stories they're telling aren't of you hiding in a cave that once belonged to Beltran. The stories are he's being held by the free folk. Or what's their, he waves away whatever their real name is. He just waves it away. He says, they're being held by that. It's not likely that Hodgwen's going to attack against them. And who cares if they're seen as villains?
I do.
They already have a reputation, he says.
It's not necessarily the fairest of our reputations, and it's putting a target on my family.
They have a reputation of being against slavery.
That part, I agree with. Ruthless mercenaries, not so much.
They have a reputation of not giving a fuck about the rules.
It is not the worst idea, though I do like the irony of Beltran being trapped in his own cage. If he's told anyone of his allies about this place, it may be one of the first places they'd check.
True.
It's also
We're
to the
thinking
north.
about heading north.
He says before you get to that, he says it's also to the north. So if they were to take any action, we can stop them long before they get all the way to the free folk. But any actions they take would be a many days travel, the opposite direction of where your soldiers, your militia, happen to be housed, and you're much closer. It allows you, if you were to go into the offensive, a clean, close, easy shot to the back door when they've left it open.
Assuming all of this could go well, do we have the crew now to do this? To watch over people here and make this attack on the road? To help us escort him or whoever else we may need to up to the free folk?
There's a rule
Is-
with trained soldiers. It's 1 in 10. It takes 1 soldier to watch 10 POWs. You don't have trained soldiers, so let's narrow that. Probably 1 in 4.
Then we would have the numbers at least for that.
The ones here I'd like to think we can trust, but Beltran and his family have something we do not, and that's resources. They have coin and sway. We have to trust that whoever they're watching can't buy their loyalty.
We do. I think we do have to. We're going to run into that regardless of what plan we come up with. The only one that it doesn't affect is if we don't act.
Let me tell you what I observed watching Beltran train these soldiers. He didn't train them because he doesn't have training. He hired outside adventurers, and people that have a reputation around Peridot. People that knew how to fight, but don't know how to lead military, don't know how to be soldiers. They were shit trainers. They gave shit lessons to shit students with shit equipment in a short period of time in shit weather. They're not very good soldiers to begin with, so they have resources, but they don't know what to do with them. If their son or this person of significance of that society is captured, they're going to want to up the quality of what it is they're looking for. They're going to need somebody that can give them better guidance, somebody that they think that they can pay enough to trust them. I think there is somebody in Pod Gwen that can play that role. Don't look at me, I can't lie worth of shit.
Are you talking about Lander?
Yeah.
Why do I literally not remember Lander at all?
He's not in Hodgwen. He's back in Westwood.
You mean a mile from here? It's actually maybe like 18 miles or so, but still not far.
You're aware of Lando?
I spend a lot of time walking every day, and I like to keep an eye open around me as I travel.
You know he doesn't like you, right?
He doesn't know the truth.
Yes, he does. Oh, sorry, maybe
he
your
sits up
truth.
straight.
But I spoke with him at length. Gonna be a hard case to press.
Well, I didn't say I'm the one asking.
Probably
that
best
just
if
looks
you're
at
not the
everybody.
one asking.
You both spoke at once. It says like, I prefer you're not the one asking, I think, and he says something else.
I just said I looked at Aldo just looks at everybody else.
Okay, then what did you say, Mikhail?
It's probably best you're not the one asking.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So if we can get basically if we can get in his ear first, by the time they seek out to hire him, he's already gotten allegiance. Maybe he still takes the job, probably for the better. But that gives us someone on the inside. Can we even trust him, though?
He says he was a man of repute.
Reputation can have a few other qualifiers.
He nods, especially if you consider the nation that he came from. But he had a positive reputation, but not amongst his peers.
So that's good, right? He's like looking at Aldo.
Aldo looks at Leon and he's like, Did you really do that?
I saw his... he's like, I saw the position we were in. I was a younger commander back then, and I made a mistake. I acted harder and faster than I should have in that moment. It was a chance. It was a chance that they could have countered, and my life very well would have been at their mercy. However, if there's one thing you can if there's one thing you can, what's the word I'm looking for here? Hold on. Trust, expect, rely. If there's one thing you can rely on a Yovincian, it is that they are going to look to themselves and to themselves alone. The other commanders, they had the upper hands, and instead they chose to leave him there as a ceremonial sacrifice to allow him to fall so that they can all hide in their holes, which were inevitably dug out. He was a good commander, and I didn't like what they did to him. So I told my archers to let his horse go. Him and those that retreated with him, we took no shots. It's unfortunate what happened to his son. He did not like his father's order. It's my assumption based off of his irrational actions when the retreat order was given. And he fell. It's also unfortunate what happened afterwards. I care not to speak of that right now.
Perhaps back to the topic at hand, and we dig up the past later, when there isn't a time-pressing, life-threatening event at our doorstep.
True. The rest of that matter, I guess we'll have to wait anyway.
He'll look to Aldo, and it does matter to some here, and it's important that we all come to terms with each other. But we are pressed for time, and we've got many tasks that we're pressed for time on.
Right.
Well then, so we're going to hit Beltran on the road and then take him somewhere and then try and infiltrate Hodgwen with other people. That's the gist of it, right?
Can't do it on your own.
Well, looks like we've got the bare bones of a plan here.
What happens when Beltran's taken as far as the guard and the military, do you think?
Well, could you ask that again, Wade?
What happens with the guard, the void in power from Beltran being taken, with the guard, the military, and so on?
Well, can't that be filled by the former guard captain?
Could, sure, but I'm just trying to prepare myself, I suppose, for if it's not.
There'll be a few days gap before the void is even known, since your plan is to pull him back early, and the plan is to not make them aware of what's happened to him. So until it's understood that he's missing, nobody's even going to know that there's a gap there. And then once the gap's understood, they're of course going to fill that void. We don't know how quickly they'll fill it. This is information we'll be able to gather by watching them afterwards. But at that point in time, you will already be there, and you've already ingratiated yourself with somebody that's in a degree of leadership. Hopefully they get that role back. Maybe even a small part you can play in ensuring that happens. Allow them to slap you on the wrist in some way that regains their favor with the powers that be. And now they get positioned back up, and you have a sympathetic ear, even if it's a waning one, at that higher level. I don't think you were looking to take that position yourself, were you, Aldo?
No.
Okay.
The wild card is we don't know what the other Gravises are going to do. They may take drastic actions, but
that is not the wild card. Every card on this table, except the ones sitting at this table, are the wild cards. This is not how I formulate and enact plans. These aren't my trained soldiers. These aren't my known enemies. These aren't battlefields that I've studied. But given the scenario that you've put before me, I'm trying to provide the best guidance possible and to narrow the scope of chaos within each one of those wild cards.
If you were in our position, would you act now?
If I were, what was that?
In our position, would you act now?
No. You are emotionally invested, which is what makes you a good man.
Even seeing what he's doing in Hodgwin, you think it would be wiser to wait?
I think you don't know your enemy. You can take this man and you can use him as a tool to fish out your enemy. But you are playing in the chaos. I want to measure everything that I can and then strike.
Even if in measuring, more of the board catches fire?
I'm not saying the choice that I make doesn't have consequences. Every choice will have consequences. I'm saying that the choice I make has measurable consequences. Ones that can be pre-calculated, can be determined. And if I know that I've done what I can to reduce casualties, reduce overall suffering, improve the lives of as many people as possible, then, well, at least I know I can sleep at night for the next few decades.
If this was the only thing we had to worry about, I might agree. But even this conflict, I feel, is lesser than some others we must deal with. We cannot make studying Beltran our biggest task.
Don't.
But
it's not what you're good at.
this is an opportunity we may not get again for a while. And who knows if we'll ever have the right amount of men to do it. If we can relieve Hodgwin of some pain, I still say we act.
They've already shown an aggression against Ostrad. You've told me before that you were given lands in another town that is about the same distance from Ostrad, maybe even closer than Ostrad. Piss him off. He's a wealthy, self-righteous cunt of a playboy. Piss him off. Make him want to take the lands that belong to you. Make him want to take that town. You just lured him out of his home. Granted, maybe with an army. You get opportunities. You know what kind of man he is. He's just an instrument. Think of him as a fiddle. Learn to hold the bow and play him.
It is much to think about.
Joey.
Think of him as a flute.
I haven't looked at chat in minutes. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Remember we used a hero point to try to make that guy look good and Scott ruined it for us?
Hey.
I will never forget that. It's like you don't have to ask if I remember.
Part of the reason I ask is because I'm cruel, but...
Oh, okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah. At least I'm honest about it.
Yeah. Unlike Beltran.
But I'm sorry, Wade. I know my laughter broke the moment.
That's okay. I think there's a moment's pause, and I don't know if anyone else speaks up, but Koa would say, and perhaps we sleep on this and meet again in the morning to make a final decision. Each of us think about it.
Yeah. Might do some good. I might just sit for a while.
I think, is Aldo or anyone else say anything? Edric or Leon say anything?
I think Edric is like, I need a beer. And gets up and pours himself a beer. But even though he's like just pouring himself a beer, he takes longer than it probably should. And there's definitely like he get his back to you guys. He's definitely like really digesting what the fuck just happened, because that was like a lot just for no. And like he's just like reeling at that, like what?
No,
because at the end of this huge, long, convoluted plan with all these different steps to it, and da da da, and Edric's like, okay, I think I can follow this, and at the end of it, you're like, would you act? And he just says no. And Edric's just like, what the fuck is even happening? Because Edric's the kind of man, he's pretty impulsive.
Yeah.
I think man need bash me bash man now, like, so this is just a lot for him. So he's over there just reeling from the situation. That leaves the four of you at the table, and you can see that what's his name? Leon he's contemplative, in his own head, if you will.
Cole will kind of like, while Leon's zoned out, Cole will kind of look to the two of you, like nodding, like he's gonna step out, but also like, I don't know, it'll look like maybe he wants to talk. Like maybe the three of us should meet up separately at some point and just talk before we go to sleep.
Yeah. Mikhail, like, he kind of meets the look for a moment, and he doesn't respond right away. He kind of looks like across the table, just at no one in particular. And then after a couple seconds, he nods, and we'll start to get up.
Aldo's like sat at the table, kind of slumped. Like he seems to have sobered up for the most part, right? He's been pretty serious. He just says, "Edric, can you give us a room for a minute?" As he rubs his head.
Edric turns back with his beer. Huh? Yeah, I gotta piss. And he will walk off with his beer. Leon's still there. You weren't kicking him out, were you?
Oh yeah.
So you like just kind of like give him a look for him as well.
Yeah.
Yep. He'll actually push his chair back and stand up and say, "Gentlemen, I'll see you in the morning. I'm sure I'll be up before the sun is." And then give like just a single nod to the group of you, and then we'll turn and walk out.
Thank you for your input. He'll say as like he's walking past.
Turn back and say, "Thank you for trusting me with this conversation," and then he'll leave.
Cole will like give them both a few minutes to like kind of, or whatever time. Then he'll sit back down and kind of look at Aldo.
Mikhail was pacing.
Well, I suppose we've all got a lot to say about this. Koa, you look like you want to talk. You want to start?
Removing Beltran, we have an opportunity. And I don't want to follow Leon's path in life completely. But I don't know that he's wrong in that. Are we prepared for the fallout? We removed the slavers, and that was the right thing to do. It saved people in the moment. Does removing Beltran right now save people in the moment? Or do we just unleash more chaos?
Definitely unleash more chaos to an extent, right? But also, Beltran's a bad dude. I mean, people are going to suffer under him no matter what, right? Probably quite extensively. And look what he's done to Hod Gwen in just the short time he's been commander. People are afraid to go in the street.
They're afraid to go in the street, and he did all of that in an effort to march on another settlement of people to get their
That probably
food.
won't be the last settlement they march on.
Oh, I'd be baffled if it was.
All right, so we remove him. We hold him. And his family.
Do we?
We kill him. Right? And then what? He's gone, which is nice, but what if his family is complicit? What if there are others and they're still pulling the strings?
His family is no doubt complicit to an extent. They have to be.
You have to have ignored something by this point, but
And we need to find a way to get them out, to get them outed, to let them lose their reputation, their control.
yeah.
If he's the way to do it, if holding him is the way to do it, then why not do it? Why rush to end his life if we can use him to make things better?
There's the risk of
I think-
escape
I think
and
that-
other things.
Yeah.
But
I think that part is right. I think using him as like a lure to an extent, right? It's a good idea. There's lots of logistics behind it, like Mikhail just said, making sure that he doesn't escape. You know, installing our own people or people with like-minded ideals within Hod Gwen. It's a big undertaking. Which I'll jump in for a second here. Are we ready for that?
I don't know.
were we ready for this? Did you guys feel ready?
The complication is that we have so much going on.
With the
We have
keeps,
other
everything,
escaped
all of that would go on the
slavers.
back burner.
Yeah,
But
keep.
who knows how long?
We need to get the Draz Stone before the spring ends. I'm not saying we couldn't do that with Beltran killed or in custody, but
I think Dradstone, you know, listen, as
We have time.
much as we said we'd be back, I don't think that's, you know, the end of the world if we're a little bit late. But
then we send a message because I intend to keep my word.
of course, something that can be arranged.
We have
But-
time anyway. Look, I agree with just about everything Leon said. Honestly, I think he came up with a sensible plan. I don't really see many holes in it. You know, none. I don't see any holes in it.
I just
With
don't
what
know
we
if
know-
we're getting Leon from his days leading, or Leon who needed to overcome demons of his past.
Well, therein lies the almost. I don't think we wait. Just as much as we could find new opportunities, there will be new complications. We just spoke of one. One thing will almost certainly happen. When he makes it back to town, some will look at him as a hero.
And what happens whenever we capture him, but his army still returns to town with the goods? Will they not feel the same? We can't
If
stop
they
them.
do. But at the very least, he's not at the face of it getting to be the face of it. Maybe it was his action, sure, but those people who returned with food, they'll get some accolades. But he won't get to take any actions to absorb that.
You're not wrong.
And by then, we'll have already done what we were going to do. And the other part is if we do try going north, leave him with the free folk, well, we're not his babysitters anymore. We know they're not going to necessarily be the kindest to someone who's done what he's done.
In this
But are we
conflict,
really involving them? You know, it is putting them at risk, Koa. Like you
Everyone
voiced.
here is at risk. Anyone who gets involved with whatever we do to try to right these wrongs is at risk. We just
The
have to make sure
people-
it's an informed risk. They don't have to
people
accept
here-
him.
the people here could be informed and make that decision. They could vote. They could leave before he's brought here if we bring him here. The free folk, we'd be basically dumping
can
him on their
turn-
doorstep. But the problem with the free folk, I feel wrong speaking of my family in such a way, not my parents, so to speak, but the free folk as a whole. There are a lot of them, they are mercenaries. And if Beltran promises coin to the right person, at the right time, either they could get a message out of his location or free him or so on and so forth. The free folk as a whole, I don't think is a bad idea, but the amount of money and influence he has, if they find out who they're holding, I could foresee a way where he talks his way out of it.
There is somewhere we could take him. And nobody really knows.
What's that?
Keep in the mountains. Nobody can get in. Nobody can get out.
Who's going to watch him there?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know how. I don't know if Edric would be willing, but if we get somebody that has enough supplies there to camp out for a while, it's not a bad place to put somebody.
It's a very long way to take an unwilling prisoner.
It's also not a great place to have to stay for a long time.
That's also
on babysitting duty.
But it is discreet to, it's about the most discreet place I can think of.
Yeah, it is the most discreet, but supplies
Gnolls
become an
don't go
issue.
inside.
Going out and hunting where the gnolls are present.
That's why we'd have to bulk buy supplies, right, and have them out there. They wouldn't be the most glamorous, but there's foods to get them through a long time if we do it right.
I don't know. It seems like that's got a much more finite. It's much more
It's a
finite
plan with
grasp.
once he's there, the least risk though. Like with the free folk, he could buy a couple of their loyalty, or at least buy them to release him. If we bring him here, at some point it's going to get out. This place is going to be attacked. I'm not saying to take him to the keep, but out of those three options, the most secure just happens to be that.
Yeah, there's things about that I don't like, though. I mean, one, like you said, we do have to then immediately... We have to fund supplies consistently. It's not exactly an easy road. Whoever's out there, like, can you imagine trying to stay there for a long period? Like, even if you're on a job.
The keep in Hogwarts
surrounded
would be
by
more
gnolls.
ideal than that one, but even that, bringing him back
We
to
can't
Hogwarts,
get in there with an unwilling person. We know we have to go through the mansion again now, and we have no way to get back through the bars or the stone door in the exit we went through before.
Yeah. Especially not until that slithering pit whole thing is done.
Do you think Jaaek
Use
would
that to
have any
transport
ideas?
things.
Would Jaaek even be willing to touch this?
Involving Harrod? Jack speaks for Harrod. Even if he distances himself, everyone knows who he is. That's just putting them at risk.
Well, we're putting my family at risk.
Which
Sorry,
is
that was
I don't
unfair.
agree with. So,
Look, I don't mean any kind of offense with it. I'm just saying we're not going to be able to avoid that. Not if we want to do big things. And it's not like we can't just dump him on their doorstep. They can turn us away if they don't want the problem.
My fear isn't that. My fear is the wrong person sees us or finds him and all hell breaks loose that way.
There's always dummies, Just...
If we deliver him to the free folk and the wrong person finds out, again, there are mercenaries. Many of them. I just worry about him offering enough.
I guess that could happen.
Here again, we have the same... people here have been living in a cave, and sure, can we trust that they won't harm him here? After
No.
them pushing him to the point of having to be here? And pushing them?
That's another concern I had with this spot, is I'm just not sure how safe he'd actually be as a prisoner, especially over an extended period of time.
we don't
know the backstory
really
of all
we
these
don't
people.
have the resources to look after him for a long period, maybe not even a short period. Look, I hate to say it, but if we look at this logically, it's terrible to think of, even though we've got the opportunity. But maybe we have to leave it. I mean, I don't want him in play, but we just, if we're not killing him, I don't think we can keep him.
A lot of the free folk would side with us. If I talk to my family and we get the right people to watch him and they know what's at risk. They know their people better than I do. My people, I suppose, but it doesn't feel that way. It's possible that would work.
But for
Yeah,
how
when
long
they
would they
handle
have
it.
to hold him?
I'm not sure, but honestly, the free folk being able to look after him wouldn't be the worst thing in the world anyway, as far as supplies go. Once they gather, they have those skills.
Right. I mean, they're a whole society. So, I don't know. That's my thoughts. I think that's the best way to go, especially if there's any chance that you can talk to specific people you trust or your family trusts. I mean, I'm not talking about just putting him in a cage in the middle of the... I guess he wouldn't have a town square. But, not just like sitting out of the elements for anybody to come talk to.
Yeah. I think it's feasible. There's just... each location has risks, and Aldo's right. This entire plan has a risk. We die attacking him. We do accidentally kill him, or he escapes, and he knows we came after him directly. That's likely the worst case scenario. And we know he's a coward. We know that the first thing he's going to do whenever we engage is likely, the moment the battle turns, try to flee. So
Depends on if he has the advantage or not. But yeah. I mean, the truth is he already knows we're his enemies.
yes. If we're disguised, he won't know it's us.
Mm-hmm.
But
We'd need to be.
that doesn't change who he is, and who he is the moment that the cave was under attack, this place was under attack, the first thing he did was run.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know. It makes sense for Leon to say that he wouldn't act now. We don't know enough. He's forgotten more about battle than I've known twice over at this point. But something doesn't sit right. It's hard to just leave this for later, for an opportunity that may not come. You know?
The good
Sure
thing
we
to
can
do
make
is not
them?
let him continue to make things worse for people, but I defer to Leon and Aldo here that if we're not prepared to deal with the aftermath, then are we really doing Hotgwin any favors? It becomes our priority.
Yeah,
True.
everything else is put on the back burner. Everything.
Other than at least trying to get to Drazstone in the spring, none of this has a hard time limit.
Do you think Beltran had the authority to just go and take an army to attack Ostrid on his own?
I'd say so.
Beltran, yes. Maybe not just the head of the guard. Right? If this was still Orvain or whatever. I imagine there would have been a lot more red tape. But not for
There's a
Beltran.
lot of resources invested in, even if it was shittily done, training that many people, supplying them with weapons, with armor, horses, and marching them out there to attack a neighboring settlement. It feels above his pay grade to me. If his punishment or reward was to be at the head of the guard, the first thing you do is you don't give him the power to take
But that's
100
just
men into
going
battle.
back to knowing we know his family is in power.
Yes.
Like there's a council, but they're under the sway of Greyris.
And
I don't disagree, but that's what I'm saying is if we are doing this, these attacks aren't going to stop just by removing Beltran. Leon's
but
right. It
if we
does seem
do
like
this-
he's just a piece on the board. He's not the one playing the game. So if we're going to do this, we have to be prepared to play the game and find the master or whatever the word is, the chess, whatever.
Yeah, but
Right.
that just goes back into saying that this is our priority, then nothing else matters. If
Should
we
it
go
be?
through with this, then that's the question.
So where do you sit, Aldo? Does that bother you? Do you not want this to become our priority?
I think Beltran needs to go. Weirdly, I find myself kind of agree with Leon in the way that I don't think we're prepared, and I don't think we have the resources to deal with it. So that's how I feel on the matter. If you were to press me into a vote right now, I would say no. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know that we'll get a better chance that we have now. I don't know if this will come around again.
We have the same dilemma then.
The curses are important, but they've been here, right? Like,
Yeah, they're not going
what's a
anywhere.
year or a decade going to do for them? If we're going to get involved in the council and politics and leadership of a city, what's the end game? What happens? We expose the gray heiresses and then hope that everyone else running it's better?
Don't know. I mean, this started out as dismantling the slave ring, right? Beltran was the last piece there, but now we're playing a whole new game.
Yeah, I guess we have to ask ourselves: is there a line? Is there a thing we won't endeavor to fix to make better for people? Do we look at and say, "Oh, this is too much. We'll let someone else handle it."
What if all of this is part of the curse? What if the reason that all of this stuff is affecting each city is the corruption of the leadership is part of it? What if we can't fix it? What if we remove it and then the next people who step into place in Hardgwyn, the same thing happens? And what if it's all part of this curse?
It is part of the curse, but that doesn't mean that we can't act against it in other mundane ways. The only answer is not just to go and break the curses on the keeps, right? There has to be. We have to have something else to come to. We're going to need other resources. And we're going to keep running into roadblocks due to people in power being who they are. We have to
Not to
move on
mention,
both boards.
Mikhail, the curse, for what it is, if it is doing this, I doubt it'd be something instant. It'd probably be like a slow corruption seeps in. Not just somebody wakes up the next day and thinks, oh, I'm going to commit
Right.
heinous things.
I think you're
So-
certainly right.
Well, that sounds like you're swaying back to the other side then, Aldo.
No, I don't know. I mean, we should think on it, but listen, top of your head right now, I say to you, do this or not do this, Koa. Just yes or no. Come on, just don't think. What do you think? Come on. I know what I said.
As much as I hate to say it, my inclination is to say we wait.
Mikhail?
Don't wait.
Oh, fuck you guys.
Sorry, Aldo.
Let me explain before you vote. I think this is an opportunity, a golden opportunity to take Beltran out. I think we can capture him. I think we have options as to places we can keep him. And I think those are all reasons to support Mikhail for taking him out. The reason I said wait, maybe we can convince Leon to help train the men here. Maybe we can find resources to arm them better. And maybe there's a bit less casualties whenever we do go for the ambush.
I don't think we'll get a better... Koa, I really don't think we'll get a better chance to take him. But I don't think it's time. We should sleep on our decisions and really think about it.
I believe a wise man proposed that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At least we know where each other's heads at.
I'm pretty in the middle. But I think politics scares me more than battle. It's something I don't understand. kidnapping someone is something that seems odd for us, and then trying to lure people out and figure out motivations and things. It's a long, complicated path that I don't. Are we prepared for? We can win a fight, but
Yeah.
can we all follow through on the rest of it? And do we know what the hell we're doing if we try? That's the part to focus on. It's not. It goes back to Leon's mentioning of seeing moves ahead. We do this, and then what? We have a couple of different things that could happen, and then what do each of those lead to? And it's more than I'm very tired. First of all, second of all, I've never tried to do this before.
I don't think any of us have. May I explain why I'm so adamant about taking this chance now?
Please do.
Whatever we're doing, Beltran's going to keep making moves. I think he's shown that in the fact that he's already taken such drastic action in this one position he's been given that's supposedly a punishment. He's not going to sit still while we gather resources, while we figure things out. That alone wouldn't be enough for me to go against what Leon said. But it's because I don't know where any of this is going. Us, as the Valiant Few, it feels like a concession. And this is just, it's how it feels. I'm not accusing you of trying to push this down the road. It's just, do we actually think this is too big, or is this something that we're going to commit to taking care of? And once we do we commit to that same mindset going forward? You know, if another Beltran shows up, or if it turns out to be even bigger than him, and then it's the Grayerses are involved, and how far are we willing to take that? Because someone's going to be in charge. And if we keep knocking over pieces, folks are going to start thinking it's us. And we can't just say, no, we don't want to do that if that happens.
Beltran is, and he's an evil man.
He is.
He will keep
Think
trying
on
to
it,
make
Koa.
things difficult for us. Mikhail is right about that. But is he confined to Hot Gwyn in those things? Are we going to come back to
Yes.
find that the armor that we just commissioned is no longer going to be made for us? Like, what's his next move?
Hard to say. But look, I'm willing to follow if you both decide that waiting is better. I'm not going to be upset. I understand your points. I just felt I really needed to state my case here.
Mikhail, I think I agree with you. I just think I'm scared. Which is odd coming from me, I know, but I'm terrified of making a move at the wrong time and not being prepared for the consequences. The right thing to do is to remove an evil person from power. But if we don't have something to put in place to hold Odgwyn up once we do, or to remove the true source,
Well, it's lots to think on while we go to sleep. Meet back in the morning, and be sure on what we want to do.
Yeah, that's fair.
One final question before we split up. The ooze. I can't fully remember, but what did the elder say? Is it just like melted down bones and stuff, or
I don't know. I'll
people
leave you
still-
to it this because my head's filled with the other stuff. I can't go back between the two. I gotta focus on one or the other. Good night, guys.
Kind of pats Aldo on the back. Have a good night.
Are people
Um,
still in it? Okay.
He said mind, body, and soul all dissolved into that.
If
We don't know
potentially,
if they're awake in there at all.
I think Gwen believes that there's a chance that it could help cure her ailment. But if it truly does have minds, souls, and such, it would be evil to do so, wouldn't it? Knowingly?
Is that why they were experimenting with it?
I don't know if that was the extent of their motivations, but I know.
Wait, was I the
Gwen,
guinea pig? Oh, jeez. Okay.
again, I'm speculating here, but I think she was hopeful.
Damn. If I had known that, I might not have told him what it really was.
You would have held back.
I don't know. I would have considered it. I mean, her condition, she's not the only one who has that, right? Like, there's a lot of people who suffer from it.
Yes, but there is limited amounts of ooze, and also if it's living people,
Right. Well, no, that's when you have breakthroughs like that, it's not just a matter of, oh, you have to have this specific resource. Sometimes you start to find workarounds and new information and can eventually go away from needing that same thing. Maybe they'd have found out another way to cure it. I'm not saying I'm not saying 100% that we wouldn't have told them, just I would have considered it. What if they could find a cure?
there's got to be another way.
Right. But maybe we need this to find that other way. I think now that they know.
Don't you
I
think the gods would
seriously
be
doubt-
against us meddling with melted down souls to...
Some? I mean, it's. There's a reason I wouldn't go telling people this if I wanted to work with it. I wish I didn't know if I wanted to work with it, but
I told
not
Gwen to
the
not
most
fully
sterling
rule
thing.
out the thought of using it before I had this conversation, but
did she listen to
there
you?
are... I think that getting herself restored is more important to her than she likes to let on to me. The excitement in her eyes and the dread when we talk about it.
Yeah.
I think it's dangerous. And I worry for her because I know she pines for that ability back. But I don't want her to lose herself to reacquire it.
Yeah.
If it was just melted down people's remains, that's one thing. But if there's life to it,
Yeah.
unknowingly
yeah,
having it happen, like what happened with you, is one thing. But
yeah. And it does have a benefit. Believe me, it's powerful. That sucks. I don't know if there's another material like it that wouldn't be just as I don't even know a good word for it. Blasphemous. Horrific. We don't know enough about it. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the Elder will eventually be able to answer some things once we learn more. Maybe he
that's
can
what I'm
tell
hoping.
us.
I'm just afraid she might do something rash in the meantime. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Whenever I mean, the most rash thing that we've seen her do is Well, they experiment,
Yes,
which she
But-
didn't know what it was.
but what if knowing what it is now and she experiments again?
Then she's made a choice. We can't protect her from agency. If she chooses to do something like that, then I mean,
I will have
obviously,
to
then you
tell
talk
her
to
what
her
you-
then.
Told me though that there are still souls. I will have to make sure she knows.
I think she realized.
No,
And I explained it before.
well, I'll converse with her once more and just to make sure because I talked to her and I think neither one of us seemed to fully grasp it. It was just so much information at once, perhaps. Or maybe she did, and maybe she. I don't know. I don't want to assume. On one hand, we have to make all of these assumptions for Beltran. On the other hand, I don't want to assume things on the other side.
Well, yeah.
I was just supposed to escort someone through the woods, and now all of a sudden we're talking about picking out leadership of the largest city in Adir.
Yeah, are you
Things
kidding?
have
I came
escalated
here
a
to
lot.
study.
I hope
I
you've
thought I'd be
learned a lot.
performing for extra coin and maybe hiring some bodyguards and going and looking at ruins and reading, maybe flirt with some of the locals a little bit. Just normal stuff.
I don't know if I'm prepared to make these decisions, Mikhail. I don't know if I'm strong enough to make the hard choices. I feel like there's a good thing to do and a bad thing to do, and sometimes they get all muddled, and I don't know. I feel paralyzed.
Okay, that's a fair that's a fair thing to feel. I'm just going to ask you to look at what we've seen of the people that are making those choices. I wish they were a little less confident in some of the things that they're deciding to do.
That's what I mean. How do we decide which comes first? Removing the corrupt leadership or removing the curse corrupting them? Or perhaps they're all
Oh.
corrupt anyway. How do we know how far to go? How much do we do to make sure Hodgwyn is in good hands before we're able to go back to our other task? If we do go this route, how much
If
time?
you're
How much
asking me.
investment?
Honestly, having seen what we've seen now, as much as it takes. I don't know if I'm the right guy for the job or if any of us are, but if we do enough that people start looking at us as the folks they want making those decisions, I'm not going to turn it down. I'm sick of being bossed around by people who are clearly idiots.
This also means that we'd have to make it public what we've done for them to know that we're involved. Yes, we kidnapped the counselor's son and now we're exposing their corruption. Does that scream leadership to you?
Desperate times. They don't really have good leadership here. You know what I mean? They
No.
barely have it. I think what we'll end up doing is, if we do gain that kind of reputation where people look to us as leaders, we'd be setting an example. I don't think removing a slave-ring founding weasel like Beltran and then later having to cop to it is the worst example of leadership. It's not the best, but it's not the worst.
All right. We'll sleep on it. We'll reconvene. Sorry for showing, I suppose, weakness or indecision. This just feels like a relatively big fork in the road.
It is. I don't look at it as showing weakness. It's consideration. I think that's a good thing. At least you're thinking about what you're doing and acknowledging that it's going to affect a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, unless there's anything you'd like to chat about, I'm going to go try to not sleep.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to sit in here for a bit. takes a seat again.
Have a good night, Mikhail.
You too, Koa.
Koa won't sleep right away. He will like walk around. I don't know if anyone else is awake, Scott, but Koa will kind of like walk around all the different parts of this place and just reminisce a bit.
Yes. Other people are up. Actually, Edric is not far outside the door when you leave. He's leaning against the wall. His mug is mostly empty. Actually, you guys chatted for a while. It's completely empty.
Well, he was
He's leaning
refilling it right as we kicked him out.
So I was
Yeah,
gonna
that's
say,
true.
I was gonna say, he's leaning against the wall. So he looks at you, and you look at him or whatever. Maybe you mosey close to him or whatever, like you're his direction. And he'll look up at you, and he holds up his mug and flips it upside down, and you can see like it takes 3 or 4 seconds for a drop to fall, which suggests he kept sipping it after it was empty because of like how long he was standing there. And he goes, "Is my bed free?"
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I would have gladly talked somewhere else. I wasn't expecting Aldo to kick you out of your own office.
Waves it aside. "I should probably show you your room anyways." And he pushes off the wall and starts heading back towards where you are. He takes a right into the doorway that leads to the alchemist lab. And you can see it's pretty untouched from how you left it. You don't remember it perfectly, but as far as you remember, it's untouched from how you left it last time you left here. It goes across the room, opens up the door, and the room inside there is not how you recall it. Charred and burnt out from the fire and so on and so forth, right? It has been scrubbed clean. And there's a bed in there. Like, the old frame of the old bed was, I believe, like charred up but not fully destroyed because they did fire to like burn the documents or whatever, but like the bed was mostly still intact. So it's like a couple of like bad boards like thrown on, so it's not the prettiest thing, like maybe on the inside but a couple on the outside to reinforce it that came off of like a crate or something from elsewhere. They're like hammered in place to reinforce the bed, but there's like a full mattress. Maybe they fixed the old one or got a new one, whatever. There's a couple of pillows, but they're pretty basic, nothing like super gnarly or whatever. But like the proper bed is set up inside there, like the bigger bed that's there. And there's also a smaller bed off to the side. It's not as large as that one is. There's a smaller bed, but it's like funny because it's a bunk bed style, which I don't know if your character's seen bunk beds before. I don't know how common bunk beds would be, but it's like a bunk bed style that's
motels.
over there.
If they're in like hotels, motels ever, but otherwise probably not.
Yeah, so like there's a bunk bed style off to the side. And he goes, "I mean, wish I could have given you all big beds, but there's only so much room in this shithole. But figured y'all would want to sleep in here."
Oh, we definitely slept in worse. Thank you, Edric.
Yeah, one more thing. He goes over to the door that's like the secret door, if you remember, like the secret passageway area, and he like does the little lever that you guys showed him forever ago that opens the secret door. And back there, you can actually see there's like a weapon rack, and like a rack for you to hang like your clothes, like armor or whatever it is on. It's like if you like take off your shit, you can put it inside there. And he goes, "So you don't stab yourself if you come stumbling in drunk. Well, maybe not you."
Not tonight, at least. Perhaps once this place becomes more of a place of celebration and less of a place of necessity.
Nods. He goes, "Well, I ain't picking out curtains for you." And I'll give you like a slap on the shoulder. You say not yet. He gives you the finger as he walks out.
You may like curtains.
Mm-hmm. And he goes,
Koa will hang up his weapon and armor and probably follow him out.
Yeah, follow.
Not like follow him, but like
yeah, exactly. You'll probably even be like a solid minute behind him because you're taking some of your shit off, and you'll head out, and you can see his door is still partially open, and he's out the other side of the door. Like, by the time you get out there and you're looking, he's not the only one that sleeps in that room with the alcohol. He actually goes off, and a couple of other people are shuffling in. You can imagine he kick them awake from wherever they are. So he's a couple.
Mikhail's still in there.
Oh, Mikhail can even see it. There's a couple of other people that are coming in, as they are the ones that sleep because there's only so much space. So they are the ones that are going to sleep in that room there. And you could certainly pile up everybody into one room if you wanted to. Like, that's an option. But that's also a shitty option, you know? Especially if, like, somebody's ripping ass, you know? Anyways, so a few people end up, 2 people end up joining him. So there's 3 of them, like, on the floor in there with their sleeping sacks, getting ready to pass out. You know, Knight Mikhail or whatever it is, you know, blah, 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 but he's just going to go pass out. I don't know if you were going to grab Mikhail or keep walking, because I wasn't done with you.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so you keep walking about, and eventually as you're like meandering about, see, there are a few other people that are up, so on and so forth. But as you're kind of like just making your way the rounds, probably at some point in time going over to where the bars are. And when you get there to where the bars are, you notice that the room that's outside of where the bars are, you know, the one that had like the sarcophagi or whatever that's there. In that room, you have on the floor, not Ashara, Ashanti is lying on the floor. She has it look to her like at one point in time she was just like lying down to stop spinning while talking, but passed out. You know, you have what is it? Jaden sitting up on one of the sarcophagi, just like sitting up, you know, like legs hanging off of it. Leaned forward, was in a conversation with Gwen, who is standing outside the bars. Even though the door can be open, she's standing outside the bars, like the side part that's there that you guys were like attacking through before. And she has like her hands on the bars, and she's like looking in. And she has this like, even from behind, you can see this like timidness to her. It shows she's even too afraid to go into that place, let alone, you know. So she's like outside of her hands on the bars, like looking in. And her and Jaden were clearly having a conversation. So as you go walking in, it's not that you're interrupting. It's that you walk in, you see it there. Maybe you feel like you're interrupting. And Jaden kind of like stops in the middle of her line and looks to you and goes, "Hey, Koa, you're still up?" And then she'll, Gwen will turn around.
Just to, once people started filing in, Mikhail probably wouldn't have stayed in that room. So he'd probably be up walking around too. I don't know if he'd be in the same place as Koa, but he would also be walking around.
Yep.
But just that.
Sorry if I interrupted anything.
No.
Do you want to he'll gesture in?
To go in? She's like, not really. She says, like slowly starting to say it, like looking like bashfully over at Jaden. Jaden's like, "I already told you I don't give a fuck. He's dead." And she's like, I don't know. It's not just what you went through, Jaden. How many others? How many nightmares have happened here?
Is the door locked? Can Koa just open the door?
It is open like by like an inch or two, because they don't have it sealed. Like they don't want it to be, you know.
Yeah. So can I get in there?
Yeah.
Koa will then go to step through.
Yep.
He'll motion to, like, not necessarily to Jaden, but he'll motion to like Gwen, like he's going to explain.
Right. Gwen's watching. She doesn't even show the slightest temptation towards going for a step. And so you hear, you know, Jaden, she just like makes the sucking noise in her teeth, like and like jumps off of the sarcophagus where she is, and she'll walk over and walk through the bars as well, saying, "Come on," to Gwen as she goes. The 2 of them don't know each other well. They've spent this night hanging out and drinking, and so she says, like, "Come on," and then Gwen, seeing her go in and the extra prompting, she's just like, "Okay," and she turns and she'll slowly make her way around the bars, and there's a tentative first step, and Jaden's like, "It wasn't you," and like with that whole, well, you're the one that went through it, you know, like maybe I shouldn't be the, like that almost like guilt she steps through, you know.
We don't have to RP the whole thing, but like I imagine what I'm imagining Koa doing is like allowing Jaden to say whatever she wants to say, and then like him going through this room and what he saw and witnessed, and just kind of having it like a, let's just get it out in the open and have our, like, this is the trauma room, let's look at our trauma out moment. So
Jaden's
serious,
drunk.
like we open up about stuff. Oh, well, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were done. Jaden's drunk, and she's already had an opportunity to process a lot before.
You've
You've
been here a
seen her.
while, yeah?
No. I meant in Han Gwen. You've seen her process. You've seen her change.
No, but I mean she's been in this cave for a little while now. This
Oh
isn't
yeah,
her
yeah.
first
She
night
came.
here.
She came a couple weeks ago, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So she goes over, and she's actually gonna make her way over, and she's gonna. I mean, your memory is not perfect. Again, it was only for how long, and it was how long ago, and you had a lot of emotions and blood in your eyes at the moment. But she lies down in pretty much the exact spot where you killed Tor before. And she lies there and she's like, I'm glad it was you. Should have been me. She's like lying in the exact spot where his body was. But I'm glad it was you, Koa.
I don't have the same experience. I don't think about Tor as much as I think about the gesture to like the first, I think it was like 3 sections of people that died. When I think about this place, it's that spot I think of. It's a gesture, like some exposed scars or something on like his arm or leg or whatever. Thor himself was nothing. He died nothing. He lived nothing. But the people that were forced, those are the memories that haunt me.
She'll get herself off the floor, like gets up on her elbows to like watch you as you're saying this. And you can see there's sympathy in her eyes, but again, she's intoxicated. There's sympathy in her eyes. She pushes herself up off the floor, and then walks over and goes, "No, I don't want to downplay what you saw." And she points to the first seat and she says, "That's Rayrin." Then he goes to the second one, says the next name. Third one says the next name, naming her friends that died at the hands of not Tor, but affiliates of, you know? And then turns to you and says, "Oh, I know."
I didn't mean to imply you didn't. I just don't want to give any more credence to that villain. I'm sorry that I failed that night. For them.
She puts her hand on your chest and she's like, "Stop defending yourself, Koa. Nobody's attacking you. If I was, you'd already be on your ass." And she like jokingly squares off for a second and then just like chuckles to herself. Again, she's very intoxicated. She's like, "Nah, I'm just, this place, it's so horrible. But the people here, yeah. How long? How long till we get Beltran, huh? How long until we have him in here? How long? How long until we fucking kill that bastard? How long?"
That is the question.
Yeah, she's like, "It is. Few weeks, few months? Oh, I can wait. It's gonna be worth it. Just do me a favor, Koa. This time, make sure, well, that I'm there, but that I'm not chained up." And she like tosses you like a wink.
Just, you know what? Sure. We'll talk more in the morning, I suppose, about it all. Been a heavy night.
She says, "Oh, don't tell me you stayed sober." And Gwen says, "Oh, he's sober. His cheeks get rosy when he's drunk." And she looks at Gwen and looks at you and looks at Gwen and looks at you and says, "Good night." And walks just straight starts walking out. Just to stop to balance herself on the bars in like the doorway. And then walks out of the room and she'll give like a kick to Ashanti's leg, not a hard one. But She's like, "I'm going to bed. You coming with?" Yeah. She says like kind of confused, but also knowing who it is, and so she helps her up, and the two of them, arm in arm, go stumbling off to go find a place to pass out.
Have you had much to drink tonight, Gwen?
She nods more than usual, but
was a good night for it.
Not in a while.
We can talk about it a different time.
She furrows her brow and says, I'm not drunk, Koa. I'm just
No, it's
uncomfortable. She says, like, looking around the room, and you can see she's a little antsy to leave the chamber.
Still like motion around.
Yeah.
No, it's not about that. It's just there was a lot to celebrate with the people here tonight, and kick back, relax, play some music, have fun. I suppose my mind is just in another place, and to bring up more serious, unpleasant topics is perhaps unnecessary tonight.
You gonna go to bed with them?
The first time I slept here was I was exhausted.
You were bleeding. I saw your wounds.
Bodies everywhere, and it was quite awful. But couldn't keep myself awake that night. I was way too worn out. But to sleep here tonight is gonna be a challenge because of the memories as well as what may come next. Talking about removing Beltran and how we would do it and what would come after and this and that. It's also much. There's just so much weight I wasn't prepared for. And the last thing I want to do is put more weight on you right now than what you've already. So it can.
She'll come over, and she'll like put her fingers between yours, like to clasp hands, and will lean her head onto like your upper arm, like in a nuzzling kind of way, and say, "It's a little brisk, but you have one of those traveler's bedrolls. It seemed large."
I do.
I'd like to sleep under the stars.
Find a non-muddy spot and much nicer than in here tonight, right?
And with that, she'll like, take the first like step or two, but her small steps are like one of yours, and then give like the tug to start pulling you out of this chamber.
I left my armor and equipment in probably keep it by my side just in case while we're outside.
She'll let you take the lead. Not even like, she'll just give kind of like a and we'll follow with you to take the lead. She knows that there's no words that she can say that are going to comfort you with like the gravity of this and everything else that you said. And she also knows that she doesn't want to know about the Beltran details, because it's more than, it's one of those things where like people are willing to accept the air quotes necessary evils to bring good in the world, and killing somebody is a air quote necessary evil. I'm not saying that I personally believe this, but within the scope of the conversation here. So people, it's very common people are willing to accept those kinds of things, but it's easier to accept them if they don't have to have too much detail or be a part of the decision making. If it's just kind of, it happens and then they're made aware of it afterwards. So she's choosing willful ignorance going into this, because that's again how most people are able to kind of like cope with the scenario, like, oh, it's just bigger than me. And so what she is able to offer you is a sense of peace, and to remove you from some of the pain. And so that's why it's, again, the offer, not really much words that can be shared, but to at least pull you out of the cave, pull you out of the system, bring you outside where she knows that you're comfortable. You're a traveler. You like all that stuff. Go over to where the horses are. You know what I mean? Because you like being around Nightstorm and et cetera, et cetera.
I do believe that we had talked, and that whenever Edric and them came back to take out the auctioneers, they were going to bring the cart back with them for that. So I believe our cart would be here.
Your cart is 100% here. Absolutely. And so if you wanted to sleep in that to avoid the mud.
I'm thinking that is where we would set up the bedroll.
Yep.
So whenever Careless Whisper saxophone start playing. It's not in the mud tonight.
Or can you feel
That's
the
not-
mud tonight?
That's Elton John. That is not.
That phrasing also. Good lord.
Can you feel the mud tonight? I mean, bareback. No? Okay, moving on.
I'm getting flashbacks, horror flashbacks, whenever we had to have a bunch of work done to our ceilings and walls, and the guy, need more mud. Just, I don't need to remember drywalling right now. Now I'm going to go sleep under the stars.
Right.
My own trauma's coming back.
I still have an unfinished wall that I stare at all the time. Anyways, so so yeah, she'll bring you out there, and the carriage, so on and so forth. And I don't know if there's anything else that Koa wants to say, because it's better for him to get it off his chest. And I wasn't saying that Koa necessarily picks up that that's what she's doing. I was explaining to you, Wade, and to everybody else, kind of like the mentality of what's going on here and what have you. But maybe Koa doesn't realize, this is up to you, Wade. Maybe Koa doesn't realize it, or maybe he does, either way, but still wants to say some words, whether it be Wade or Koa that needs to get something off their chest. But this is kind of like the approach. Though, I mean, she's not usually afraid to share opinions if you directly ask her.
I think this is the point where she's changed the scenery, and Koa does not take that opportunity to bring up the ooze or anything else. That's a conversation that'll happen later. This is what would you do if you weren't in Hodgwyn? Or, what if we just ran off? And this is the dumb, dreamy conversation of let's enjoy being under the stars and dreaming.
Yeah.
About what ifs.
I mean,
let's be less serious.
If you are doing those kind of pleasant, lying down under the stars, cuddly, friendly, to not put airs on it, like kind of like pre/maybe post-sex conversations. I imagine it is very much like a talking about wanting to see her homeland again. She misses it, but doesn't know if she could return. Wanting to see some of her old friends and whatnot that are there that she hasn't seen in a long time. Saying that she's never seen the ocean before, and how one day she wishes to lay her eyes on, like she says she's dreamed about it, but she has many dreams of the ocean based off of drawings or paintings or whatever that she's seen, or descriptions people have had, but never seeing the ocean before. And so the idea of being able to watch the sun out there, and however people describe it. Of course, now I have in my head that short that I shared earlier of Brennan Lee Mulligan talking about the ocean as as a mistress or whatever. But anyways,
when you think of romance, you think of Brennan Lee Mulligan.
I mean,
good choice.
He gets me hot. Love me my gingers. So Brendan Lee Mulligan and Bill Burr. Heyo. So
I saw him and Matt Mercer debate XP versus encounter leveling.
Mm-hmm.
In a fun little video where they were both clearly half serious, but it was still funny.
Oh yeah, the milestone versus XP one. Yeah. It's fun.
So anyways, back to the so she's describing those kinds of things, just like the things that she would like to do that are somewhat painful, like go and see her past, but the things that she would love to do that are dreamy that she's never even shared with you before, like seeing the ocean, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you guys can kind of delve into that, and eventually, unless there's anything else that you want to touch on, Wade, eventually fade to the night, and honestly, you probably pass out. It's one of those things where you don't realize it, but you pass out. If there weren't trees around you, you would start to see the light hitting the sky off to the east, growing lighter. Like one of those, if you were awake an hour from now, you would definitely be like, fuck, it's dawn, but you pass out as late as it is. The air out there is so refreshing, and you're so removed from the negative scenario. You sleep so deeply that when you wake up, even though it's only a few hours later, you still feel better than you would have been had you gotten 12 hours inside of that cave. Right? So, which is nice. Now, that's a fine thing to say for Koa, but that's not the same for Mikhail, who, as he's walking around and sees a couple people up here and there.
No happy ending?
I said
for Mikhail.
Oh, so Mikhail was walking around
for him.
and maybe
fuck that guy.
Maybe he would have walked in on the conversation that Koa was having with the ladies there or whatever, but something stops him from.
I don't know how to say a hard versus a soft L.
I won't lie. Like again, you want to talk about emotes? You know the Trump meme of him like thick. You know what I mean? But like,
Oh God.
like Wade's
With an
face,
L
but
instead
like with a hard L. Oh God, I need an artist. I need.
That's
I
what
don't
you're
know if
going to
I
be
want to be
known for on the
associated with
channel,
hard
Wade.
L.
Right?
I know it was your joke, Keegan. I don't want to, but it's just. Not to take credit from where it is due, because it was the hard L.
My whole
part was your
name
joke.
As only W's. I don't take L's.
Anyways, so
My username maybe.
all right, back to it. Your character would have been stopped prior to even getting around the corner and going into there, because there would have been that spot where you stop and you would see the spot. For you, what Tor did and the horror of that, terrible. It has, I'm sure, some weight on you, but you also know that what you did was good. What you did is you removed evil from the world. What happened to them is sad. It's awful. That's not what weighs you down. You see the spot where you did the thing that was too easy for you. That moment, that realization that, what is wrong with me? And so I'm not saying that looking at that spot hurts you in like a, because again, you don't feel the same way as say Aldo would if he returned to that campsite, forever, right? Instead, there's that moment of, again, self-reflection. When you're talking about, you're thinking back all those things that run through your minds that happened many sessions ago, or even this session, the arguments that you're making. Like when I look at this spot and I hear the arguments I was making in the other room, the thing I'm supposed to sleep on and then decide later on, who is it that's making that decision? Is it the man that I want to be, or the man that I think I might be? And so like there's that moment, and you see the ladies will come walking out of the room and, coming, good night. Night, as it like breaks your mind from there, and it gives you the opportunity to kind of like not have to stare at it anymore and turn and walk off, so you don't even cross paths with Koa and Gwen as they come out of that area, because you would end up walking a different direction.
I don't know why I just pictured Koa as like Stifler walking out by Gwen and going like, as he like walks by.
No!
That would snap me out of it.
No!
Alternate universe Koa.
No!
Oh my God, the mask is off.
It's just like Mikhail having this serious moment, like this conflict in his mind, and then like I just picture like fucking Stifler walking out, like. Sorry.
See, that would be Aldo. Aldo would be the one that's like all smooth, so on and so forth, walks off with like this lovely whatever, walks up and then turns around and is like, and then keeps going. Oh, all right.
Well, that didn't happen, but in some alternate universe, we have Stifler Koa.
Right.
Okay. I mean, maybe if she was, maybe you would be. Anyways, so moving on. So you are you're there looking. He broke my train. Okay, he like fucking he did the whole people on the track. Do you pull the lever or not? And I just hit everybody. So, you sir, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
You sir are standing there looking down at that, having this moment of self-reflection. Not to say that it has to end here. It's up to you. But the ladies come out and it's like shakes you from it and gives you the opportunity to kind of like turn south and walk through the actual crack area. And I don't know if you go to like where the water is and out that way, or stay where that is, go over to where the fountain is. If you want to go out the tunnel to the outside of that, I don't care where it is you choose. You're welcome to describe. But what did your character kind of do from there in this moment of self-reflection or what have you?
Yeah, when the ladies are first kind of like walking through, he's actually like kneeling in the same spot where he actually stabbed the guy, the first guy.
It's really cool that neither of them know what that is then. That's awesome. Because you get to have that personal moment, and while it's interrupted, it's not seen.
Yeah. Even with that, like he's like just kind of staring at it, and then as they come by and like wave or say anything, he immediately like kind of mask up again. Just kind of looks up and he's just like, "Oh, yeah, have a good night. You guys are up late." and maybe like small talk kind of thing, but doesn't like follow them, just like lets them go by.
You're not going to follow the ladies to their bedroom. Good job.
No, I don't flirt with intimidate. No. So I'll. He doesn't like kneel back down. He just kind of like paces. I've heard PCs ask if they could do that before.
No,
they weren't mine. They weren't mine.
Giselle,
I was
what
a
are you
player, and I
doing?
was
Giselle,
like, no.
Giselle, where you at?
It ain't Giselle. Friggin' if Hyperphase was in here, it'd be his fault. You can blame him.
Ask to do what?
If they could flirt using intimidate instead of persuasion in 5e.
There are certainly some people that would respond positively to that.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what? That's fair.
This was not one of them scenarios.
That's
There's
actually
some people you see that are kind of like angry looking and intimidating that you're like, okay, but what if?
Yeah.
No.
Sure. Absolutely. This wasn't it.
I concede you had a healthy response to me being like, woof. It's like, oh, no, that is. Okay. Anyways, let's stop interrupting Keegan's moment of reflection. Sir, you have this thing, you're looking down, you're in your own minds, they step out, you pop up, and you give like the quick goodnight, and then you...
He kind of paces around the area for a little bit, and then he'll go to... it was like a torture room or whatever.
Yep.
What's in there now?
Yeah. So you go in there, and so Koa and what's her name are gonna like walk past you while you're in there, and maybe you don't even want to be seen in there, so you can kind of like take an extra step to the side so they don't notice you as they go by. But what's in there now? All the shit that was in there before is still there, similar to the alchemist lab. It is untouched. That stuff is there. Now you opened up the safe or what have you on the wall that Aldo had found, and you found like the old books or whatever inside there that still have potentially relevant information. But other than that, this place is undisturbed from the last time you were here. I mean, maybe slightly disturbed, people coming in and like touching things and moving around. Whoa, holy fuck! But then like leaving. But everything still seems to be here.
Okay. Yeah, he like walks in and he kind of does like a quick circuit around it. He's sort of replaying the scene in his head that happened in here as well with the one other guy that was I don't think we ever got a name for him.
We did, but I just don't remember what it was because it was.
Did we get his name?
He was kind of he was one of the lashes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got his name because he was a lash.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Keep going.
I don't remember his name, but yeah,
it's on the world.
The lash that we dragged in there. Yeah. And he kind of goes and like stands in the same spot where he stabbed that guy. And he's just like pondering very deeply. He's very much kind of rolling over the same, trying to like recall that same thought process of why was that easy? Like, and then it starts to kind of switch into like, why is it hard for everyone else? Like, he knows what they've said and that sort of deal. Like, how they've expressed it being difficult to, like, reconcile with having killed people or having to hurt people and that kind of thing. But then he's just thinking, but look what they did. Look what they were doing to other people. Like, it is a net positive that they were to get rid of them. How could that be the wrong move? And he's even kind of muttering this to himself. And then he walks back over to the other spot, like looks around, sees if like there's anybody else around there. And probably just starts heading down the other way, like on the other side of the big ass hole that's in there. He hasn't really been over there as much.
The big asshole.
Yeah, the big asshole. That's what we call it, right? Oh wait, no, it's the crack.
Across the Dingleberry Bridge.
Yeah. But he'll start walking around that side because he hasn't really been over there, like where Edric was over there fighting, that kind of thing.
I mean, you were over there because that's the room where Edric's room is, but there's more to it that you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, continue.
He's like walked through, but he hasn't like took it in at all.
Yep.
And he ends up mostly just kind of examining like the whole place. Like he hasn't actually taken it all in since they were running through here, running for their lives and that kind of thing. trying to kind of get out of those same thoughts that he was having. Brain, come on, there we go. He starts to try to get out of the that same loop of like, okay, but do I do this because I'm supposed to, or is this really me, or is this just one of those faces that you kind of show the world? Which deity is that?
Lord Ricard the
Ricard, yeah.
bastard, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, he's been like kind of ruminating on that, and then like he starts wandering around, just more examining the place, and he will likely end up in Lord Ricard the False. He'll likely end up going to where those sarcophagus and stuff are. You think that's the bar now?
No, the sarcophagus is the other. You walked away. You can go back over there. It's where the girls were before, but they're not there now. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, he'll end up wandering his way back over there.
Yep.
Honestly, he probably ends up falling asleep over there at some point.
Mm-hmm.
He just never goes to a room or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just climb inside one of them. Where no.
I mean,
he probably just like sits against one.
Yeah. Exactly. I was going to say probably lean up against one and then pass out, and you're like half slouch. You're sitting at like a 30-degree angle. You know, like so 90 degrees this way, 30 degrees that way. You know, kind of a thing. But continue, Keegan.
Did Aldo go in that way, or did Aldo go in the other way? Like, would the door be open in there? 'Cause that's where the door to get into the secret area was, right?
Did Aldo went into the secret area?
Well,
Yeah.
I guess
That's what I wrote in thing like ages ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. In chat.
Yeah, in Zoom chat.
Oh,
I
in
also just
Zoom
kinda
chat.
said it
Oh,
out
I
loud.
if I open that, it distorts the stream, so I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see if you guys say
Yeah,
something like BRB. I'll say like a quick thing, but it only flashes up for 2 seconds. Anyways, back to you. So actually, pause on you, Keegan. Aldo, if you went in there, did you shut the door behind you? Or did you leave it open?
No, I shut it.
Did
Okay.
you go into the sarcophagus? Is the other way?
Probably the sarcophagus way. Oh wait, no,
Because the
the
girls
ladies
would've
would
been
have
If I
been
can
there.
get in the other way, I go the other way where nobody is.
Yeah. So you probably would have gone there, saw the girls, been like, hey, and then like went around the other way. So back to you, Keegan.
Yeah.
You and thank you. That's funny because I was going to see if I will get back to it. So Keegan, you go there, you kind of like lean up against the sarcophagus, which is kind of fitting, and you sit there kind of contemplating. Do you strum the loot at all, or did you just eventually pass out?
He probably does. He probably does strum it for a little while, and then it's just eventually there's just like a few discordant notes, and it's just quiet when he finally falls asleep.
Yep. Cool. Funny enough, you don't know it, right? Just like the girls didn't and Koa didn't before. But one of the sarcophagi does have its lid off. It's one of the ones deeper in the room. There actually is a person sleeping inside there. Because like nobody else is sleeping in this room. So like they have a big empty room to themselves, and like a bed that'll kind of keep them warmish, I guess, maybe. But like, pack a blanket in there. And then so now you're their roommate, and you play the thing and you pass out.
Imagine waking up and you see
yourself.
someone rising out of the sarcophagus and the freaking
Right.
the fuck out of me in the middle of the night in the morning.
Like before your coffee, be like, fuck
Ugh.
this. No. Awesome. Cool. So, Jake, your character fucked off the first. And you went walking around, stumbled into the room, saw the girls, and like you did not want them to be a part of whatever it is that you were doing. You don't have any questions, you want to deal with it, and maybe you want your solitude, whatever it might be. You turn and you go around the other way, which is to just turn right back around, rim along the crack, and go in the back way, over where like the pool is with the snake, and then open up the door from that side, which immediately opens into the chamber with the fallen pillars and the well of a very viscous fluid. Again, you guys didn't touch it. You just saw the way that it was falling and running. It was like, this seems viscous. There's no ripple the way that normal water would. This is strangely viscous and flowing. So you go into that chamber that's there, and I imagine shut the door behind you as you had said beforehand, because Kova's going to go out that door, so he won't see you. So you go over there and you shut the chamber behind you, leaving just you with a lantern. You can imagine there's many lanterns here. You with a lantern, some oil, not even half burnt, alone in that place. What is it that Aldo is doing, thinking so on?
Aldo wanted somewhere that was like quiet, almost like deathly so. And he just uses that time. He paces up and down. He goes over to that altar thing, probably he's not touching the water, but I guess like he leans against it with both hands, kind of like takes a breath in and stuff like that, and then starts like talking to himself. Just things like but he's not a good guy. He's evil. Like, it's got to be done. And then like you'll see he'll turn around, he'll pace back up, and he'll be like, no, Aldo, stay. And then you can like he'll sit down, and he kind of rocks his head back and forth. He's like, stay in character. You're Aldo. Keep it together. And then you can see like it's just one of those things where he's just rocking back and forward, and he's like repeating the same stuff to himself, right? And he'll stay in there for he'll probably stay in there to the morning.
Okay.
Before he'll come out at some point.
Does he inevitably pass out doing this, even if it's just small?
You would say so, yeah.
So like a proper pass out, especially with the alcohol, whatever involved, or like one of those things where, because I've done this before. I mean, you've done it with holding a baby, where like, or maybe people have done it when they're very emotional before, where you like rocking, whatever it might be, and then like you realize, oh, I blacked out for like 15, 30 minutes, whatever it is. And then you go back to what you were doing, and then you get another small. So is it like small little jumps like that, or like a proper pass out at some point?
No, it'd definitely be like, he's like kind of like almost like banging his head on the wall, but just like lightly. And then he'll just like lean there for a second, have these like little micro sleeps. He'll get up, walk over, maybe walk to like the other side where there's that other wall and leans against it. Has a little bit, but he's kind of just like very unsettled. And so like little naps, but not like a full pass out. There's just a lot that seems to be going through his own head.
Yeah, no, which makes sense. The only thing I would add to this is, while Aldo has done not specifically this, but not dissimilar things, at least a handful of times in his life before, this moment of, God, not just solitude, but like almost being lost in his own mind and trying to collect literally himself and talking to effectively himself, not even knowing who's listening or who's talking. There's something slightly different this time, and maybe if he was sober, he would have realized it. But in his drunken haze, he, not that it falls on deaf ears, but it is borderline lost to him. As he's talking to himself, for the first time, he feels a little bit more like someone's listening. But anyways, you eventually do these micro sleeps, and out of frustration, you'll get up, and it could be one of those scenarios where you actually got like 3-4 hours of very broken sleep, but it feels like you only got 15 minutes, or it could be one of those scenarios where, no, fuck you, I literally got 45 minutes, I hate the world, give me a knife. Whatever it is, eventually you'll frustratedly find your way out of there, probably the way you came in, and you'll open the door, and you'll come out, and do me a favor, roll me a stealth check. Wonderful. You open that door and you look out and you see there are 2 guards that are now inside that pool chamber that are down there. Honestly, they may have been passed out on the floor last night when you first came in here. You don't remember seeing them, but you also don't not remember seeing them. It's like, it doesn't matter. Even though they're awake now, they are so distracted and clearly they can't hold their liquor. You slip out the door, shut it behind you, wait 2 seconds, and then come walking down the stairs like you just came in the back door. And they like look surprised because they didn't hear it ding, or they didn't hear that chime or whatever happen. But then like it's very much like while they look surprised, and they kind of like, oh, morning, or like whatever, good day, whatever head nod you do. It catches them off guard, but you play it off so smoothly that they just assume they missed the chime. Or were such bad guards they never shut the door to begin with. Either way, you're able to kind of like move on. Cool.
I love that the guards there had to listen to saxophones all night, and then Aldo's the one that comes in the back door. Ayo.
Okay. So fucking stupid.
Keegan, you're muted, so we're not hearing your pain. Or pleasure.
I don't know either.
Yeah, exactly. I'm tired.
You can tell by the way he delivers it sometimes, like that he's been sitting on it for a while.
The moment Scott said that Aldo came in the back door, I was like, right by where Koa went out with the Gwyn. That's there's a joke there. I'll get it.
You won't let it. It can't just go away gracefully. No.
Get all jokes like that. Unfortunately,
Well, but Wade.
Just bring my mind back to don't be a menace to South Central drinking your juice in the hood, and the line wrong hole, fool. I think it's something along the lines of "Girl, you so tight, wrong hole, fool." Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So it's morning.
Anyways,
We
so
are distracted so easily.
You fuck you.
I made a simple quip.
Oh, simple. Anyways, so you all get up in your own various areas. We're gonna say Aldo first, obviously, because he barely slept. At one point in time, Mikhail, when he wakes up, is that moment where he's like, wakes up and he realizes how much he's been drooling because he was just lying in that super awkward position and so on and so forth. And he goes to like wipe the small out the drool, and it's more than he anticipated. And so he kind of like goes to, so we've all been there too. He goes to get up and he's like, nobody saw that, right? And then like as he's done cleaning himself up, he looks over and somebody's sitting up in the sarcophagus looking in his direction. And he's like, how long have they been there? Whatever.
Were you dead?
Like literally how long? And so you know, gets himself up to go and present himself elsewhere. Positive the dark colors of his clothes hide the wet stain from the drool and on his shoulder or whatever. And then Koa wakes up and different. Not going to describe. So Koa wakes up and it's cold outside. His nose is absolutely like frozen solid. His ears are like, he can't feel them anymore. You know, his face is quite frosty, stinging from the cold. But
Kind of like Scott feeling the top shelf. Can't happen.
But inside of the bedroll, it is nice, toasty, warm, and bare. It's one of those like you wake up and it's just such a nice moment. You don't want to ruin it with having to get up and get out of it. And so I imagine the two of you enjoy the moment for a short period of time. And then there's that fun decision of being in the scenario of camping of, do we get out of the bag to get dressed, or do we somehow try to shimmy do this inside of the bag while we're both inside of it? Both are terrible decisions. I'm curious if you want to even say which one Koa does.
He gets out and does it out and about.
All right.
So that way he gives
the
Gwen
type.
the option to be decent in there because there's a little bit more space, but also he knows what he's about.
All right. Make me a fortitude save. And she's like, oh, I thought it was, never mind. No, so it's cold out there, and he puts on a brave face, but his teeth are abso-fucking-lutely chattering because it is early spring. It is a very early spring morning, and it is cold, and he is buck-ass naked. So he is teeth chattering, but giving her the privacy of being and the teeth chattering, while maybe Koa hates the fact that it's like a sign of weakness, if you will, it actually shows how much more chivalrous he was in the moment because it really is fucking cold. Either way, inevitably, she's ready enough that, and you're ready enough that you guys go like skipping back inside, like, let's go inside. It's cold out here. And can go join down to where everybody else is. The morning is kind of a fun routine that's here. They already have a routine in place. People have different responsibilities. So even though you guys are maybe out, maybe it was after Aldo gets up, but for the rest of you, by the time you get up, people are already cooking. You know what I mean? And now unfortunately, there's not a lot of options for what they have to cook. So they can get some basic supplies down here sometime and make some breads or use old stale breads, whatever. They're close enough to the river that people will occasionally travel the many miles to the river, catch as much fish as possible and bring it back. Breakfast is fish, some bread, a little bit of fruit or berries, or whatever is found on trees nearby. All of that stuff that's found, fruit, berries, whatever it is shit that we'll say survived the winter. But if it was in a barrel and air quotes survived, it is very brown, very soft. If it was on a tree or a bush and survived, it is very shriveled and very brown. And like, this is not the most enjoyable of experiences. And so when you're kind of like eating this breakfast, whatever it might be, you're realizing, okay, the shit Edric was saying last night, being kind of at each other's throats and so on, the comment that Leon made about like supplies and, you know, eating a horse would probably be a good thing. Like those kind of lines, you're now experiencing it even just for one meal. And while none of your characters care enough to like, complain about it or anything like that, you immediately can empathize with the scenario that's here and realize, okay, we are woefully undersupplied for 30 people here that all now need to somehow get enough food to be okay all day long with these kinds of supplies here. Anyways, so you guys wake up, you have your meal, there's some chatter, and then you also hear Edric going around, and it's kind of funny because like he's taken the role of being a leader and giving people jobs, but at the same time that he's doing that and people are doing what he says, Edric really isn't a leader. He's kind of like, you know, if you've ever worked at like a job where like there's clearly like the bosses that have experience or training, whatever it might be, but then sometimes they just get like the kid that's the shift supervisor to keep an eye on it for the day. He's more that kid, but he's much older. So he's like the 35-year-old or 42-year-old version of that shift supervisor kid that just clearly doesn't want to have the fucking responsibility, but knows that somebody's going to beat these kids into shape. That's kind of who he is. And you can clearly both tell that he realizes it and whatever, and everybody else realizes it. So while they are kind of at each other's throats and the food's a situation, Edric is also kind of the situation too, even if he's currently the solution, which is like, man, this whole situation is very tentative. All right. Bring it back to your characters. You finish through your meals, maybe small talk, whatever it is. All of your characters are in your own way charming enough if and when you want to be, that you can lighten the moods of some others around you and whatever. Again, your being here just like helps to take some of the pain away because it's an immediate reminder of this sucks, but this is why, and we're doing the right thing. These good people are leading us. They're doing the right thing. And you can, if you can pass a DC, say 12 sense motive check, each of you are welcome to roll. You can see that kind of in their eyes or in the way that they speak to you, which then puts an uncomfortable pressure on your characters. So Mikhail was looking for it. He was expecting it. Koa picks it up. Aldo's still fucked off from exhaustion and so on. It puts an uncomfortable pressure on the two of your characters because you're like, okay, it's good. They're willing to, but ooh, am I ready? Because look at poor Edric. And that's kind of what you take in for the first couple hours of the morning before inevitably you have to shuffle off to go and continue last night's conversation. Now, feel free to have any side chatter before you properly convene. Certainly, Edric can be busy until you need him. But that's the tone.
I imagine, despite all of this, Koa and Gwen are still probably more cheerful than they should be, despite the situation, but both trying to conceal it.
Yeah, it's like that cute, you know, tossing occasional looks, maybe a little bit more giggly, and I do mean Koa, and whatnot in the day, sitting next to each other, which is nice because you don't always do that, but like properly next to each other, those kinds of things, because whereas they've been intimate before, they've never been, hey, let's spend an entire day together, fully traveling and engrossed in each other's company, and then an evening engrossed in each other's company, including amorous activities, and then a morning. Like, this is the next level for them, if you will. So,
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna roll like a bluff or anything. It's just like they're trying to conceal it. You guys can tell.
Yeah. But Mikhail, actually, he probably seems a little bit, I don't know if grumpy's the right word, cold. Not like in temperature. He's just like,
did you get changed in the? Oh, okay.
Koa seems cold, but like temperature.
Not in temperature.
Sorry. Cool. So,
He doesn't say anything side chatter wise.
Aldo or
So
Wade?
imagine,
Sorry.
I imagine we eventually the three of us meet up. Suppose we have a decision to make.
Seems like it. Everyone sleep.
Koa looks
Something like
away.
that.
Yes.
I think I did. Starting to discover I don't really like being alone with my thoughts.
Oh. You all right? Need to talk about anything?
Maybe later. Business first. I don't think my mind is. It didn't change overnight, especially, but I don't know. Taking a look at everyone on the way over here, I feel less ready.
For the plan.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. Something about how, just watching how difficult it looks for this to all come together. Like, the way that people look for guidance, and then there's a change when they don't get what they're looking for. I don't know how I'd fix that if I did that. You know, I guess you don't lose their trust, you don't lose their faith, but like there's a level of I don't know, confidence that they have in you. I don't even know how you get that back. I don't think they really have it for Edric. They respect him, but
He's not really the leader type. He's a fighter and he's rough and he gets things done, but he does not give off the vibe of someone to follow.
I'd call him an enforcer. I think he's good at that.
So who do we convince to take the reins? We can't stay here. So who else could lead this place? Leon's not going to live in a cave.
Even if he would, I don't know. I don't know that everyone would be comfortable with it.
No.
Whether or not it's the best thing. I mean, he's obviously got the capability. Like, he's run much bigger operations than this.
Edric, not to diminish what he's done, has held it together, and we owe him a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, taking nothing away from him. I imagine he would gladly take some assistance if he could get it. Either way, um, as far as our plan, either of you change your minds?
I think we're sitting on some items here that may be able to alleviate some of the pain in this place. Perhaps Leon would be agreeable to at least offer some training to people here. Maybe we can get them a bit better food, or at least the money to procure some basic things. Maybe even some materials to fight with. And maybe we get a bit better prepared. We remove this curse, which is the big thing hanging over all of Adir. And then we settle our grudge and such afterward, is how I feel. I want Beltran badly. I want to take him out. But perhaps it's because I am too close. Being here has reinvigorated all of the fuel and hatred I have for him, but stepping away for a moment, trying to think about what might come. What if
Sorry.
What if we do get Beltran, we capture him, we successfully stash him away somewhere, and the council's response is tighten their grip on Hot Gwyn to make things worse for people like Gwyn and everyone else there? And what if in the short term we do make things worse and we don't have the resources to do anything about it? Maybe we need a bit more preparation first. Maybe we need to think out the different paths that may happen and be ready to respond and have the resources and the ability to respond and focus on it. Right now, I think we all agree this curse is probably the most important thing. It is hanging over our heads. We know so little about so much. We have books that may give us knowledge on warfare. We have the elder who may know more. We have access to who knows what in some of these places if we continue to explore and find them. And if we can find ways to make coin or to continue to find things worth value along the way, to accumulate resources and allies and such, then we can focus all of our attention on cleaning up places like Hot Gwyn or Leshev or whatever have you. But if we are divided at all, our attention is divided, I feel that we might fail. All of it. We might let everyone down because we're trying to do too much at once. Beltran's a problem, but his family likely is too. Someone sent him to Estrad. I feel that. I don't feel like that was his decision, his whim. Maybe I'm wrong, but someone else on the council or one or both of his parents. There's going to be someone harder to reach than Beltran. And I think until we're ready to commit ourselves fully to taking that away, beginning moving pieces on this board. I vote we wait. I'm not happy about it. But I don't think we're ready.
Definitely seemed like you slept on it. What about you, Aldo?
Oh, my position is the same as it was last night. I don't believe we have the resources or the capabilities to deal with the aftermath. It's a terrible thing to do, and to let this guy run loose for who knows how long, could be years. We might not get another chance at all. But we do it now. We're not ready for what comes after. I'm sorry, Mikhail.
Don't be. You came by it honestly. It's not an easy choice.
How do you
I think I align with both of you a bit more than I did yesterday. But I don't know. I guess there's still some hang-ups, obviously. I think as long as we're committed to eventually dealing with him, not even eventually, once we can. And we have to keep it in mind, but like once we can, especially if another opportunity like this comes up, we can't just leave him out there. Not after we know what he's done. I'm not even sure how to explain it. It's just someone who's taken the actions he's taken, being able to live in the comfort he's able to live in, wield the power he's able to wield, crush whatever innocent people, or at least unassuming people, to assuage whatever desires he has personally. Someone like that, staying in the position that they're in, challenges some core belief in the world that I'm still trying to figure out.
I think that if it was just Beltran, if his family weren't who they are, I would say we act now. Because I agree with you. But Aldo's words and Leon's words also rang true that we're not ready for what follows. The people here, I mean, they need leadership, they need guidance, they need supplies, they need training. We ourselves have handled some bandits and slavers here. We've traveled to some keeps, fought some gnolls and such, but taking on the largest city in Adir, and who knows who else, we need time. We need to know who we're up against. We need to know who in the council we could trust, or who's aligned with them. Beltran and his family. We just need more information. We need to be ready for what we're getting ourselves into. If we're going to get involved in this game, we need to know the rules and the players of it. I'm sorry to keep making game analogies, just Leon and his battle game keeps can't tell, I'm trying to learn a lot from him.
He got me on that same train of thought too.
But we just don't know yet. And I fear that the same thing will happen that happened when we removed the slavers, that things will somehow get worse before they get better. And we need to be prepared for that. If they're going to look to us to take over, if we remove the entire council of Gwyn, then we need to be ready to lead. If they're going to trust us, even if we don't, if they're going to trust us to help them, then we need to have an even bigger reputation than we do. We need more on our side. We need more allies, more supplies, more funds. So perhaps we take what was here, the silks and stuff, we sell them, and maybe we can make a deal with Harad to trade with Edric and those here, but they can have some more supplies or things they need to train or fight, and maybe we get a little bit of the money for ourselves just to get by, since all of our money in the bank is gone. But while I don't necessarily like the idea of doing that, I think the people here need something to bite on, to hold them over. If we're not going to take out Beltran now, then they're going to have to stay here. And it's going to be hot and nasty in the summer, and it's going to be cold and bitter in the winter. And I don't know how long we're going to be. Months, years, before we're ready.
Yeah.
I suppose that's
right.
another vote to put up. Do we sell what we have here to make enough money for these people to try to get by? These are our allies.
You don't have to vote that now.
Never mind. God told me otherwise.
No, you can vote. You don't have to right now, I'm saying. You don't have to in a second.
I'm not sure if it's Kraleen or the fool who's talking to me, but someone is speaking in my ear.
The it's probably good to do so. We're not using it, and like if I guess we can't take care of the people who have already allied themselves with us, then what the hell are we doing?
We're likely to make more enemies than friends if we go after Beltran now. Or at least more enemies who are vocal and able to do something about it. If we have allies, they'll hide and stay quiet until we deal with all of the problem.
Oh yeah, he's gonna gain some serious reverence. Um, I I trust that at least the few people who were still in town that really disliked him, who knew what he was about, won't be changed by it, but the general attitude, I think, will shift over time, especially if he continues to do things that the general public is going to see as good. But we've made our decision, so we have to stand by that.
It's weird that a part of me wishes you two would have voted against me. Or we could have just taken him out. And yet there's relief also in knowing that our task ahead is now more clear, focused.
I think as long as we're unified, it'll be okay.
Aldo, you're awfully quiet.
I don't know. Just feels shitty, but it's the right choice.
It does. But
Yeah.
we agree, the three of us agree. If we survive the trials ahead, we will come back and we will take care of Beltran and whoever is allied with him.
Yeah.
I'm not
It's
done.
just if we're going to do it, we got to do it right.
How do we... This is not a question I expect any of us to have answers to, but... How do we go from what we were just a few months ago, half a year ago now, to trying to clean up the politics of a deer? If people of Leshev hadn't been such assholes to Aldo, we've never even formed, and now here we are, three of us talking about taking out politicians and guard captains.
I don't know. It feels like it doesn't seem like it's going to stop there. If we keep doing this, I mean, every task we've taken on has been a bigger undertaking. I was
think we're
serious
truly-
about the.
Go ahead. No, after you. I talk too much.
I was serious about the being looked to as leaders thing. I think in some cases it's already happening. I mean, just that bit of fame we've gotten from what we accomplished, and a few times we've had to drop our name. It had impact, like a lot of weight.
So we build it. We continue to build it. We become too big to just merely be snuffed out by removing a bank account or, kicking us out of our favorite tavern or whatever Beltran decides to do next. But the cart that we had, shitty as it is, we still do have it. It's here. Perhaps we load up some of the items and take them to Harad, see if we can sell them and provide these people some relief. Go to Leshev, go to Drazstone, maybe check out the keep out there, even though I do still want to check out the couple by my people.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we will have to come back this way anyway. We got armor waiting.
We find a way to break
Or we
this
will
curse.
have it.
We free a deer and the entire continent from it. And then we focus on making this place better for the people. Whatever we can do to aid them.
It's a plan.
Might need some jobs that make money along the way, though.
We might need a few.
A Valiant Few. Oh. Doesn't make sense, but it was our name and it was there.
Hopefully a lucrative few. Maybe we should take a few people with us with the carts. So once we get things offloaded and get the supplies, they can just bring it back. We don't have to double back.
But we still have to take time here at the alchemy area and go
Oh,
through,
well, you want to do this now?
secret
I figured
passage.
I thought it'd be maybe after we were done here.
Oh no, it can be after, but I figure we should still do what we need to do here.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we get Leon and Edric together and let them know of our decision?
Well, yeah, I guess it'd be wrong to leave them wondering.
Edric might need a win if we take this from him after proposing. So maybe we should vote on the providing for these people here. Aldo, how do you feel about once again giving away something?
I don't care.
Are you sure you're all right today?
No. I don't want to
need
do this
to-
anymore.
Oh,
I want to do what?
This. All of this. Let me ask you something I've asked before. Why? Why us?
The elder would say we were chosen. I would say we see problems that other people are doing nothing about, and we've at least given enough a damn to try.
Why? Why are they our problems? And I say this, Koa, because starting to feel like they are, but logically they're not.
We've been building a name for ourselves, and people celebrate our name. They cheer and they throw coin. And I think they're looking for someone to alleviate their pain. And we have in some ways. But we decided to form the Valiant Few. We decided that we wanted to form this band of merry men and go make some money doing good things. And the stage has gotten bigger, but has your feeling about that changed? Or is it just overwhelming? I feel overwhelmed.
I feel like there's a change. I don't know how to put it. I'm not thinking like myself anymore. It's the reason I voted not to go over to after Beltran is because that is the right move. But I wanted to so badly. He is a terrible person, and what's going to happen over the next few months, years, whatever it takes for us to finish what we're doing, things are going to get so much worse for everybody here. But the fact of the matter is there's nothing we can do about it. And that makes me angry.
Oh. And I'd say you and I feel the same about it. But I'm choosing to keep going and to eventually do something about it. We will do something about it when we can. But in order to get to the point of can, we have to take care of these other problems. We have to find a way to build an infrastructure of more fame or fortune or both, more of a following, more people on our side, sympathies. We need
What's the end goal here, Koa?
happiness.
In what? Happiness how? But we take over what? Gwen? When we take over somewhere and everyone who's there is happy? Like, why are we doing this?
Because something in me doesn't feel very good when I see a bully taking advantage of someone lesser. I am a strong person. I'm fit. I can hold my own. Not everyone can. Some people are good at other things. Some people are physically weak, and people take advantage of them. Councils take advantage. Guards take advantage. Criminals, bandits, gnolls, Morsugo, Beltran,
Me,
and
Koa. That's what I do.
what you did. But as you said, you're feeling different.
Not just feeling, acting different.
You broke into a place to return something you'd stolen just because we asked you to. Because it was the right thing to do. I'm not sure if the Aldo we met on trial was that person. I'm not sure if I am the same person I was. I'm learning a lot about myself. I was soul searching whenever I met you two, and I feel like I'm finding something.
I wasn't.
I'm tired. I want to settle down with Gwen and have a nice, calm, peaceful life, maybe a family, and yet there's a part of me that enjoys this, that gets excited about the prospect of being chosen to fly around on intelligent, centuries-old birds and break into these keeps. And much as I complain while we're in them, I feel like we're learning things that I didn't even know I wanted to learn. We're going over places and seeing ancient artifacts, and I don't know. There's just the amount of knowledge we've gained is something I'm excited about. The prospect of making a difference in a person's life, but on a scale that we're doing is even larger than that. This isn't fighting a single bully at a bar. This is cleaning up corruption citywide. It's something I never imagined being a part of or being able to change, and it's scary and it's intimidating, and I feel overwhelmed sometimes and like I want to quit too, but part of me enjoys it, and it's hard to admit that, but I don't really want to stop. I say I do, but it's a purpose. It's something. It's a reason to go.
Even beyond that, if you were doing something else, would you not also be still thinking about what you could be doing here?
I don't know. I just have this overwhelming sense of why. That's all.
Yeah.
I'll continue on with you guys. We got to work through this one way or another.
Why? Why would you continue with this, Aldo? Why have you continued thus far?
I don't know. Koa. I don't. It goes against everything that I am, that I've been. I said this to you once before. I don't know why I'm here. It goes against everything that I've been. And it scares me. That's what scares me, is that I'm not myself anymore. I don't feel like myself.
Aldo, do you think...
Mikhail goes pale. You just say that.
Do you think it's possible that Billy, Aldo, and whoever else you've been over the years, is it possible they've all just not been you? Maybe you've always just found someone to be who fits the narrative of the moment, and you're discovering really who you are now. And that terrifies you because you've always just worn these different identities around. Maybe what's happening is you don't understand who you are because you've been everyone, but you're following because this is who you are. And just part of you is learning it and rejecting it, but learning it just the same.
You'll notice that you'll see anger rise in Aldo. Like he's looking at you like he wants to hurt you, and you can see like he's shaking, and with what looks like great effort, he turns around at that and like he walks out the room and he slams the door.
Did I say something wrong?
No, I think maybe. I don't know. Should I? Let me go check on him.
It definitely shouldn't be me.
Yeah, maybe you struck a nerve.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cause more harm.
I spaced out for a second. I'm sorry. What did you say to him?
I said perhaps Aldo and Billy and everyone else he's been are just facades, and perhaps he's discovering who he really is, and his hiding away
Right.
from the truth has been him rejecting it all along. I don't know. I was just saying shit that sounded good, I think, but it.
You might have been right. I'll go and follow after him.
This is how you respond when someone's correct?
It depends. Maybe he didn't
Are you
want to
okay?
hear it.
You look a little pale. But
I
I've been
feel
here
a little
too.
pale. No, just hang tight. I'll be back.
What did I? As you like walk out, Koa's like throwing his arms up, like, what did I say?
Jogs after Aldo. Unless Aldo hides, that I can't fucking find him.
I mean, if you're chasing after Aldo is making for the exit. Like he doesn't want to be in this cave right now.
Easy to find, easy to go, easy to chase
Um,
after. You're
he doesn't
obviously
try
not
to catch
running.
up to you.
You're like
Yeah.
angrily moving at a fast pace. He's jogging to catch up,
Mm.
so he can easily catch up, right? Unless you're
Yeah.
intentionally making it not easy. Go ahead.
I basically don't catch up until he gets outside. Like, I'll let him get out.
Yeah, let him be outside in the sunlight for like that 5 seconds or so, and then so you pop out, Aldo.
I'll just kind of walk out and like sort of walk to the side a little bit where it's like easy to see that they come in your peripheral.
Yeah.
He's like, "You all right?"
He kind of like stops walking and he kind of like snaps and turns around at you and he just says, "No, I'm not." And
That's what I thought.
thank you, Mikhail, for coming to check on me. But I'd like some time to myself. Thank you.
Yeah. More than willing to grant you that. I may have a question for you later once I figure out what it is.
You do that.
Yeah. He will just like kind of awkwardly turn and start walking back. He's like, I just ran all that way for nothing.
Okay, you go back in. As you're walking back in, you'll actually be not like up to you, but
Mhm.
from maybe across the room or whatever. You'll get a look from Leon to catch your eye, and then gestures towards the door where Koa is, where you came from, and says, "Shall I?"
Yeah, I'm head that way too. Aldo needs a minute.
He'll stand up, and like seeing that from across the room, he's also being observant of the situation. Probably is not happy with his own current one. You see, Edric pushes himself up and is inviting himself without any gesture or anything from anybody or even from him. Just is inviting himself. So you'll have, let's say, 30 seconds before either of them join you in the room. If you want to say anything to Koa real fast.
He just comes in and he says, he needs a minute by himself. Edric and Leon are coming in.
say anything at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think I'm okay either. He says, and then he sits down.
What did I say? I imagine Koa says right as they start walking in.
Edric bursts through the door and says, "That's what I want to know." And like goes over and grabs a chair and, sits down hard and fast, AC Slater style. No, I was kidding. He pulls up the chair and sits down. Leon makes his way across the room, pulls his chair over, and then sits down. He says, asks, "Will Aldo be joining us?"
He might. He needs some air. Mikhail's like putting his hair up.
You, have you come to a conclusion? You make a choice yet?
We have. We're going to prioritize making sure the people here are taken care of. We don't have the means to deal with, even if we can get to Beltran, as good an opportunity as this is, afterward, we might cause more harm than good. And that is saying something.
With like a heavy scrape, you hear and see Edric pushes his chair back and kind of like pops up. And starts like pacing back and forth. Clearly seems agitated. You don't know if his agitation is not going after Beltran or if his agitation is that it's the right choice. You don't know what, but he's clearly pacing back and forth. But
can we sense motive that?
You can. It's not gonna be an easy one. DC 20.
So you're saying there's a 5% chance?
For you, maybe.
5. You want to luck yours, Mikhail?
Is it worth it for
Not
you? Or
really.
okay, go.
I mean,
I wasn't
not
sure if that
really
was that did not feel like a Kikin roll. So before you like chime in to it, so you might be regarding him for a moment. Before you chime in, you'll hear Leon say, and you say all that stuff, and Leon says, "So you're not going after Beltran?"
Not right now, no.
It seems all three of us woke up feeling that way today.
Raises an eyebrow. Unanimous.
Cole looked to Mikhail like as the least sure one, but like
Nearly.
I anticipated as much, and he looks to the door, back to the empty chair, and to the two of you.
No, Aldo was the most on board. He was the first one to feel this way.
Genuine surprise on his face. Oh,
Yes, his absence is actually nothing to do with that.
Though he did seem about as surprised as you are in his decision. No, it was me. I won't say reservations.
wait! You're telling me Aldo didn't want to do it?
Want is not the good word for this. We all want the bastard dead.
Aldo voted no.
Aldo voted no.
Fuck.
We cleared this place out, Edric.
No. I owe 3 silver.
Fucking wow.
No.
Who took that bet?
Listen, it was double or nothing. I went the other way, and then who said yes and no is fuck. He pulls his chair back out and sits down and says, "All right."
We cleared this place out, and Beltran got into a position to cause more chaos. We feel that he's likely not the one pulling the strings with the Strahd and whatever else the army gets up to. And Leon was right that at least he's the enemy we know. And we can always act later and try to do something once we're more prepared. But right now, we're not prepared to take over the politics of Odgwyn or figure out what to do about corrupt council members or this or that. And what if the removal of Beltran just tightens the leash on Odgwyn and makes it even worse? What if they start sending out search parties to find Beltran and they stumble upon this place? Or, make it even worse for the citizens there. There's just too many unknowns, too many variables. And at least right now, his ire is mainly focused at us, the 3 of us that he knows.
Gentlemen.
We will remove him.
But sure.
We decided that right now we're just We're not equipped enough. You all here are not equipped enough. And I think the first thing we're going to try to do is remedy that.
Gentlemen, thank you. You've made the correct choice. I told you before, Koa, that I don't have all the answers. I can't have them. This isn't my fight. But with the choice that you've made today, I've decided, if you're willing, if you would have me, I would like to make this my fight.
I'm so glad you're the one to mention that, because I was going to try to broach the subject, didn't really know where to begin, and these men probably need some training. We need the guidance. Honestly, the whole thing sounds great.
Yeah, it was a lot was hinging on that happening. He really sold it with the, oh, Leon could maybe train some of the soldiers thing.
He shakes his head and says, if you had chosen the other routes, I would have given some guidance and maybe even led the initial battle, but I wouldn't have stayed for much more than that. Plunging into chaos is not something that I find wise. It's not what's kept me alive all these years. It's not what served those that I served well. You made the right choice. It shows that you have a head on your shoulders, even if young and full of vigor. Sorry. Even if young and full of fervor, you have the right head on your shoulders. Reminds me of an old student of. Either way, yes, training, yes, guidance, but also yes, supplies. If you don't mind, if you're willing to truly accept me on board, to be an advisor, to take stake in this. You have some supplies around here, I've seen them. They have value in trade, and we can use those. I also have contacts, people that are willing to make sure that the deal that you take is not going to be unfavorable for you. I might be able to throw in a little bit more myself. If you wouldn't mind, I'm not sure how to find Drazstone from this direction. I've only ever visited from Jovincia.
It's west.
And north, I imagine. Yes.
Seems like you might know where it is, then.
Not on the map. If
Phil gets ready to pull out his map, then realizes it's probably less important than he thinks, so he doesn't.
If you're willing to send me an escort, and maybe a list of the supplies that you have willing to trade, I have contacts in Drazstone that would be willing to make this trade and would be willing to provide both supplies for battle. It's he says, thinking for a moment, then realizes you guys aren't important enough for this information to be shared to not be shared with you. He says, They are frequent suppliers of armies that I've led before. They also have a good number of trained soldiers, mercenaries, that are chomping at the bit to find a battle to fight in, and they are not the kinds that will turn on you if a heavier coin is offered.
That is very nice.
Yes. Yes, that would be incredibly valuable.
What?
And as far as an escort, I mean, we're going to be going that way in not too long.
To Drazstone.
We made a deal with some members of Drazstone to potentially open up trade with Leshev in exchange for them not. The details aren't as important, but yes.
Aren't you the heroes of Leshev?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that actually makes things significantly easier. If I were to negotiate the trade on behalf of Leshev, if they're willing to do so, that'd be better than me trying to just use my own influence to negotiate the trade for your benefit. It would look If it was seen by those in Paradel, it could be seen as though I was acting in the benefits of another national interest. And I don't think that would go well for anybody involved. And it also would be untrue. A mark on my a ledger for no gain. If we're able to do this through Leshev, then it could work beneficial for everybody.
We have yet to get confirmation if Leshev is open to these trades. They were going to discuss it over the winter. So, assuming that they're favorable in establishing trade with Drazstone, I don't see why that would be an issue. But we await their word.
I don't know what can be said about ongoing trade. That's going to be Leshev's choice. I meant trade for the benefit of your gathering group here under the name of Leshev.
I mean, in that case, it would at least be one mark in our favor with Drazstone.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if we were to be completely technical, we didn't promise ongoing trade, just trade. So maybe even the one would be enough.
Koa looks very skeptical at that thought. Like, we took a lot from them to have, like, yeah, we'll make one trade with you.
Depends
One
on how much
carton
the
of
trade's
eggs,
worth.
one sliver.
The many
Right.
details are not known to Leon, so he's not invested into pressing the conversation or and doesn't ask any questions. So he says, "Good. I did not sleep easily last night. I will tonight. I'm ready to travel whenever you are. I've seen what I need to see here. There's no benefit I can offer now without bringing an increase in morale, which won't happen until we bring supplies and so on and so on. Words that I say will fall on deaf ears and just negatively impact my ability to have an effect in the future."
We have a few allies in Harad. We were wondering if some of our supplies here may be traded there for at least some short-term relief here.
You'll have a lot of supplies. You'll have to choose if you want to prioritize the food, which is not unimportant, or the supplies for war, if that is the way that you inevitably have to go. Food can be supplemented with skill. Maybe instead of trading with Harad, you can ask them to offer those that know how to hunt the area. If they're close by to here, again, I don't know the terrain here very well. If they are close by, perhaps they have hunters that know how to hunt these woods significantly better. I'm not saying you have to show them the location of this secret base, if you will, but you can have them offer guidance.
We can speak with contacts there and see what we can arrange. But today we have some things to go over here. And then I think, rather Aldo be here to discuss all of this, but clear with all three of us. I think our goal would be to return to Hod Gwyn, get Gwen and Ashanti and so on and so forth back. And then probably move toward the Shev pretty soon thereafter.
Whenever you're ready. I can leave as early as this afternoon, or I can stay a few days if need be.
I do have a question for you, though, Leon. I don't mean to be rude at all when I ask this. I've become a bit skeptical of a lot of people. What is your reason for helping us? You've done your part for many more people than what we're talking about here, I think. And I thought that this was kind of your retirement, so to speak, your getaway. To come back. I don't wish to burden you with that, and nor do I wish to turn away your help, but I do wonder if, without sounding rude again, and my intention is just, why do you care enough to? This feels small time compared to what you've been a part of.
I don't want to be rude in my answer. And so we'll keep it simple.
Koa kind of like laughs a little bit at that.
My reasoning is between me and the gods. And perhaps one day, I'd be willing to share it with you. But for now, I am discussing it with them.
That is a fair answer, and I apologize for even asking it, but...
Don't apologize. There's nothing wrong with seeking knowledge in a respectful manner. You've done nothing disrespectful. As a matter of fact, I've nothing but gained respect for you each day since I've met you. And it goes to you as well, Mikhail, and he looks at the door. And now Aldo.
Edric...
That
Oh,
means
sorry.
quite a bit. Thank you. That's it.
Edric, I know this was not likely the outcome you wanted, but I hope we're able to make things better here for you all while we prepare for the actual...
Yeah, I won't lie. I was afraid that we were going to fuck up and not only a couple of us lie dead there under some horse hooves, but the army was going to catch whiff of where we went and they'd just come hunting us down and murdering us in this fucking grave that we dug for ourselves. So, you know, I'm not saying that we would have died, but it was some pretty dark thoughts last night. I'm not even joking. I did everything I could. Even went to try to go rub one out. Couldn't pass out. It was a rough night. I don't know how you slept. I could not.
In the interest of moving away from that topic, who did you bet the silver to, Edric?
He chuckles and he says a name of somebody that you heard the name yesterday, but you didn't know them prior.
Ah, okay.
Imagine having silver to bet right now.
Remember,
Right.
Egypt got paid very well by you guys, and he
Yeah.
spent a good amount of it, but not all of it.
And yeah, and he's not an adventurer.
Nope.
So
Nope. He's
he
not
gets
buying
to
horses.
keep a
and
lot of
shit.
his money.
Yep. We gave
Um,
him several gold and a bunch of silver. He was paid very well.
No wonder he likes us so much.
Yeah.
Koa will stand up and go to like shake both of their hands and kind of like a half embrace is like a...
Mikhail is looking at you like you grew a second head. Like, you heard
Koa's
what he
just like,
okay.
thank you both for everything you've done and will do for this cause.
Edric says, I just want to see that bitch die.
We do too, but not at the expense of everyone else.
He nods. And, what's his name? Leon will say, I'm sure you have much to ponder. I'll be walking about.
Right.
Thank
Let's
you,
get to it
lads.
then.
When you guys go to speak to Elliot and Ashanti and what's her name?
Guinevere.
Gwen, about the
How
situation.
dare you? Forget
uh,
my horse. You forget Koa's girlfriend.
First of all, when you're looking for them, you find them already inside the alchemist lab doing research. And second of all, when you guys do walk in, like, hey, what's going on? Like, you didn't wait for it. But when you guys go walking in there, there's that moment where, like, while, you know, Mikhail's like, you didn't even wait for me, like that and they're all reacting or whatever to it. That moment of almost like boisterous distraction. Gwen crossed the room, gives you like a quick look, like a "you okay, babe" kind of look. If you know what I'm referring to, as like one of those silent, quick glances, and you can give like the yes, but there's more to it. I'll give you a update later on, kind of response.
He'll give her like the
look.
smile and nod, like,
Yeah. It's subtle enough that if nobody's paying attention, nobody would notice. And then you can go over with them, and you can see that they are already cutting into the research. As a matter of fact, Mikhail, you very quickly are able to realize that while you personally are excited to see what's going on here, to be involved in this research, they all bring their own expertise to the table.
but did you just balk? What the Am I
Yeah,
crazy?
he
What the
balked.
hell just happened?
Yeah, he balked.
While they're
It was
doing this
pretty
research, ba 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 ba. Like I was in a fucking Peanuts cartoon for a second. Like, I actually get to the point of hearing Scott's voice where I can no longer comprehend what he's saying.
Welcome to Level Brittany. So anyways, you
Okay.
you realize you don't bring any additional expertise that they themselves can't already provide sans you actually experiencing shit as being the adventure that goes in and out of the keeps. And so you realize you can be here and be another voice, another mind, another person for the reasoning and understanding and whatnot. Or you can go and continue to gain more of that experience that you bring to the table that they don't have. And you can do that within a few hours. You come to this realization, maybe even quicker than that, because Mikhail's pretty quick and he's very self-analyzing. He's not self-important. So you come to this realization pretty quickly that, like, Keegan, you are welcome to keep your character here and to make roles and to participate in this. But Mikhail doesn't need to. He absolutely can just be like, well, I guess if they're safe and okay, and if Koa is cool with, Gwen being here, just surrounded by literally a couple dozen people to keep her safe, I don't need to stay. We can go and they can take care of this in our absence.
Oh yeah, he'd be very
This
relieved.
would definitely be a conversation Koa would have with Gwen about, like, you want me to escort you back to Hod, Gwen? Do you want to stay? Like, you be able to get back and forth? Like, this is like the over concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gwen would say she could only stay here for a few more days because she had prepared appropriately for that. But at that point in time, when she needs to go, Edric will absolutely see to it. Because she knows Edric. Remember, she knew Edric prior.
Yeah.
Edric will see to it that she gets home safely and don't worry about it. And she'll be like, one of those like whispered conversations to make sure other people are a part of it. She'll be like, remember, you're like really important. There's a big bird you need to go see. There's whole places you need to go visit.
Koa would respond, but like, yes, but so are you. And I'm sure they would both get kind of flush about it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that whole
whole
that
thing.
back and forth. But she's gonna
then,
both play up the ego, but not just play up the ego because it's somebody that she cares about, but also like will gesture to like look around you. Like, this is important, but like your job isn't here. You need to go do your thing, because you would have already explained to her some details or whatever it was, kind of like you already filled her in. It's like she just instantly knows. You had to give her the details, and then she gives you that perspective of reinforcing what you kind of already knew, but didn't want to have to be the one to say. Being there with Koa to help realize that. That doesn't mean that's not. We don't know what Aldo wants to do, but go ahead.
Fair. Can we look about this room can at least Koa look about the room while they're going over the books? Because I imagine he's not carrying. Did we ever actually explore this room much, or we just saw it was alchemy stuff? We're like, we're gonna save this for an expert.
You 100% looked about the room beforehand,
Okay.
but didn't read the books beforehand.
Yeah, everything was exploded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can we roll to look around again, or is it just kind of like we're done with that?
You don't need to. It's already been looked around. Everything, like, you found everything that needs to be found in here. The only thing that'd be important to note is for the mole and encyclopedia, you found 3 more of them. Sorry, you found 3.
That seems
more
like an important thing to know.
No. But that's not. You don't need to roll for that. You just, now that you know what you're looking for, you find them. Like, here's another one. Here's another one. So you look around.
We'll have to get the
them.
numbers and types from you or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a big find.
I will say this. Unfortunately, one of them is a duplicate of another one that you already have, not the same one you've already duplicated. 2 other ones are new to you, and we'll get the details.
Actually, duplicates right now mean money.
Yeah. Duplicates can mean money, or it can mean leave behind the actual group with them and take the copies with you. There's all sorts of things you can do with it. It's up to you. But
they're useful. Yeah.
Cool. Oh, and these ones, Wade, because this is important. They're in very good condition. Like, not mint, obviously. They're hundreds of years old, but they're in very good condition. Like have been serviced before, but were well maintained before that, so on and so forth. The alchemist that had them, like, cared about this. If he was referred to as Mole, right? Like he cared about this shit. There probably were more than 3 in here, but fires. So either way, there are definitely 3 in here, and in very good condition. So they're worth a good amount. Yeah. How much are they worth each?
Place...
If they were mint condition, aren't they worth like 32 gold?
I think you said 40.
Is that what it is? 40 gold?
It's like up there. Yeah.
I think that's what you'd said, but I'm remembering from a long time ago.
I'm opening the link right now just to see, but it might be it's right here. In mint condition, they're about 40 gold. Oh, no, actually, it says about 40 gold piece if in decent condition to reset the caliber. So if I'm saying they're in really good condition, then selling a really good one for about 40 gold, maybe even squeezing it a bit more is possible. You just have to find somebody with that kind of money. And yeah.
I think I know someone who maybe would want it, and we might want some of his.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah.
The only other thing we might want Elliot and the girls for, would we bring them into the secret area to look at the well and the plane stuff?
I don't think that would be. I don't think Gwen would know much about that.
No, but Ashanti
might,
Elliot might.
because she's and Elliot might. Yeah.
I'm not assuming Gwen would know much about that stuff, but she might. I mean,
You mean in
be like
HG?
No, the stuff, the hidden room here.
Thick water. Yeah.
Oh, they have so much to research here. But
that stuff might be important enough where it's like this might be curse breaking stuff.
No, fair enough. I'm just like just throwing meta knowledge for you guys to then jump in game and make a decision. Yes, what you just said, completely understand your perspective. Not going to discredit that. It could be valuable for them to get more knowledge from studying this before you even broach that over there. Because you don't know even what that liquid is. Nobody's touched it. What if one of them is just curious, but then later on they find a book and they're like, don't be curious. You know what I mean? Like, you know, but
I almost think we might at least point it out to at least Elliot. Since, I mean, of the three of them, he's not an alchemist, you know, so.
That's true.
Cool.
Like, I don't know if they would split research or something, but
I think we meet up with Aldo first, and then we get his opinion on it too, because I think that's a decision for the three of us to make together.
yeah, I think we should do the RP with catch up with Aldo, see his thoughts on things. But then with it being already 2:15, we can kind of like finish up there, and then whether you show it to them and how they react to it and all that, we'll do that next week. Cool.
I don't have time to do it this week. I was just writing to you guys, and I've got to go.
Now
if you just want to
okay,
talk
cool.
to Gwen or anyone, you're just more than welcome to do that, and I can just jump off.
No.
I think it's a fine spot. We'll talk to you, and we'll.
Yeah, this is a good spot.
It also gives you, Jake, a moment to kind of like analyze how you want to handle the heavy emotional aspect of everything that's going on. So that's solid. All right, let's not put airs on this and drag this anymore. Jake's life is boring, and he's doing nothing interesting. Keegan's campaign.
Excuse me, I'm having a birthday cake with my children right now. Thank you.
Hell yeah, dude.
I didn't
Whose
get to give you.
birthday is it?
Oh, I forgot to give you your not magic. You forgot to give you your item because we got so engrossed in RP. We'll handle that next week, Jake. I promise. We'll take care of it.
Joey, if you're here, you know, be the reminder there, right? Or the witness.
Joe, remind him every 12 hours for the next. Anyway, so cool. Exciting life by having cake with your kids. They only love you because you give them cake 3 times a year. And then Keegan has an amazing campaign. Really fun crew that he plays with over there. Some of them sometimes hang out and chat here and ruin the experience for the rest of you. He had technical difficulties yesterday, but he is going to be uploading that pre-recorded from offline, so don't miss that shit. And
it's already
it's already wow, you're
this morning.
Hell, man, you didn't
been up the whole time.
You didn't go the Koa or the Edric route, so anyways,
nah, just save it up.
And Wade got laid, so cool.
Koa got to use rage for fun.
Okay,
gotta get that constitution and strength up.
Okay.
Okay. 4 building exercises.
I'm trying to find somebody to raid. Let's just go by it.
Fuck it.
Whenever it's like trying to suggest people to raid, I always see a lot of those. Are they called VTubers? The ones that are like anime pictures. Man, they are generally speaking.
I can't wait to hear this enlightened commentary.
They're usually very interesting characters. I like Blue Aether's VTube character when she's doesn't have her camera on, but most of them I'm like, is this a VTuber or a hentai? No, good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get to choose the things that you decide to talk about, like before you start talking about them.
No, I'm choosing somebody that I think is awesome, and we're gonna go and raid Blue Aether because she's funny as fuck. Let's go. Let's go. Say.
I had sex, but Aldo came in the back door. Remember that, everyone.
Oh Jesus.
Yep.